200. So he becomes the first player in NBA history to record 200 triple-doubles in a career. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
In the concubines.
Lyrically,
I left the scorecard, JP.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Thank you to Toby Altizer for helping me out yesterday. We're back, though, baby. Me and me back in Ashburn, VA, as the Commanders.
We're in the burn.
Commanders are looking to get it back together, right? And I've come to a fairly firm conclusion. They played two of the best teams in the NFL in 5 days. The O-line was beat to hell.
Yeah.
Dude, this is going to sound weird because I'm going to reference the shower. I was in the shower this morning thinking about it, how, like, you can see the toxicity of what happens in D.C. brewing. It exists out there. Now, you and I are out here to eliminate that, I think, in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. But you could see it. You can hear it. Like, Jeff, I bet you see it and hear it on these internet streets, right? But you know what will take care of it? Not me, not you, not facts. Nobody cares about facts. Mm-hmm. Just go beat the hell out of the Cowboys.
That's the whole thing.
It's so simple.
I mean, just win the game. I think that's the whole thing. But you know what? It's amazing how people want to act like things are different, but they can't change their mindset.
Right.
You know, normally when things change, the last person to change is the person themselves who have the crazy thoughts. And that's what you get. You know, we sit there, we talk with Jeff Chadita yesterday, and his mindset is very much when your offensive line is not really completely healthy, things are going to change some. But everybody going to point to certain little narratives that they heard. But if you do not have an O-line that's healthy, things happen. And ultimately, when they get healthy, everything happens good. And guess what? People don't give them credit anyway.
Sure.
They give credit to everybody else. You know,
right.
So
the best O-line are the ones you never hear about.
Yeah, it's magnificent, and it's funny when you hear a lot of different things. But you know what? It is what it is. But the whole thing is that things have changed for the better, and I think they're going to continue going towards the better.
Yeah, I think, like, there's all these questions folks want to ask, and I don't think we need to ask them. Now, if you lose to the Cowboys, if something goes bad this weekend, which frankly I just don't think it will, then it's a different ballgame. But, like, I think we can at least chill until we get through the ballgame to have the discussions.
But I think the whole thing, Jay, season started off as a what? Rebuild, right?
Right.
And I think that's the ultimate thing.
Recalibration.
You still have to remember that. When you start forgetting that, and yes, they started winning some games. And what did people do? They forgot about rebuild. What did I keep telling you? They still in the rebuild. They still got to learn. They still have to figure things out. We hadn't seen that down game. Then that down game came.
Sure.
You know, you got I can go through the whole thing. You got a whole new coaching staff. You got 30-something new players. You got a rookie quarterback. All that stuff right there, normally the season doesn't go how it went. But the fact that it's gone how it's gone, it shows you that they have some guys who buy in, who's brought in. And I think the coach is very much a guy who can influence people. But the ultimate thing is nothing goes perfect. Didn't Jared Goff throw 5 interceptions this year?
Yeah.
In one game. But Jared Goff is as good as anybody out there. Pat Mahomes hadn't looked good. Lost one game.
The best quarterback play we've seen this year by eye test and statistical analysis is the quarterback for a 4-7 team. Burrow's playing at the highest level of any QB out there,
but
and they can't win games.
I question that. Okay,
I'm saying there's a lot of things out
Burrow
there.
numbers look better, but when you are down normally, he's normally down, and they throw the ball all the time, and the people are playing prevent defense, you can have some gaudy numbers. And I think that's why those numbers look so good. If he was playing outstanding football consistently, they would be winning more games.
He's playing really well. The defense doesn't stop anybody, and I think the injuries have really hurt them too. But I just meant that as like this team's 7-4. Everybody chill out. If you don't beat the Cowboys, the conversation changes a lot. But that's up to them to kind of sort it out. Unfortunately, in my absence, like the biggest developing story in the city is not even the Commanders, which is weird to say in mid-November.
Mm-hmm.
But this Ovi thing is awful. Like Ovi was playing at such an outrageous level. I'm curious because I'm sure you guys talked about it all day yesterday. I've watched it back a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad Wilson beat that dude's ass. That is the hockey code. That is how you play.
Mm-hmm.
But is that the hit he took? It didn't seem particularly like dirty to me.
It didn't seem dirty to me at all.
Like I don't think the guy was trying to do that. But you know, you got two dudes skating on ice. Like sometimes things are going to happen. That's my take, and I don't want to not support Ovi. Obviously, I want him to be better.
I mean, you can support him without saying that the guy did something wrong.
Right.
Is
that kind of the collective wisdom, though?
To me, it looked like the guy was trying to avoid it, but they couldn't. They collided.
Yeah, like I don't even think Ovi saw.
But no one cares to hear that.
Okay. Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's you know how people are. They're gonna automatically come up with whatever they think it is and push it.
Ovechkin has 15 goals through 18 games, just playing at an outrageous pace.
Mm-hmm.
It sure looked it was starting to look like he was going to break that Gretzky record by St. Patrick's Day. You know what I mean?
He was rolling, bro. He had 5 in the last 2, so he was showing it.
And so what we all kind of care the most about is what is the future for Ovi since he took that knee-to-knee contact. Landfill, I think you have the audio. Let's get the Ovi stuff, that discussion kind of out of the way and just make sure people are aware, and then we'll circle it all back to football.
Here's the final word on it, and then we're going to let you go. Don't panic is what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's this isn't something where his season is ending. It's week to week, and there'll be an update coming soon.
Okay. I am going to listen. So that was Capitals head coach Spencer Carberry on with the Junks, I guess this morning, saying, chill out. There'll be something soon.
If he's saying that, then I'm going to take it. You know, it was a lot of speculation yesterday. Oh, in hockey, they will tell you a lie. And, you know what?
They tell you lies everywhere.
They say day to day, okay? And day to day to me is
week to week.
It's not – week to week. Week to week to me means it's not over. And I'm sure there have been some people where that has happened, but I don't think they were trying to lie to you. They probably had to wait for all the swelling to go down before they got the final say to tell you what the hell happened.
Right.
Yeah.
So, weirdly, the Caps had, I think, a 3-game roadie. They went out west.
And they won all 3.
Denver, Vegas, Utah, and now they're back home. They have the Caps. They have the Avs tomorrow night, and then the Devils Saturday night. I don't think we see Ovi till like maybe Thanksgiving or so.
Hey,
but this doesn't seem like an incredibly terrible prognosis.
I don't think it's a terrible prognosis, and I'm not going to sit up here and worry about when I'm going to see him, because that's when you start putting too much. When you put extra stuff out there, the stories get a little bigger, a little bit shaded. So I'm going to wait for them to tell me. They said week to week. I'm going to see what happens.
So what's interesting for me,
we hear week to week with Jayden as well.
That's exactly what I was going to say, man. So we heard week to week with Jayden. He didn't miss any time. Obviously, I wasn't with you yesterday. Dan Quinn spoke late Monday afternoon after our show, and he started things by saying Jayden is not hurt right now.
Mm-hmm.
What did you make of that? because it was kind of like he offered that information, which he's been cool about offering information. Like after the Eagles game, he came in and was like, I know everybody's going to ask me about the 4th down call. I'll address it off the top. It was a bold call. I thought we needed touchdowns to win.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I applaud just trying to get in front of something that I found curious, I guess. I guess he thought or knew that he was going to be asked if Jayden was still healthy.
He knew it. And because let's be real, as I've told you many times, everybody that say they don't care about what goes on outside and they don't hear it, they're normally not telling you the truth. They hear everything.
Right.
So I like Dan. Dan say, okay, from here now, I'm just going to address it. He said Jayden is healthy right now, okay? Because everyone claimed that he was hurt in the game, and that's why things wasn't going well. They didn't look at all the other things, all the other parameters that were around that. But he's telling you, right? Well, as of today, you're gonna want to know he's healthy. He's ready to go. He could have not been healthy in the game. He could have been healthy, but he addressed right now yesterday, right? And I think that's the ultimate thing, Monday. So that's the ultimate thing. But I think we have to learn to stop making everything into some drama. I don't think this whole staff is about drama. And I think every time someone says anything, no one ever takes it for what they say. They're always looking for what they didn't say. And if we keep being like that, we're going to have all kind of BS flowing around.
So Jayden's going to talk this afternoon. We'll be off the air. He usually talks 3:30ish. How do you think Jayden feels once he's now 11 games into his NFL career? He has experienced incredible highs. I mean, hell, I think they're dumb, but how many Rookie of the Week belts has he won? 7 or 8?
6 or 7.
Yeah. He is the clear front runner for another thing that I don't think matters in the Rookie of the Year award. Frankly, RG3 and Chase Young are the last 2 guys out here to win the Rookie of the Year award. Give it to somebody else. But regardless, you
gotta let one thing be whatever it is. If he wins it and goes on to have great, cool. You gotta stop worrying about what was.
That's fine, but I just don't care about those types of awards. I think they're great. I think fans can celebrate them. If you win them, it's cool. I'm not mad about it, but he has shown me that they have a franchise quarterback. That's what matters. He has shown me they've got somebody that can win games and make them matter in January. That to me is far more important than any of the accolades.
I don't think
nonsense.
anyone saying it's not, though. I think the ultimate thing is we have discussions about things I don't think people are even much thinking about. No one thinks winning a Rookie of the Year is more important than showing that he's a franchise quarterback. No one thinks that him being 100% healthy and being able to go do the things and the offensive line getting better is less important than him being a Rookie of the Year. I just think that we make things into something that's not. So I think I've always felt like we talk about what is, it's enough information. But we always add those things to make it a little bit more dramatic. And I think listen, the Rookie of the Year thing, I give a damn about that. But the ultimate thing is when he gets the accolades, because what did every fan, all these fans were calling in last year about, we don't get national recognition. Well, we're getting it. So that's a part of it. When you have a guy who makes people want to talk about him, that's the national recognition. It's gonna make you have more better primetime games. You're gonna get more Monday night games because you have a guy like that. We got what we wanted. Now it's bad.
Sure. I think being out here, there is just a ton of reason for excitement. I think having this little break, I mean, Jayden's healthy. What about Biotish, right? What about,
to me, that's most important.
Wiley?
See, the most important thing for me as a former quarterback, as a running back from the offense, is how healthy is the damn offensive line. We watched Pat Mahomes make it to the Super Bowl and got destroyed because the offensive line wasn't good when they played against Tampa, right? If the O-line is not good, I don't care if your quarterback is 100% healthy, he won't be good. So ultimately, Tyler Biotish, who starts off every offensive play, that guy is more important, I think, right now. not in the overall picture, but to look for things to get back to normal. He is important. Wiley getting back to how he was blocking earlier throughout the year, that's more important than blocking like he was last year. Allegretti has some nicks. Watching in the game, and I was talking with who was the offensive lineman. They would tell me about how the reason we saw so much stuff coming off the edge, Coleman had been great. He was setting short. He was doing exactly what Leno did last year.
Yeah,
he was hinging, and that dude Sweat was lining up with his butt damn near to the sideline and running straight at Jayden. He didn't have to do no hump or nothing like that. So if you get all of that stuff back to what it was, every damn thing else is going to be better on this football team. But so many people have these personal vendettas that they ignore that and they want to point at certain people. Stupidity.
I got a question for you, and like everything's going to circle around just talking about Jayden. But I have a very different question that I think might be fair after that Eagles performance. Would you go back to that rotating left tackle thing if Lucas is healthy?
If I would say this, if Coleman is 100% healthy, no, because I think when he was healthy, well, I'm not gonna say when he's better than he was. It's
also possible he just had an off game, and the Eagles D line's really good.
I can see that, but I think something was wrong in that game because he completely changed up the way he approached that football game. And if he were to get back to what he was, no need to do it because he was playing well enough.
See, I also wonder, like when you're an offensive lineman, you're inherently going to be better at run blocking because you get to go.
You're aggressive.
Yeah,
you're aggressive.
You get to be the aggressor, right? You're going downfield. And Coleman has shown an immediate ability to be a dog of a run blocker. Like, I mean, he's physical and aggressive. I think pass blocking for a rookie is much harder because NFL now, and he's playing on the edge, so NFL edge rushers are going to have more moves than you. They're going to have more knowledge than you. They're probably bigger, stronger, faster just because they've been in the league and they've been professionals longer. So I think it's reasonable for that to be more difficult. But I think it was what doesn't help, and this can maybe lead us to our conversation about the offense on a grander scale, is when you kind of get away from the run game. Now, in this game, B-Rob had 16 carries, right? Yeah. The running backs finished with 21 carries in that Eagles game. Jayden had another 7. I don't know how many of those were designed, kind of scrambles, whatever. 21 carries for the RBs. I think the problem is they repeatedly are getting behind the sticks and aren't able to lean on that run game. And I've been harping on this for a couple weeks now. If you look at third down conversions, they were 3 of 12 in that game. Mm-hmm. They haven't had more than 5 third down conversions in a month in a game. They're losing time of possession. I think it's all interrelated. And Coleman, a rookie left tackle, you're asking a rookie to play the hardest position on the offensive line on a gang of dudes that's very beat up, and then you're not running the ball as well. Like you might just be asking him to do too much.
Well, I think it was a combination. Brian was out of it for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Then Brian comes back. That takes away your running game and the way that you want to run a little bit. Then all of a sudden you're in a game where you're getting behind in the chain on the downs where, you don't get as much success as you were on first down. I think it's a combination of, everybody. Running back being hurt, quarterback being a little nicked up earlier, the offensive line being nicked up, and then that stuff begins to, pile up. It started off with you didn't have Brian, but still they were able to do some things.
Right.
And then they played better teams with Brian, and you couldn't get some things done against those better teams because you lost that bump, that oomph.
Yep.
And then when you get it back, now the guys that are blocking that were opening up the holes for him, they're a little nicked up. But I'm hoping that these 10 days are going to make a difference. Yes, they're going to be practicing, but I'm sure they're going to get this to act together. Also, when Dan mentioned about missing certain reps in practice,
yeah, what'd you think of that?
People act as if that's something stupid. Tom Brady.
Hold on.
We'll do that when we get back.
Let's talk about the practice because there was a lot of suggestion that that's been a big factor. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. Some Capitals news. The Capitals have officially placed Alex Ovechkin on the injured reserve. So the team has called up, and pardon my Russian, Ivan Miroshnichenko from the Hershey Bears. Miroshnichenko appeared in 21 games for the Caps last season, and he was the organization's first-round pick in the 2022 NHL draft. Now, Ovi is still currently listed as week-to-week, but being placed on the IR means that he will not play at least Thursday, Saturday, or Monday. Now, after that, he is eligible to come off the IR, but given the week-to-week status, you have to imagine it might be a little bit longer than that. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand the complexity, align efforts, and make sure the best data-driven decisions are achieved for success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You believe it's almost, I think it's 35 days until Christmas?
Yeah. It's close to Thanksgiving next week.
NFL seasons are just time microwaves, dude.
Well, I mean, it's flying this year because things were going a lot better.
It is.
If they were 4-7, we'll be saying, damn, it's been long.
Right. If they were 4-7, you know how many draft segments we would have done by now? You know,
I would have been fighting you on that.
You know how many draft segments we've done?
Zero.
Damn, it feels good. So when Dan Quinn talked the other day, he repeatedly talked about, so he said Jayden's healthy, all good. But he made mention over and over about this. I'm reading now from the transcript about Jayden. We did lose valuable practice time with him and his teammates when he was injured. That's hard on all the guys. It's a really, really important part of what we do. And we don't have the banked reps in there because Jayden is a rookie, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The actual phrase practice time was said, I mean, he said practice like over 10 times in that session. And, some of it, he was asked, did you expect some sort of regression after the awesome start? Because typically the quote I love from Mike Rizzo that he always references is the back of the baseball card, right? Like at some point things will level out. There's going to be highs, there's going to be lows, but at some point it levels out. But with Jayden, we didn't really have a baseline for it. Obviously, he started on fire. It slowed down a little bit, but the whole offense has slowed down a little bit. I think some things get very distorted when people want to extrapolate information from a coach saying missed practice time to what that actually means. And people are like, well, he only missed 2 practices. So if you go back to when he got injured, way back, it was the end of that Panthers game, right?
Yep.
So he did not practice.
Early in that Panthers game.
Right. I thought it was second half. They were up big.
When he went down?
Yeah.
When
I thought it was early
came
third
in
quarter.
and worked that game. No, that was early, I thought.
Jeff, look that up for us, please. Regardless, it's fairly irrelevant. But so you got to go back to week 7, I believe, was that game. We're now in week 12. So Commanders, Panthers. I mean, he was.
I thought it was early in the game
you're
when he
right.
got hurt.
Yeah,
he took off on a
Mariota
long
played a
run.
ton.
That was
You're
like in
right.
the first drive or whatever.
He only threw 2 passes.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was hurt in that game, and then he missed. So people are getting caught up in this, and I want to try to bring some clarity to the situation. He was only listed as DNP as he did not practice the Wednesday and Thursday going into the Bears game.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
So he missed 2 practices.
Yes.
But then he was listed as limited a whole heck of a bunch, right?
Yeah.
Even that Friday practice, he's listed as limited.
Because didn't he practice inside the bubble?
Right.
Okay.
So then what happens, so to understand the actual designations on the injury report, to be limited just means you can go through individual portions of the practice workout.
Mm-hmm.
And individual portions of the workout are when you're generally doing position group drills. The running backs are taking handoffs and running through a tackling dummy.
Mm-hmm.
The DNs are firing, working on their get off with the coach with the lacrosse stick and the football at the end of it, simulating a snap, right? The quarterbacks largely exist in their own little bubble. The quarterbacks are kind of off to the side doing their own thing.
They're handing off the air.
Yeah.
They're
practicing a check down.
They may just drop back and like just do their arm in the direction of it. But what you have to understand is anybody ever started working out, and let's say you've been doing it for 5 months, and all of a sudden you got a business trip or you go on a golf trip with the guys, and for 4 days you don't work out.
You just boozing.
You come back and you get back into that workout. Do you feel like you were feeling before you went on that trip? No, you lose something. Just like, weight gain. You can gain weight real quick. You won't get rid of it that quick, right?
Right.
So I don't know why people sit here and they like to ignore what they know. Anybody that ever played football, basketball, baseball, whatever, when they were kids, high school, college, whatever, you get to a certain level of comfortability. And if you take 2-3 days off, 4 days off, you lose a little something. So Jayden had been in practice every day, throwing balls to those same guys that are running full speed and things like that. Then all of a sudden, he didn't practice 2 days. He had to get rid of a lot of the soreness at first.
The one thing I want to try to make clear for people is, he didn't practice for 2 days officially, DNP.
Okay.
Then it was just a boatload of limited practices, which I can't stress to you enough how little his involvement might have been, even though he's limited on the practice report.
But
and that's what I want people to understand.
The ultimate thing is this. If he, and I said, we talked about this yesterday, Toby and I said if he was in year 4, 5, 6, he probably could come back and get back to it quicker. This is year 1.
Right.
And let's remember, when he didn't practice those days, they were taking passes from who? Marcus Mariota.
Right.
And while they were getting those passes from Marcus, they're now getting the timing with him. And then all of a sudden, Jayden comes back, and he may be a little off. So the timing that you knew with him, you've let that go to try to get the timing with Marcus. Now you come back, and the timing you knew is a little off now. So it throws things off completely.
To that point, he is injured against the Panthers on October 20th. Mm-hmm. He's not listed as full on the injury report, just full on the injury report until the following Friday before the Giants game. Mm-hmm. Friday, November 1st, he's listed as full on the injury report.
Yeah.
So you're talking about 2 weeks. And, Brian, what do we know? We're pulling the curtain back a little bit here. What do we know about Friday practices in the NFL?
They're easy.
They're about 20 minutes.
They're easy as hell.
They're super fast. They're called Fast Friday around the league. The point is just get your work, get out. You get Friday night to yourselves. They were traveling to New York Saturday afternoon, probably. You were on that flight. It was about 25 minutes or something, right? Mm-hmm. Like the getting caught up in where he landed on the injury report. And then, so he finally wasn't off the injury report, just not even listed until the Steelers week. Mm-hmm. You know what happened against the Steelers? He played pretty well. They just had way too many drops to get through it. Mm-hmm. I mean, even against the Giants, he played pretty well. But then the Steelers game, they lose by a point. They lose late in that thing. Daniels finished 17 of 34 for 202. I think you can count at least 5 drops they should have had. Mm-hmm. That would have made him 22 of 304 for probably 240 easily, conservatively. After the Steelers game, I don't believe he was on the injury report at all going into the Eagles. But here's another thing. They didn't even practice. It was a short week. They had nothing but walkthroughs. They were simulated injury reports.
Yeah.
So, like, that's another 3 days of no practice. So if you want to be skeptical of all of it, I don't blame you. But if you want to give DQ the benefit of the doubt, there were 3 days of practice, and 3 days of practice from October 20th until probably today. That's a month. Today's November 20th, where Jayden's actually full go.
Yeah, but like for me, Jay, people that act like they don't get that, they don't want to get that. And I'll be honest with you, the limited and full go and all that stuff, that's one thing I don't think ever is 100% certain. When they say limited,
Sure.
I don't think that. I think one guy may be limited today, he goes through individual. Other guy may be limited, he went through individual and a few other plays. So that's all whatever to me. But the mere fact that people act as if you can't lose something in a time that you may not have practiced, or feel that Dan had to make that up. I mean, let's sometimes just get out of our own ways and understand. Just think back to when you played ball. Whatever level it was, it ain't that damn difficult. But people don't want to talk about stuff that they know. They want to make up things so they can get some rises out of people. Get the people to go get all crazy and stuff. Dude, everything that man said made sense to me. You know, and I don't know why people act as if, oh, he got to be telling us something false. That's stupid.
I don't think it's false. I think it matters. I don't think it necessarily. I also think Dan is looking for an answer to why the offense is struggling. And he's like, you know what? Maybe it's this. Because otherwise, whatever other answers may exist, and a lot of things could be true, you probably don't want to say most of those to the media. Yeah, our O-line's hurt and they're getting their ass kicked. You think the coach wants to say that? Probably not. Coming up at 11, Neil Greenberg joins the program. I like that song, Landfill. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Been a busy little stretch here. Commanders get back on the practice field today, and Landfill asked the question, and I think it's a fair one. You know what? We haven't checked in with the stream or Landfill and Jeff yet, although Jeff just left to get bagels, is my understanding. We'll start with the stream. It's youtube.com/Chris Russell, I think, is how you can find us. Guess who's first today, B?
I'm looking at it.
Woo! Shout out to Jupe.
Jupe? No, I didn't show Jupe.
I got Jupe on mine. Who paid you?
Jupe was at what time?
10:02 a.m.
Well, mine don't go all the way back up that far.
Well, that's because you probably didn't join till a little later.
I joined later.
Okay. So maybe that's how it actually gets decided is when we join.
Yeah.
Or I think it's when Jeff throws it up live.
Adrian Green is who I had.
Damn, took you a minute to get on the stream.
Hell.
Jupe said, woo! Tay said, good morning, fam. Commander Tequila said, touchdown,
The
Commanders.
funniest thing I've seen on this whole stream is that Commander Tequila called people weirdos. That is the funniest thing I've seen in a long time.
I like that. I am very curious. There's a dude, Chris Strickland, on the stream. I also know a dude, Chris Strickland, in real life. I'm fascinated to know if they're the same person.
Could be.
There you go. Good morning to the people on the stream. Landini, I'm going to ask you the question you wrote down on the show sheet. Are the Cowboys a get-right game for the Commanders?
Yeah, I expect it should be.
I think it's got to be.
But let me pump your brakes just a little bit. We know how rivals play against each other.
Sure.
How division rivals play against each other. It probably should be, but we know how those games, they never go exactly how you think. I think the Commanders should win the game. But I'm not looking here like, oh, it's going to be a walk in the park. Now, if it is one, I'll readily accept it. But I don't go into any game like that, especially in this division game.
I hear you. It is a division game. I understand all that. Dallas also sucks. Cooper Rush. How bad is Trey Lance that he can't get on the field? That is something.
I think we better get ready. I think Trey Lance will get on the field against us. I think both of them going to play
think?
against us. I damn sure.
Why wouldn't they put him in the other night?
I believe that in this game, we are playing against them. We better be ready for every damn thing. They had a fake punt early in that game. We already saw a fake punt that should have been made against us. So we better catch on. I think they're going to be trying all kind of crap against us.
Yeah, but dude, did you watch the Monday night game?
Yes.
I want to choose my words carefully because I don't want to overstate this. I will ask a question. Have you ever seen a receiver show up a quarterback and a coaching staff like CD is doing?
Yes. I've seen that before.
That level, it was
yes.
It was constant and it was
something,
man.
I don't think it's
I'm not
new.
necessarily blaming him. I'm just saying.
I have seen it, and listen, it's gone a lot. But ultimately, the whole thing is this. You're part of the problem too, dude.
Right.
I mean, it's not like he's doing everything completely right. The dude is an excellent talent. But sometimes when you do that, you screw up everything. That chemistry thing that I speak about a good bit, it means a lot. It means a lot. And when you lose it, you got problems. But on top of it, on the flip side, Micah has done the same thing about the coach and everything else.
Totally.
Micah, he slips this little stuff in all the time, but he acts like, oh, I wouldn't say nothing bad about him. I can answer the question about McCarthy without saying I don't care where he goes. You ask me, what you think about the coach? Listen, man, that's above my pay grade. You got to talk to Jerry or our GM about that. But for me, I'm out here trying to make sure I can be the best player I can be and make sure my guys and all of us doing the thing we're supposed to be doing. I didn't tell you I don't care where the man went. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when he answered that question the other night, did you think he has any kind of good feelings toward McCarthy?
Nah, man.
None. People taking my words out of context. He said that on his job. When he gets on his podcast, he's even more free-lipped.
Dude, do you watch the Manning cast at all, the one with Belichick on it?
I haven't.
Yeah, I tell you what was pretty fascinating the other night. Bill seemed like he's angling for a job. Dude,
He's a coach.
he
Which
went
he
out of his
probably
way
is.
to compliment how well the Cowboys had built out their special teams, which is correct. I mean, that kid Aubrey is a beast of a kicker.
I don't know if he went out his way because Bill is a special teams mindset guy.
Yeah, but he talked about how they found all these undrafted free. Maybe there was just natural flow of the conversation. Then he also mentioned how much he appreciates Jim Irsay and the Irsay family is all class as the Colts came up. Like Bill Belichick, one of the most winning, he might be the most winning coach of all time. I think Andy Reid's right on his tail. 6 Super Bowls though kind of says it all.
Yep.
Like he is consistently name dropping NFL owners on the Manning cast with, I mean, Peyton's probably.
Hey, man, when you've lived like Bill and you have rubbed people wrong and people think you can be a pain in the rear, you have to change your approach. See, right now it's no longer about we just got to go get him. See, Bill rolls in. When Bill rolls in, he runs it. General managers don't run it. The owner still owns it, but they don't run it. When Bill rolls in, he's going to be the end-all, be-all.
You think Belichick's coaching next year?
I think so.
You think
There's a lot of bad coaches out there.
You think he's coaching in Dallas?
Don't know. I don't know. Too many rumors about Dallas. I don't know.
If you had to pick one person, Belichick or Dion?
Prime.
Oh, what a world. What a world. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
Two-time Super Bowl MVP Eli Manning, prolific tight end Antonio Gates, and dominant pass rusher Jared Allen are among the 25 modern-era candidates for the 2025 Pro Football Hall of Fame class. Now, the Hall has just announced the semifinalists after the selection committee cut down the list of 50 nominees made by a newly created screening committee. So their list now includes 6 players in their first year of eligibility and 10 players who were finalists last year. The full selection committee is going to reduce the list of candidates down to 15 finalists who will then be voted on at the annual meeting just before the Super Bowl that will produce the new class. Now, there is no number of how many people will exactly get into the Hall of Fame in this class, but there are some bylaws that state 4 to 8 players will likely join the new class. And some college football news. Another starting offensive lineman for Ohio State has reportedly suffered a season-ending injury. According to the Columbus Dispatch, star center Seth McLaughlin has suffered a torn Achilles tendon during practice yesterday. He will miss the remainder of the season. This comes just a few days before the Buckeyes showdown with Indiana on Saturday. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067. Whenever you hear Ozzy, you know what time it is. Time to get smarter. Our guy Neil Greenberg joins the program. Greenberg, what up, man? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing super. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic.
I want to start with hockey, and then we'll get to football. But what do you make of Ovi, the knee? He's on IR now. That means he misses at least 3 games. 3 games, no big deal. I'd even say like 5, 8 games, no big deal. But God, this sucks because he was just playing at such an outrageous level.
Yeah, I mean, he was gaining ground on Gretzky almost every day at a very rapid pace. He was on track for almost 60 goals. I looked into the record a couple of days ago, and my estimates had him breaking the record around game 60 of this season. So there is some wiggle room here if he misses a couple of games, but there's 2 variables, right? We don't know when he will be back, and we don't know how he will be when he comes back. Leg injury, obviously, for a skating sport is very substantial. We don't see Ovechkin hurt almost ever, so the fact that he's even in this situation is alarming. It's tough. I mean, this was a dream season, right? Like, he wasn't limping to the record. He was sprinting and just absolutely defying all odds in terms of his age and everything. And, we're kind of in limbo right now.
What do you think? If they say week to week, you think I heard people was trying to speculate, they could be lying about, listen, I take it. They say week to week. I took that as a positive.
You take it as a positive?
Yeah, because I think if it's week to week, I mean, he'll be coming back. If it was anything
serious, I think he'll be coming back. But again, I mean, a leg injury is tough. But
a guy that has fought through everything, don't you think if anybody can fight through it, he will be the one that fight through it unless it's something serious? And I think by the week to week statement, it doesn't tell me it's the season's over.
Yeah, hockey is normally vague though on timelines and injuries. I mean, we all know what happened. They'll still call it a lower body injury.
That's crazy.
I remember a couple of years ago, Ovechkin went down in a heap early on in the season, and he needed help off the ice, and then he was back the next period. So yeah, I mean, you want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Everyone's just guessing right now, right? Like we're all just guessing as to the severity of the injury. We probably won't know. There's been plenty of times the season ends and we hear people have been skating on broken legs and torn ACLs and all that other stuff. I guess the good news is Ovechkin, he needs 30 goals or somewhere thereabouts. If he comes back soon, it's certainly within reach.
Like 27.
I think it was 27.
27,
Yeah.
26, something like that.
Yeah, you just got to maintain a positive outlook and hope it's sooner rather than later.
Yeah. It's funny. We're all very caught up on Ovi, understandably, but the Caps are also kicking ass as a team. How big of a blow is this to the first place in the Metro Washington Capitals that you're talking about some level of missed time for Ovechkin, and he's their leading scorer. And probably they're like
it's tough. I mean, obviously you need your best players to be your best players. The Capitals have a ton of talent, right? Dylan Strome, Connor McMichael, maybe the best Connor Mick in the league.
That's a take right there, Greenberg.
So definitely, they definitely have the supporting cast, and they definitely have the talent to keep things going. But you lose the best goal scorer, you're going to take a hit. I saw in the betting markets, they're probably like a distant fourth to be the best team in the conference. Their division hopes have certainly taken a hit. Again, it all depends. If Ovechkin's back next week, this is probably a blip. If it's 2 weeks or more, I think we start to have some conversations as to what are the revised expectations for the team.
That sounds about fair. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here, sports writer and stats geek, not nerd, for the Washington Post. You can follow him at @ngreenberg. All right, speaking of conversations, I think we might be getting to a little bit of a crossroads here. Your Washington Commanders just played 2 games in 5 days against 2 of the best teams in football. 2 really good defenses, plus they had a bunch of injuries. Quarterback was coming back from an injury. The offensive line had a ton of injuries. That's the context. They've now lost 2 games in a row for the first time in this season, first time in Dan Quinn's Washington tenure, first time in Jayden's NFL career. Blip on the radar or something more to see?
Well, this is now the 3rd or 4th good team that they've lost to, right? Like they've beaten the teams that they probably should have beaten, but they lose to Tampa in the opener. That's fine. I mean, there was a lot of new stuff happening. They lose a squeaker to Baltimore. Then they lose to Pittsburgh by 1, and then, like you said, the Philadelphia Eagles by another, 1-possession game. So what's happening is they're losing to good teams, and the teams they beat, the wins look worse and worse as the season goes on because those teams aren't winning, right? So it's putting Washington in a weird spot. I know a lot of the objective rankings have dropped them pretty significantly into like the 16th to 19th range, best team in the league. So they need to start to make those convincing wins happen again. Dallas obviously has some issues. I think they're 10-point favorites over Dallas right now. So they're going to have to start to impress people again, I think, and start beating teams that are considered good. They don't really have a lot of options on their schedule through no fault of their own. New Orleans, maybe. They play Philadelphia again and Atlanta. So, it's time for them to start to assert themselves. But the back-to-back losses, I think, have soured a lot of the objective metrics, meaning ones that are based on numbers alone. But I still think the team is fine. It's just we're starting to see some regression in terms of the offense, especially not humming along as it was before.
If they beat Dallas by
comfortably
4 or 5 points, does that make a difference? Or because I know for me, I don't care if they beat them by 1 point or 40 points. But
yeah,
you got to beat them by 40 points
the
to make
trouble
sure.
is Dallas will be 3-8 at that point. So
but you got to beat the people that you played, O'Neal. How about the Ravens?
I'm with you. I get it. And I get it. We talked this before, right? Like this is a fraud league. If if you beat the teams that you're supposed to beat, you're still considered a fraud because you haven't played anybody. And if you lose to those teams, you're considered a fraud because you can't beat them. So Washington's in a tough spot here. I think Washington just has to take care of business, beat the teams that are in front of them, and then they have a chance to show everybody what they're capable of in the playoffs, right? Like that to me is the objective of Washington. Stay healthy, make the playoffs, and then, start to assert your dominance in a way that convinces people that you were for real all along. Like that's really the only thing that they can do because, like you said, they can only play the teams in front of them.
It's just so interesting because the game to win was Pittsburgh. They gave that thing away. You had a double-digit lead in the third quarter. You got 2 turnovers. You're only able to generate 1 first down. But that Pittsburgh team looks pretty good. Like, they just beat the Ravens when they're unable to score a touchdown. I believe, and if I'm proven wrong next week, this will happen. But I believe we're at a bit of a much ado about nothing stage where I lean anyway more towards this was 2 games against 2 really good teams in 5 days than I do the ship might be sinking. But I understand because of some of like the anecdotal evidence surrounding Cliff and a rookie wall, perhaps. I understand why people have the great concern. B said like a 4 or 5 point win over Dallas. To me, it's not about the number, although that may matter for people that end up laying the points or whatever. It's about how it looks, because if they only win by 5 because Dallas in the fourth quarter scores a late touchdown to cover, I don't care, right? You just want them. What I care about, Greenberg, and I'm curious if there's a stat you look for. What I care about is offensive efficiency. It's about third downs, time of possession, getting back to where you were winning games and looking your best. And you can hit play action. Jayden can hit you on the edges, and the passing game is crisp.
Yeah, the offense needs to look like the well-oiled machine it was before, right? Like even in the losses, they were scoring on almost every trip to the red zone. They weren't turning the ball over. Like this offense was the talk of the town, right? And not just town locally. I mean, like the NFL at large,
the country. Yeah. Stephen A.
I mean, everyone was talking about the offense.
Cowherd.
Now,
right.
Now the conversation is Bo Nix the offensive rookie of the year, right? Like did he start to creep into this conversation? And maybe it's not a lock for Jayden Daniels as much as it was before. This is a very much what have you done for me lately league in all aspects. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, if the defense is the final score doesn't matter to me as much as like what you said. Are they efficient on both sides of the ball? Are they able to do the things that they're supposed to do? And are they limiting the mistakes? Right? Because like that's the stuff that transfers from week to week. So that's really what I'm looking for. I think they'll be fine against Dallas. I think they'll be fine this season. I just think it's going to come down to, once they make the playoffs, and I still think they'll be a playoff team, how do they look in that first playoff game? And then, what's the conversation then? That to me is really what matters. The regular season, playing who they play, everyone's in the similar situation. You play who's in front of you, and you're just trying to make it to the postseason healthy.
Mm-hmm. Totally. It's just remarkable. You know what? This defense has been really good for 3 quarters in 2 straight games. And then I think the offensive efficiency kills them late in those games.
Yep.
It's just like you mentioned this Bo Nix thing, and there's just such a rush to judgment on all things in the NFL. And I've watched a little bit of Broncos. Like I have some friends on that staff, and I don't know. If there's a question about who's better, I think it's asinine. But that's fine. Everybody's allowed to do what they want. Denver's playing good football, though, and I think here's where I would delineate between Bo Nix and Jayden Daniels. I think Denver's playing some good football, and Nix is a part of that. I think Washington, granted they're on a 2-game slump, but Washington over the course of this season through 11 games has played some really good football, And I think Jayden Daniels is
The reason?
the reason, right? Like
Yes.
what does Barkley say? There's bus drivers and bus riders or something. Like right now, Daniels is driving, and I think Nick's on some level, as much as a quarterback can, is riding.
Right, and like for me, it's no contest. I think Jayden Daniels is the offensive rookie of the year 10 times out of 10. The fact that there's a conversation now that we're having, I think, is what's interesting to me. Because
But you know what's crazy, dude? Is it's kind of like the rhetoric of sports conversation is I feel like most people are like, oh, well, it's Daniels, but now it's a conversation. Like it's a conversation because we're making it one.
Yeah.
And maybe
I think
Denver's
Bo Nix's
play
has
14-6 is legit.
has
You're right.
helped him.
Yeah.
So I think that he's played his way into the conversation. I think there's a huge gap between the two. Personally, I think that he's in the conversation only because there was no one in the conversation for weeks, right? Because Jayden Daniels was winning Offensive Rookie of the Year for the week. He was on a team that was absolutely dominating on offense, historical efficiency, et cetera, et cetera. So like the gap to me is just narrowed, and now there's someone else to talk about. I don't necessarily think that it's a race, but I think that it's now a conversation that someone at the very least is now threatening in some way where I didn't think that was happening before. I think Jayden Daniels is a fringe MVP candidate. I don't think Bo Nix is anywhere close to that. So I think that we're kind of talking in shades of gray here. So yeah, I agree with you. I think Jayden Daniels is the offensive rookie of the year. I think Bo Nix has a chance to at least, get himself more in the conversation depending on what happens. But again, this is a very much what have you done for me lately? And, people like to talk about the hot thing.
Yeah, for sure.
We let the people who like to start ish get too big.
Talking with Neil Greenberg here from the Washington Post. You can check out his work at N Greenberg or over at the Washington Post. We're going to do them a little later in the program, but we might as well get this part of the session over with. You do your own power rankings, which I applaud. You actually do your own homework. I like that. Where do you have the old Washington Commanders?
I have them 19th.
Damn,
fallen
that's
down
a fall.
to 19th.
I feel 2 weeks ago,
they are now the
I think you had them top 10
in the NFL. Yeah, I have them because the wins aren't looking as good, and they got a couple losses, and I'm pretty sure I'm close because I have the Dallas game as like -9.5. And I think the actual line is -10.5. So I think I'm pretty close to where the other objective rankings are, including odds makers. Their rec is going to have them more at the top for the subjective rankings, but I think right now they're probably closer to the bottom than they are the top.
What? All right. So the three of us can run through this. Who do we consider the good teams? I think the real Super Bowl, the top teams are Lions, Chiefs, Bills. And then I'd have a tier below that.
Well, that's fair.
Go ahead.
I think it's the Lions and Bills. And then I have it as a gap to like the Eagles, Ravens, Vikings, 49ers, Packers. And then another gap with like Chiefs.
You think the Chiefs are behind all those teams?
I do, only because they're 9-1 record. You look at their score differential; they probably should have 6 or 7 wins. I don't think Patrick Mahomes has played really great.
See, that's the problem, though. If he hadn't played great and it's 9-1,
sure,
you got to worry about him waking up.
You're absolutely right. And again, this is numbers driven. This isn't me, my feelings in it. Would I bet against Mahomes and the Chiefs? Never, not in a million years. But my power rankings have it as like 2 very good teams, and then just like a glut of teams in the second and third tier, which you can rank probably any way you want, and I wouldn't be able to have an argument. But I think Detroit has shown to be the best team in the league right now.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think Buffalo is certainly there as well. The Eagles have a miraculous turnaround after their 2-2 start. They're playing really great football. And I think the Ravens are, they're one of the most balanced, solid teams that we have, and I think that they're also near the top.
How do you reconcile? Excuse me. I think you had the Niners somewhere in your top 10.
Sixth.
They're now 6th. You have them 6th.
Yeah.
They're 5-5.
Yeah.
And I mean, not only outside of the playoffs looking in,
Injuries.
I mean, they're 1-3 in the division.
Yeah. It's crazy. I'm crazy.
I'm not saying that. I understand that people believe there's a lot of talent, and maybe they'll get hot down the stretch here. There's still 6 games to play, or I guess they have 7. I am fully cognizant that there's a lot of football left and that's a talented squad. Mm-hmm. But, like, when is your break point for, I don't want to say preconceived notions, but you go into the season thinking San Fran's going to be damn good, and that kind of impacts it, right? And
it does, yeah. Not as much now as it did, let's say, like in week 3. It's mostly, yeah. I mean, this isn't an exact science, and there's a lot of stuff that we don't know, and there's a lot of stuff that I'm sure I'm wrong about. Like, there's a lot of stuff I'm sure that I'm wrong about all the ratings I have, just because there's just a lot of stuff that we don't know. But when you look at, like, how good the 49ers are versus expectations, both on offense and defense, they're the 6th best team in the league in terms of scoring more points than expected and saving more points than expected on defense. So that's ultimately what's keeping them relatively high. I mean, they're a good football team with some losses. But
that loss last week is just unforgivable.
Well, it is, yeah. But again, I mean, it's my ratings aren't going to be volatile one week to the next based on one game. Like, what would push the needle the most is obviously injuries and future outlook, but also, current performance relative to what we've seen in the past. Outliers aren't going to move it all that much. So, yeah, I think San Francisco is still a good team. Can I definitively say they're the 6th best team in the league? No. But do I think that they're top 10? I think so. Do I think that they're in, like, that 2nd to 3rd tier of contenders? I absolutely do.
It's going to be fascinating, man. Down the stretch we come. This league never, ever seems to disappoint, man. Thank you for the time, Neil, as always, buddy.
All right. Talk to you guys. I don't know if I'll talk to you guys next week for the holiday, but if I don't, happy holidays. If not, I will talk to you again soon.
Thanks, buddy. Brother. Let's all hope Ovi gets better. That's our friend Neil Greenberg at N Greenberg on X, maybe Blue Sky too. I don't know. Everybody's joining Blue Sky.
6.
I mean, the Niners are one of the most fascinating stories. We're going to get into this in just a moment about what are the best jobs that might become available. Things are moving. Joe Douglas just got fired in New York.
That whole New York Jet thing is a bunch of crap.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Now the story comes out that Woody was trying BS.
Let's
stop all that.
We're going to get into that. But one thing all these coaches are going to have to figure out, they're moving. And if you're moving and you're in the DMV, there's only one guy to call. That is John Leahy.
Just like Chandra did. Chandra was in the process of selling her Germantown property, so she and her husband could buy themselves a new home. Chandra didn't have time to do any repairs or upgrades to her property and was worried that she wouldn't be able to sell that condo. So she reached out to John Leahy and the Final Living Group, and they took care of everything that needed to be and got it sold with their VIP selling program. John and his team were able to get their condo sold above the asking price and also help Chandra upgrade her home. And if you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, reach out to John right now because his guaranteed offer just might be for you. See for yourself at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Well, and when B talks about letting you out of your contract, I think people got to understand that decisions like moving are probably the biggest emotional and financial decision you're going to make in your life. Like buying or selling a home is probably your greatest financial asset, right? And so you need to be informed. You need to be with somebody that understands the market, understands the trends, understands where things are going, and how to get top dollar for your house. I think the key with John is just to have a discussion with him. Let him know what you're looking for, what your goals are, what you think could actually happen, and then see where it goes from there. There's no rush on any of this, but it is important to know on his website, johnsellsdmv.com, you can click on this home valuation tool, and you'll get an accurate assessment of your home's value in 30 seconds. And then make a decision from there. Have a conversation with John. That home valuation tool can tell you a lot. And if you really need it, John can get you an instant cash offer within 24 hours. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Commuter Connections Rideshare. Call 800-745-RIDE. Bunch of firing news today. The New York Jets, their disappointing season claimed yet another casualty as owner Woody Johnson has fired general manager Joe Douglas after 5+ seasons. This move came 6 weeks after Johnson had already fired head coach Robert Saleh, setting the stage for an off-season reboot. And over in hockey, some news. The Boston Bruins have fired their head coach Jim Montgomery after stumbling to a losing record in their first 20 games. So the Bruins are off to an 8-9-3 start outside of a playoff seed in the Eastern Conference, but Montgomery has been a great coach for them. He won the Jack Adams Award as the NHL Coach of the Year in the 22-23 season, and Montgomery had a 120-41-23 record in 3 seasons with the Bruins, where he made the playoffs twice. Share the ride to work. Commuter Connections can match you with others who live or work with you or near you. Learn more at commuterconnections.org or call 1-800-745-RIDE. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, down on the corner. We are getting to that time. How many coaches have already been fired in the NFL?
1 or 2.
Jets
fired theirs, and then the Saints fired theirs. That's 2. That's it.
That's it. I mean, it's also not even Thanksgiving yet.
Yeah, but they didn't. Look how bad they were playing.
Right. So Jets and Saints have already had fired coaches. I think looking around the league, I think Jacksonville's firing Doug Peterson. I think Chicago's going to fire Eberflus. I think everybody in Tampa's cool. You think Bowles is cool?
Man, look, you don't know what's happening with this league anymore. This league decides to do what they want to do. You can screw up a whole team and then have people write stories to say that, oh, you wanted to bench the quarterback that you brought in.
All right, so let's talk about this.
I think that's a bunch of crap.
The Jets situation is a disaster.
Yeah.
I think, to me, the center of the Jets' disaster is 2 men, and neither of their names are Robert Saleh or Joe Douglas.
No, they're Aaron
Woody
Rodgers
Johnson.
and Woody Johnson.
Yeah, like, good luck with all that. Woody didn't want to bench anybody. Woody was taking Aaron's side on everything. Believe what you want out of that situation, but what you've got happening in New York now is so Salah's talking to reporters. Douglas is talking to reporters. Everybody's trying to cover their ass. Remember, self-preservation league. Everybody wants to look good so they get their next job. Woody Johnson, by the way, he's talking to people too. Mm-hmm. You know who else is? Aaron Rodgers. And it ain't just on Tuesdays on McAfee. So that thing's a disaster.
All right, question. This story came out. How does Aaron Rodgers react to that? Unless Woody said, look, I got to put this out there to protect me.
Dude, I mean, I said this one a while back. I don't think Aaron Rodgers finishes out. I think there's a mystery injury.
I damn sure agree with you now.
I think there's a mystery injury or like another ayahuasca, like he has to go back to Egypt. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, but something's going to happen. That is just too far gone of a disaster. But B, I wanted to, so running through the jobs, 2 are already going to be available because there's no way. What's my man's name with the Jets? Ulbrich ain't keeping that job. And I think the dude with the Saints is named Rizzy. I think that's his name.
Hey, they're playing better.
Yeah, neither of those guys.
Nothing happened for the Jets, though. The Jets got worse.
Right. All right. Jets have already made a change. Do you think Miami would make a change on McDaniel? I don't.
So. I don't think so.
Okay, I don't either.
I mean, they had an injury.
Yeah.
That really derailed them at the most important position.
What about the Pats with Mayo?
They're bad. I don't think after 1 year. I think one thing about Kraft, he's kind of loyal to his people. And I believe that Mayo is one of his guys.
Agreed. All right.
And he get to dip his nose in the business when he couldn't do that with Bill.
Right. Going to the AFC North, The Browns are going to fire Stefanski, don't you think? They're 2-8. The Browns are similar to the Jets and similar to what this place used to be. Like when you have terrible ownership, you just kind of keep cycling through stuff, and occasionally you get a blip on the radar, a sugar high of being good, but it's not really sustainable. I think the Browns will make a change. I think by far the most fascinating job that may or may not become available, the Bengals.
They're not firing him early. If he were to get fired, it'd be at the end of the season, or he has another year on his contract. If he got a year on his contract, he ain't going nowhere.
They don't like paying.
They ain't paying nobody that's not working for them.
That's kind of what I thought too. I think he'll be there a long time, frankly. Zach Taylor, I mean, they've been pretty good, right? His record's a little worse than you'd expect, though. Now, 19, they had nothing. Then they get the number 1 pick. They get Burrow. They go 4-11 that year. Burrow's rookie year. Burrow also had the knee injury that year, sustained it in Landover. 21, they go to the Super Bowl. They lose. They've been a playoff team since. This year sure looks like they're not. I would be very intrigued by that job. I'm with you, though. I don't think it's going to come open just because of how that organization is. And I think a lot of people will suggest they think the Bears is the best job. What do you think the best job that will become available is?
You mentioned 49ers?
I haven't.
I mean, you threw it. I mean, you had mentioned it in your tease.
Sure.
If that comes open, that's the best.
Do you think that'll come open?
I just heard somebody saying it the other day. I doubt it.
The only person I've heard say it was Rooster. And I guess there's this
Probably
dude.
why I doubt it. Listen, man, I'm going to just say this.
There's this dude, there's a reporter in San Fran that appears trying to.
I don't think that reporter is. I don't think if anything goes south in San Fran, it's going to have anything to do with that reporter. I think that the guy that the reporter was talking about, he can say some things and he'll rub people the wrong way sometimes.
That reporter seems like he thrives on trying to create controversy. I don't know.
100%.
I don't know him. I don't want to cast aspersions, but that sure seems like somebody is. You're not like one of the things they teach you in journalism school is to never become the story. You want to report the story, but never be a part of the story. That dude is firmly a part of the story and seems to be enjoying it.
Yeah.
Kyle, I cannot imagine wanting to get rid of Kyle Shanahan. I can't. They were in the Super Bowl. I mean, they were in the Super Bowl last year.
They've been in the Super Bowl 2 years.
Twice in his run there.
And didn't win.
Correct.
And all of a sudden, your expectations change. So what he could get fired for, somebody else would never get fired for.
Right. My question with Kyle, specifically in San Fran, if they miss the playoffs this year, there's going to be some real turmoil. When a coach, and I don't even want to say Kyle runs hot, because I think he's grown and evolved a lot as the coach of the Niners. All right, maybe you disagree. But because this happens to great coaches. It happened to Andy Reid in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Like,
if
when
they fired
does
Andy in Philadelphia, if they got rid of Andy in Philadelphia, anybody can be gone.
In Andy's tenure in Philly, they were winning 60% of their games, and he had a winning record in 19 playoff games. Now, they only got to the Super Bowl once. But when does a coach's message get tired? I don't know that there's a finite answer to that.
The
but
coach message gets tired when he stops getting support from ownership in the front office. If the coach has support from ownership in front office, his message never gets tired. Once they decide they can flip on them, that message is tired. As soon as you see any inkling that they're not supporting him anymore, whatever he says, if even saying the right stuff, it's tired. Nobody believes in it.
So I agree with that. Have you seen any hint of that happening in San Fran? I don't know that
I haven't seen anything, but let's remember though. You've been to 2. You've always been around the NFC Championship game for the last 4 or 5 years. they're going to start to think you can't get over the hump and make it. Dan was in that same Super Bowl Kyle was in. And Kyle walked right into another job. Dan was he can't win it. Well, this guy was in 3 of them now. He hadn't won it. So can he win it?
Right.
See, the messages and the narratives come from whoever want to push them. Eventually, when you are that good of a coach, you have to win it or they're going to let you go.
That's a fascinating one to watch. I gotta think cooler.
I don't believe nothing's going to happen because
Right.
I think, Christian was hurt, or all those other guys that were hurt, Trent hurt, all
Debo,
these people.
Ayuk, yeah.
I think all that comes into play, but I think ultimately, if you don't win it soon, people are going to start pointing towards whoever's in charge, and the in charge is the head coach. It's not the GM. It's not the owner. It's going to be the head coach. That's going to be the one that they're going to judge.
Now, I'm going to be dead honest. I didn't actually listen to the audio or read the article, but I was taking care of stuff yesterday. I wasn't on my phone much, but there was one tweet that stood out to me. It was about our guy, Roostizzle. And Rooster basically said, what if there's a path to get Kyle back to DC? If he gets fired by the Niners and then doesn't want to be a head coach and Kingsbury gets another job, you bring Kyle back as the OC.
I don't think that's happening.
You know what I did at that point? I closed my phone out.
Yeah,
I said,
I think
I don't need this in my life.
Sometimes you got to think about stuff before you post it.
Well, who knows what it was? If Bruce
Kyle ain't going backwards.
If Bruce
Especially
wants
to come back here.
Right. Here's the actual tweet. And this isn't from Rooster. This is from the 980 account. So who knows? Maybe somebody's just messing with it. Says the Niners lost again yesterday. And WrestleMania 621 wonders if they'll consider moving on from Kyle Shanahan and if Kyle could make his way back to DC somehow. The answer is no. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Shout out to Stevie Wonder. When I did that all cast with Nucci last week, we asked him if he could have anybody on the front porch, who would it be? And he said Stevie Wonder. Yeah.
It's genius right there, brother.
That's pretty cool. All right, let's let the boys in the aquarium weigh in. We'll all go around. Assuming no big surprises, no San Fran or Cincinnati opens up. Here are your choices: Saints, Jets, Jags, Cowboys, Bears. What's the best job that will probably be open, Jeffrey?
I would personally take the Bears.
You would?
Yeah, I would. You got a young quarterback. He's not bad. He's just in a bad situation. I just think the coach, good coaching. You got some pieces around him. I think you could do more with the Bears.
You said the Bears, the Saints, and who else?
Bears, Cowboys, Jags, Jets, Saints.
Cowboys might be the best because they're gonna pay you the most. That's a loaded damn roster too, brother. Let's be real. But
it was. They've lost a lot of strength in the trenches, man. They got to rebuild.
I tell you like this here, man. You get paid enough. You could deal with Jerry's BS.
Landini, what's your job?
Probably also the Bears.
The Bears.
I think the Bears, I think a lot of these teams are pretty damn similar. Ownership problems.
Let's be real, though, Jay.
Jets, Cowboys, Bears, I think that's pretty similar.
I would be totally honest with you. I wouldn't give a damn which one of them open. It's an NFL team. There's 32 of them out there. You're going to make some money. If they fire you, guess what? You still get paid. All of them good.
I might take the Jags job. If you believe in Trevor Lawrence, they got some talent on that roster. And
do you believe in Trevor Lawrence?
Of the people that are on this list,
how many years Trevor Lawrence been playing?
I think you're probably getting rid of Derek Carr, right? So you're starting over at Saints quarterback.
You get to choose.
The Jets, good luck.
Yeah, but Trevor Lawrence, he's played, 4 or 5 years?
5. I think he's.
What do you think he is? Is he what he's shown, or is he something different?
He's shown some really good.
He's shown some very awful, too.
Yeah. I think this year there's clearly an injury. I think they kind of shut him down. He throws a lot of picks. I'm just saying, of those 5, I think that's the quarterback I believe in most. Maybe it's still Caleb. I just don't know that anybody can win in Chicago. It's how it used to be here. I think they're out of that world. It's very pleasant to be out of that world. Yeah. I don't know, man. You know what I like? Not having to worry about it. Who's the next coach going to be? Dan Quinn.
There you go. And I'm with that.
It's just a little bit of stability goes a long way, B.
Definitely.
When we come back, let's get into our power rankings. At 1:30, Mark Seagraves from NBC4 is going to join us. He was at the hearing yesterday down on Capitol Hill on all this RFK momentum. Where is it? What roadblocks are next? Will they get it done? We'll explore it all. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The Capitals have officially placed Alex Ovechkin on the injured reserve. Ovi is currently listed as week to week after he went on the IR with a leg injury, leaving Monday night's game early. Now, being placed on the IR means that he won't play at least Thursday, Saturday, or Monday, though it could be longer. He's meeting with team doctors today, per head coach Spencer Carberry. Now, to replace him, the team is calling up Ivan Murasenchenko from the Hershey Bears. Murasenchenko has appeared in 21 games for the Caps last year. He was the organization's first-round pick in the 2022 draft. Moving over to some college football news, the third edition of the college football playoff rankings were released last night, with Oregon holding on to that number one spot. Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana round out the top five, just as they did last week. One of the most notable changes that came with Georgia re-entering the projected 12-team playoff field, coming off their dominant win over Tennessee last Saturday. The committee also dropped BYU after a loss to Kansas put an end to their unbeaten season. BYU moved down 8 spots from number 6, ranking now number 14 overall, meaning they're now falling behind number 12 Boise State. So Boise State, along with Oregon, Texas, and Miami, will be the 4 highest-ranked conference champions and would receive first-round byes in the 12-team playoff. Get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And this month, enjoy an additional 7% off each soft light window. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia and points north, south, east, and west. We're out west, Ashburn, VA. I think for the first time all year, we're going to do every week we do power rankings. We go to NFL.com in hopes they'll be the least hot takey. Who knows if that's accurate? But it's the same dude that writes them every week, Eric Edholm. We've had him on the show. I at least agree with his methodology, and I support that he tries to own. Like, you see this in college sports, and unfortunately it really hurts teams in college sports because, like, the rankings matter so much. That's changing somewhat, especially now the 12-team college football playoff. But, like, a team that's just really high-ranked, even when they lose, will still stay ahead of other teams that have been better, but they didn't come into the season with the high ranking.
Totally.
Luckily in the NFL, there's a playoff system that takes care of everything. But for the first time, I'd say all year, I'm guessing we can all unequivocally say who the best team in football is, who's number one in power rankings, and it's not the Chiefs.
Right.
It's got to be Detroit now. You could lean on KC because they had that undefeated record, even though they were just narrow win after narrow win. But it's Detroit, and it's Detroit by a wide stretch now.
I think so.
Who's number 2?
Bills.
They just beat KC head-to-head.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Number 2's the Bills. The Bills look really good. Josh Allen's taking care of the football in a way he hasn't previously. I think having – they went to him kind of late, maybe halfway through last year, but Joe Brady as the OC up there helps a lot. They've got –
Joe Brady's from LSU, right?
Yeah. He was a play caller on that title team.
Joe Burrow.
I think they've got just a lot of variety in that offense. And I think when you've got 2 backs you really like in Davis and Cook, you got a bunch of receivers, Shakir, Curtis Samuel starting to play well up there.
Yeah.
Curtis could always get open, man. That dude had separation. Honestly, that dude would help this team a lot because they don't have a lot of guys on this team that can get open fast. They don't have like the quick twitch guys. They have guys that can get downfield and get some speed. Keon Coleman's been good for them, even though he's missed a little bit of time. That Bills team looks legit. And if they are the 1 seed in the AFC and everything has to run through Buffalo, and there's 8 feet of snow on the ground. It gets interesting. KC went up there last year, though, and beat them. So,
yep. KC can still end up with the 1 seed.
For sure. I am curious. Do you remember a couple of years back when the Steelers I think the Steelers had gotten to 11-0, and then Washington went up there and beat them, gave them their first loss, and then the Steelers really kind of came limping to the finish line that season. I believe that was 2020. That
think that's going to happen?
I wanted to ask you, do you think that could happen for KC?
Nah.
I don't either. And a lot of it is just based on Reed, Jones, Kelsey, Mahomes.
Yeah.
Right?
But as much as we discuss it,
their wins have been narrow margins.
They're narrow margins, but they still win.
Yeah.
I think that's the ultimate thing where they lost to Buffalo, and Buffalo, I thought, which one was sacked, but he got out of it. Boom, he goes first touchdown. They don't get that first down. They got problems.
Right. Steelers back in 2020 started 11-0 and then proceeded to lose 4 of the last 5. So they finished the year 12-4. And in the first round of the playoffs, got knocked out by the Browns with Baker Mayfield at quarterback. Remember that game?
Wow.
It's a crazy league, man. It's a game of runs, baby. But the Bills certainly belong to be there too. The Chiefs, I think at some point Mahomes has to play better. And it's easy to say, they're 9-1 and Mahomes isn't playing that well. And that's cool. But at some point, they're going to have to play better. I'm sure Andy and Pat are aware of that.
They're working on it. And I think the thing about Pat, early on, I think Pat has always tried to get everybody involved and do little stuff.
Yeah.
Late in the game, Pat goes to the same 2 people, 3 people, and it works. You might have to start going to them early.
Who's your 4th best team? Who would you put 4?
4th best team. Either Minnesota or Green Bay.
Philly. You don't think Philly's got it?
Philly is coming. They've
won 6 in a row all of a sudden.
Yeah, but the people in Philly still worry about number 1.
Hurts?
Because he can get the ball to other people a lot still.
If you were an Eagles fan, would your greatest concern be Hurts or Sirianni?
Sirianni seems to have gotten out the way.
It was the game they had before. It was the Jags game. He kept going for 2 and overcomplicating things. Landville, who's your 4th best team in football? Who's your final foe?
The Chiefs.
So who would you have 3 then?
The Ravens.
Still?
Yeah, sure.
They won, just lost to the Steelers. They have 4 losses on the year. You just think the talent is too much?
Yeah, they're good.
The Ravens stuff is interesting to me. So here on NFL.com, it goes Lions, Bills, Chiefs. I think that is correct. Then Eagles, Vikings, Steelers. I think the Steelers have to be ahead of the Ravens at this point. And I don't know what happens with Lamar, but
man, the Steelers are not that good, man. You know I'm doing that because Scotty started texting me, so that's why I was not going to give you the Steelers' name.
Texted me too.
Yeah. So.
I think the Ravens' offensive talent, when you have Lamar and Derrick Henry, is so significant.
Yeah.
But when you get into these low-scoring playoff-type games, you have to find other ways to win, and I feel like they may not be able to. Maybe that's premature to say, but
well, when it gets cold, I think having somebody like Derrick Henry is vital.
I'm going to read this from NFL.com here. Their only – I got to confirm this, but I believe their only touchdown drive against Baltimore came without Derrick Henry on the field.
Against the
Pittsburgh.
Steelers?
Yeah. I'm reading now from NFL.com. So they go Steelers 6. I may be very wrong. I think the Vikings defense is very good. I'm still having a tough time with the Minnesota Vikings with Sam Darnold as the 5th best team in football. But that's just me. I'm reading now about the Ravens. Sunday's loss to Pittsburgh is going to leave a mark. If the Ravens cannot win the AFC North, we might look back at this game as the turning point in that race. They're only a game and a half back of the Steelers, but 2 games back in the loss column, and Baltimore has 1 fewer game left than Pittsburgh, which means 1 less chance to make up that gap. Now, the rematch in Baltimore is virtually a must-win affair for the Ravens. Even though the Steelers' defense dominated in this one, Baltimore had ample opportunities to win prior to the missed 2-point attempt that would have tied it late. Turnovers were a problem, but it really came down to field goals, with Pittsburgh's Chris Boswell making all 6 of his tries and usual Steelers killer Justin Tucker missing 2 first-quarter kicks. That's now 6 misses on the season for Tucker, 1 shy of his career high. Baltimore's D stepped up Sunday, but the team has to wonder whether it can count on Tucker from distance in clutch situations now. While the Ravens are by no means in trouble, there are some concerns when the offense is not cooking. The Tucker thing is real, dude.
It is. Because he's never been that guy. But as quick as he lost it, if he finds it, they got a weapon still.
I don't know if it's age or what, but for somebody that's been that good that long to just kind of not
like
have
getting
it.
the yips, JP.
Yeah.
Age ain't got nothing to do with that one.
I hear it.
He has distance. He just don't have accuracy. And is that just a hook or here or there? Like the kicker the other night slipped.
Yeah, I saw that one. Landini, how do you feel about the Vikings as the 5th best team in football?
That's a dumb list. The Vikings suck.
How much money will you put on whoever plays the Vikings in the playoffs in that first round?
At least $7 or $8
or
dollars.
Okay, that's a big bet.
He's not betting 100.
The Vikings down the stretch, so they've been playing really good football. They're at Chicago, Arizona, Atlanta, Chicago at home, at Seattle, Green Bay, and then they finish at Detroit. That, I think, if I had to guess, Sunday Night Football, Week 18 is going to be Vikings at Lions, because that, the way those 2 teams are playing, that should matter for the 1 seed, for the NFC North, for all of it. I don't know if you guys agree with this, because their defense has been really good, but we still have 6 weeks of the season left. They have the Vikings at 5 and the Packers at 8. If I could wager on
you'll take the Packers,
who I think will go deeper in the playoffs, I think I'd take the Packers. What about you?
Packers are the Vikings?
Yeah. Because if it started today, and it doesn't, but if it started today, the Vikings would head to Atlanta for their wild card game. The Packers would head to Arizona for their wild card game. And old Washington would head to Philly again. I think I'd like the Packers.
I'm with that.
The Packers have proven, last year they maybe should have gotten to the NFC title game.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way they went to Dallas and beat the tar out of them.
The brakes off of them.
Yeah. I think Jordan Love's getting healthier. Now, granted, we say all this, but Green Bay barely won last week in Chicago thanks to a blocked field goal.
They won.
Yeah. What do you make, Brian? All right, so we've made it to 8 is Green Bay. 9 is the Chargers. What do you make of Jim Harbaugh's crew?
They seem to be a more feisty bunch this year, where I thought they were front runners in the previous years. Right now, Jim has those guys not quitting. And their quarterback, I know you liked him a long time. I thought he was like the same way, a front runner. Now he seems to be willing to dig deep and go and show what he's about.
Yeah, and I think what Harbaugh has him doing running just gives them another element.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the Chargers, I don't think they're in that Bills, Lions, Chiefs tier.
Not yet.
But I'm not convinced they're not in the Ravens, Steelers, Vikings tier.
I think the Ravens, Steelers are still a tier above them.
Okay. What do you make? Whenever I see discrepancies like this, I'm always curious. The Chargers have the top-ranked defense in points allowed, but they're 11th in yards allowed. That's a pretty big gap. It's 10 spots.
Yeah.
Maybe they're playing really good field position and special teams.
I mean, they get close to the goal line. They don't give up points.
Yeah. That offense is they're 18th in the league in points and yards, right? But I feel like their offense has really been trending up. In the last 4 weeks, 4 wins in a row, they've scored at least 26 points. Whereas early in the year, one, they had back-to-back relative duds against the Steelers and the Chiefs. What we know about those defenses now, those are 2 pretty good teams. They also dealt with some injuries. I think Herbert was injured. I would keep an eye on the LA Chargers. I wanted to say the San Diego Superchargers, but I stopped myself.
We'll see.
All right, unless you've looked, where do you think the Commanders land?
I'm going to say they land at 15.
Wow. I'm guessing Jeff hasn't looked. Jeff, where you got the Commanders landing?
Because we lost 2. I'm going to go about 17.
Wow, you guys are going way down. Okay. I know Landfill has looked. Commanders land 10th in the power rankings.
All right.
Okay.
But let's just think about it, though. See, this is the whole thing. I hate even having a conversation about all this, the way that they come up with these type of things. Everybody come up with something totally different. You just heard Greenberg say 19th. Okay. He's been normally right around 4 or 5 behind everybody else. And now this.
But you just said what, 15?
I think 15.
17.
So this guy says 10 now. And they lost 2 in a row. Is that based on what you said earlier? Once you get to a certain level, it's hard as hell to fall out of it. Because they were like number 6 at one point. Then you lose 2 in a row.
Let me read what Ed Home wrote. They were 8th, now they're 10th. It's hard not to notice the downward trend the Commanders' attack has been on since Jayden Daniels suffered a rib injury in Week 7. The problem is they need their offense to carry them past their defensive issues. A step up in competition might be a factor. Either way, for the first time since September, we're starting to see some cracks in their armor. They're a miraculous Hail Mary away from having 3 losses in their past 4 games, with 2 narrow wins over teams with losing records, keeping them afloat in that span. Washington continues to have an 81% chance of making the postseason, per next-gen stats. But a lack of consistent playmakers and an inability to finish off games is a bit concerning. Facing the Cowboys and Titans at home gives the Commanders a chance to rebound. If they continue to struggle to move the ball or put points on the board, then it might be time to worry. I think that's really pretty fair. And that's kind of where I've landed is everybody wants to have these conversations about, are people figuring Cliff out? Is Jayden hitting a rookie wall? All these things. Let's talk about it next week. Let's see what happens this week. Because I'm quite aware that it's easy to say you think the offense is slowed. Last week they scored, or 10 days ago, whatever the hell it was, they scored 27 against the Steelers. The Giants game, I don't think that was a squeaker at all. They put up 27. The Giants were able to score late, but they had a pretty comfortable grasp on that game the whole time.
Yeah.
The Bears thing is fluky. How often are you going to hit Hail Marys? I understand.
Well, we hit it that time.
Right. The offense struggled in Philly. Period. Full stop. Not looking past that. I just think if things go right this week, like it's not quite receipt keeping season, but there's a lot of people in a big time hurry to start throwing dirt on a coffin. And I just think it's like way too early for any of that.
I agree with that.
Does that seem fair?
Totally.
Now power rankings are also kind of irrelevant, right? Like this isn't what determines who gets in the playoffs or anything.
See, power rankings could be whatever they are. It comes down to who plays better that day.
Sure.
That's why
and consistently, right? Like who could deliver consistently. I did just want to read San Fran real quick. Ed Home has San Fran at 16, which I think is about where you and I might have them. There's no other way to say it. Sunday's loss to the Seahawks was crushing. Blowing leads against NFC West opponents has become a chronic issue. Sure, the Niners were playing without George Kittle and for most of the second half, Nick Bosa, and a few bad breaks went against them. Those mitigating factors don't make the outcome count less when it comes to the playoff picture, though. If San Fran misses the postseason, and as of Monday night, the team had just a 29% chance of making it, we'll look back on this one as one of the bigger reasons why, along with earlier losses to the Rams and Cardinals. The 49ers were more in control of those games. Even so, on Sunday, they did have the ball at the Seattle 46-yard line, protecting a 17-13 lead with 3 minutes left. That's usually when Kyle Shanahan teams, especially at this time of the year, bleed out the clock or score to put the game away. Instead, the Niners had to punt and then watch their defense allow Geno Smith and company to drive 80 yards in 2+ minutes for the game-winning touchdown. After all the 49ers have been through, the playoffs just might not be in the cards this season. That would be a pretty stunning fall for San Fran if they miss the playoffs entirely. And I think it's quite possible. We shall see.
We'll see.
Coming up next, Dan Quinn will address the media live here in Ashburn. You'll hear it right here on 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Who knows? It might just become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Days Parlays Reward Stack in FanDuel app to find your profit boost. New to FanDuel? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders gear up for the Cowboys this week. The record's 7-4. They currently hold the 7th seed, just a couple of games ahead of the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers, all at 5-5. In hockey, the Caps are placing Ovi on injured reserve. Earlier today, Coach Spencer Carberry joined the Junks to give an update on Ovi.
Yeah, this isn't something where his season is ending. It's week to week, and there'll be an update coming soon.
The Caps will be back in action tomorrow night as they take on the Avalanche at home at 7 o'clock. College hoops, Virginia Tech taking on Jacksonville tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Georgetown in action at Capital One Arena as they take on Mount St. Mary's. 8:30 tip-off. You can hear the game on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from Commanders Park out here in Ashburn. This is the day when Dan Quinn normally talks to the team. All right, and we're going to go right out to the park and take a listen.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Thought start off by just acknowledging, man, I'm really excited to get our team back to a normal practice schedule, and that's important for us. The individual skill work, the competition periods at practice, good on good, and the execution, all 3 phases working at full speed. So that's a big deal for us. So all that said, get ready to get rocking with you guys.
Along with that, what are some of the, with Jayden, for example, you said he wasn't able to go. What are some of the things that maybe stood out in the games where you say that could be a lack of what we usually do in practice?
Timing, I would say, whether it's matching a certain, route, to a coverage, deep balls, deep overs, just the exact timing, John, of some of the plays. So, and not to get it confused, we have practiced some, I meant just, over and over, the repetitions of it, the importance of that. And so that's what I'm looking forward to. And I am also looking forward to we would do some good on good work on days like today and tomorrow. And you'll see that back ramped up as well.
And then I know we ask you about Marshawn every time, so I'll just get. But what,
sure. Yeah.
What is he? What do you
consistent?
What do you anticipate him being able to do today and then maybe this week?
He'll work off to the side today. So had a speed day over the weekend, more strength than that today. So work to the side, and then we'll see what tomorrow looks like if we're able to work him into some of the practices. But I'll have a better sense probably tomorrow afternoon and then into Friday where we'll go. But he'll work off to the side today.
Good point. Thank you. I don't know if we've asked about Austin Seibert much, but what's his status, and do you feel like he's got a chance to get going this week?
Yeah, we'll get him some work into practice today, and we'll see what today and tomorrow looks like. But he'll get work both today and tomorrow, and I think we'll probably have a better assessment when we get into kickoffs and all that into tomorrow. So today, ramp it up, and then tomorrow full on to see where we stand.
And the guys that you had brought over with you from Dallas, Dorrance and Dante and a couple other guys, what about them specifically, other than obviously they're talented players, but you talk about changing the culture, things like that. How did you look at them in that regard as to what you wanted to accomplish here and why those guys specifically meant something to you?
Yeah, I think the line of scrimmage is a big deal, and I saw firsthand, with Tyler and Dorrance and Dante, what they could do and how they could affect the game. And so I knew having some people along those lines to maybe look around the corners as I was just getting started. Hey, what Dan's trying to say here might be X, Y, or Z. And then the addition of Noah as well, was somebody that, although we didn't spend years together, I did get a sense of what the worker was, the competitor was. He really just wanted a chance to compete. And that's, something that he knew he would get the opportunity with us here, saying that was going to be kind of the central theme of what we were going to do. So that's kind of the backstory there.
Now that you started to dive into the Cowboys and looking at what they do, how much of what they're doing on defense is significantly different from the scheme you ran with him?
That's a good question. I would say coverage-wise, there's probably some differences, Nikki. Mike's got, a good blitz package that, he's used and have been successful for a long time. Fronts and that, like most everybody around the NFL, has similar stuff to go, and how do they feature the players into those matchups. But it's been good to see guys like, Overshown. I had a sense of where that would go when we selected him a couple years back, a safety that moved down to linebacker, the speed, the hitting ability. So scheme-wise, I would say there's definitely variances for sure.
And it sounds like there's a chance that Deron Bland could be back for them. You saw his development over the years there with you. What really went into that, and how did you see his growth as a player?
It's a great question. I thought there's a confidence, but also like a humility with Deron. And so much when he got there, was that inside, and we moved him back outside, and he was always comfortable in the moment, Nikki. And so I can remember a game during his rookie year in pregame, Jordan Lewis got hurt. And I say, man, you're going to be up here at the nickel, and okay, Q. There wasn't like any oh shit, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? So it was like just this very cool confidence about him. One common thread for a lot of guys is the secondary coach, Al Harris, really skilled in that way. And so the combination of Joe and he, together to see a guy like Deron, take off, it was really, cool to see.
Have you seen anything around the facility yesterday or today that shows you the benefits mentally or physically of getting that weekend off?
For sure, the energy today going in, and even Monday to a certain extent. And the reason I say that is it was back to tell the truth, the full extent of it. We had a chance to go through what we liked, what we didn't, and kind of discuss it and what's the individual skill work that we want to get better at. And so we were able to kind of outline that and make a really strong declaration. This is what we want to improve upon. And so, yeah, there was definitely a difference in them knowing what we're looking for at practice, over the next few days, a ramped up speed part of that's a big deal for us.
I know you're a big process guys. Was there anything coming out of that short week or the way that you could change your normal practice schedule now that you feel like, okay, this is how we can improve on that area going forward?
Like you're saying, like next year's Thursday game?
Next year's Thursday, or even like, is there anything you learned from that short week that you could apply to normal regular?
No, probably more for the shorter week to say, when you don't have execute like you want, you first look from a coaching standpoint to say, was there too much? What is that the space to go to? So that's more, I do an after action for every game. And each week you go through different things and you're always kind of tweaking it. But I like the process of the week. I don't like the result of it, but I did love the fight, the energy of the guys going into it. So that part was good. But the execution part, I got some notes on that for sure.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
We talked before about the tendency, obviously, copycat league and all those things. When you look at the way that the Eagles employed their coverage plan to take Terry out of the game, how much does that impact your game planning for the next week and even future opponents to come?
Yeah, that's a great question on the copycat, because it goes on all three phases. If something worked one space, what does it look like in the next one? In this instance, really, it's going to come back to us and the way that we execute and play. And so we weren't pleased with our own style and execution of how we did it. But like I said, that's not to, give them, I don't want to take away from their performance. And how do we adjust? We get to do that again in a month or so. And so we'll look forward to that. But in the meantime, back to our own structure to go. And if we do see a team trying to employ something that was effective, we generally keep that alive in our practice reps over the next 3 or 4 weeks, even if they don't have it, just to say, okay, a team may try that, to your point.
And in that vein, actually kind of already touched on it, but maybe a little bit deeper, when you have a tendency that's pretty firm, pretty strong, and has been successful, but one team maybe kind of cracks the code, is one opponent enough to get you to kind of come off that tendency, or do you need more opponents to say, like, hey, we figured this out?
For sure, to say, like, ones, some twos, in occurrence, but three's a pattern to me. So I would say you're always looking to say, is there, why one moment or one play in that way? But I have a sense that some of that math will change.
last couple of games, defense has largely played pretty well, but then there's just been these kind of backbreaker late big plays. How do you balance kind of the encouragement and the development with letting those guys know you got to finish that thing?
Yeah, you're exactly right. You don't want to negate, 50 some minutes of good straining, good plays to go, but you also don't want to minimize the other part. And the thing that I'd said, for the players is like being battle tested is really important. And it doesn't happen during the easy moments. It happens during the hard moments. And those are the ones that you do have to go through. It sucks when you're going through them, but you do have to go and know, okay, this is the finishing time. This is the finishing moment, offensively, defensively, teams, whatever that looks like. So you have to stand up, talk the truth about it. And then how do you work on to go get that part right? Because it's more than just mindset of finishing. It's the execution of it all. And so I love that our team is becoming battle tested. Like I said, it's not easy to go through, and it does not happen during the easy moments. It happens during the difficult ones.
Speaking of the difficult moments, that O-line was really beat up. I think Pittsburgh going into Philly. How much did the break help? Can we get a little specifics on Biotish and Wiley?
All are on the offensive line are full practice. So pool party time. That's good.
You say
got
pool
him.
party time?
Yeah, I got a chick right there right off the bat. That's
okay.
Awesome.
Just picturing a pool party. Mike
Daytime
McCarthy.
Pool party chick.
I got you.
Daytime.
Daytime. All right. Well, then we can't hang. Okay.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy, very well.
Yes.
So does Joe Witt.
Yep.
What's that chess match like with guys that you know better than other coaches because you work with them?
Yeah, and it happens around the league, guys that you keep up with, at different spots along the way. And Mike's like a phenomenal coach. I learned like so much from him in a lot of different ways, both on the field and off the field. So I know that that, and he has that same, thoughts about some of the things that we've done. So there is a chess match, but at the end, it's the guys executing and playing it out. And so that's a number one, top of the pile, our execution, the speed at which we play. And so that's a number one at the top.
And you said this week that because Jayden was, banged up, he didn't get a chance to practice as much. What do you want to see from him now down this stretch?
Back to playing the position with all the reps with the guys. And so that's a big deal, Chick, to make sure the throws, the different types, the movements out of the pocket, the runs, all of the things that when he plays quarterback, it's unique. And that's all the things that we have to practice outside the pocket, remaining a passer, down the field. And so you can script some of those, work some of those at the line. But I think just getting the timing really concise, that's a big deal for us.
Dan, you mentioned the ebbs and flows of a season and having the benefit of a Bobby Wagner, a Zach Ertz, veterans that have been through the ups and downs of a season. What does that do for a coach like yourself to maybe they can kind of control some things and help things in the locker room?
Yeah, I'll lean on players like that. These are the type of men that we'd all want to be led by. Talking about Wagner and Ertz and others that just have, incredibly high standards about their work and how they go about it. And so leaning into them on the difficult times, that's what you should do because they're very steady. They're hard to get off course. They have just such conviction about how they do things, their standards. And so I definitely lean in on guys like that a lot.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I've been in the right place. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Listen, we're going to talk some Caps with John Walton coming up at 1 o'clock. At 1:30, Mark Seagraves is going to join us, get us all up to speed on everything going on at RFK.
Okay.
B, from what I hear, it sounds very, very exciting at RFK. But I also talk with some folks like nothing's a done deal until the city and the neighborhood can get behind it too. Like this is a huge first step, but I don't start thinking the steps are over.
Well, I'm just going to say this. If the city gets the ability to be able to make it happen, it's going to happen.
Let's hope. Fingers crossed. I also think this ownership group and these are people with real juice, man. They got connections and money and do things the right way.
You think if they thought it wasn't possible, they would have been behind it?
I think if they thought it wasn't possible, they'd already be breaking ground in Landover.
There we go. Yeah.
I think it's an exciting time for the stadium stuff, especially as the team's doing well and the city's kind of doing well. Dan Quinn just spoke. I'm curious what, if anything, stood out for you from his comments.
Everything he's saying, I'm expecting,
To me, him saying, like, yeah, it's finally nice just to be back on a normal week.
Yeah.
I think that's a real thing. I think they got out of their flow, and I think Quinn is a big flow guy, if you will. Like, I think he's very much a planned, detailed, process-oriented person.
Then you can, what's happening a little bit better. When
Right.
things are off, you're not sure.
I think perhaps the most important comment he made was, did you hear what he said when I asked about the O-line?
No.
He said it's pool party time. He said,
"Oh yeah, I heard him joking with Butch comment about that."
Yeah, he said everybody's going to be on the full, like nobody's going to be on the injury report. Everybody's going to be a full participant, and that's the first time that's happened in a long time.
Yeah,
and I think you talked about him for weeks, if not months, about Biotish, about how nasty he was. The level of security they had on the interior of that offensive line, and they just didn't have it the last couple of weeks.
They didn't.
Cam Hayward beat him up pretty good. Jalen Carter beat him up pretty good. And when you have that sort of interior disruption, it messes everything up. Go back to the 4th and 2. Now, granted, there was like a little, whether it was the cadence issue or a snap issue or just him bobbling a snap, whatever it was, like that impacted that play, but the interior pressure impacts everything.
Totally.
And I think if you get the O-line healthy is just a huge, huge factor. I don't know.
That's the most important thing because everyone feels that this offense has to get back to where it was. And it's very easy to just say, oh, the quarterback. Quarterback can't do a damn thing without O-line.
Right. We've seen that. I am curious what you think going forward of Lattimore. He's not going to practice today. They'll see as it gets closer later in the week is how that was explained.
I think when he got here, we were thinking it could have been like a Devontae Adams type thing, but he was obviously had to be hurt. And I think you wait till he's able to go, and then you go with him. Don't rush that.
I don't know if you and I talked about this since I asked him on Monday. I asked DQ if there had been any surprises in Lattimore's timeline. Like, basically, did he get here and this thing was more complicated maybe than you expected? And he said, no real surprises, but we've just got to take it very slow. And
I agree.
It's a soft tissue thing with a speed guy.
Yep.
And so
And the whole thing is to get him healthy and then have him play for an extended period of time. No one is just expecting him to play 1 game, 2 games. You want him to be able to finish the season up. If things go how we expect them to go, you want to be able to get into the playoffs and do some great work, and then have him a healthy dude next year as well. As I stated earlier, and I guess people don't like to hear it, rebuild.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because DQ didn't want to hear rebuild, right? He wanted to recalibrate and all
Call
that.
it whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing. They are starting over, and they much rather have all those guys in place when they completely start this thing than have the guy come in have one great game and be out for the rest of the year.
I agree with that. And I think it's not that complicated. I don't think Lattimore was a rental. I think they want Lattimore to be part of this thing going forward. Now, you'll probably have to guarantee some cash. Like there's probably going to be some contractual manipulations that need to occur, but that's fine. that happens. If he is of that caliber player, then you're in good shape with it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, based on what I've seen from him, I am excited to see him get on the field whenever it happens.
Yeah, you'd like it sooner than later. I think if you had to pick 2 weeks where you don't need him, it might be these next two. Although, dude, whatever, it's Cowboys week. Just start there. Can we make a rule? Can you and I, outside of these four walls and the prison cell and the aquarium, nobody might listen to us? Let's stop with Dallas week. Like that used to really matter and be
It mattered,
really
and
important
I think
thing.
the hope is to get it back. Though.
Right, but let's get it back and then talk about Dallas.
Yeah, but you don't get it back without talking
Quinn,
about it.
Asking Dan Quinn about Dallas week in his first year here.
Hey,
it's just you want to ask him about coaching against the Cowboys where he used to work? Cool.
But think about it. Coaches run in, and the first thing they talk about is Commanders' mindset and culture. Same thing. You got to switch it and keep moving.
Yeah,
but he understands. This dude is close from his area. He understands how the fans are. You gonna get asked those questions, dude.
It's just to me so cliche to be like, "Hey, coach, it's Dallas week. What do you think?" But that's part of the game, I suppose.
It's how it goes, Jay. We had people calling in telling you about their greatest moments yesterday. This is something for fans. May not be. I think the fact that players come and go, that means they got to get in and learn about the culture, learn about the rivalries and things like that. You know, and you don't get that just by no one ever asking about it or putting it there. You got to put it there. Figure it out.
They are certainly playing the Cowboys this week, and you would love for them to beat their ass on a million different levels. Nobody will get away from that. Let's do this. We're going to talk a little Caps hockey, try to figure out what is going on with Alex Ovechkin. Depending what you believe on the internet, there's some folks that think this is a longer-term injury. There's some folks that think this is a shorter-term injury. John Walton joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. The Commanders are back out at practice today as they gear up for the Cowboys on Sunday. An update on some injuries. They've opened up the 21-day practice window for defensive end Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore is not going to be practicing today. He'll get some work in on a side field. In hockey, the Capitals placed Alex Ovechkin on injured reserve today. This morning, Spencer Carberry joined the Junks to give an update on Ovi.
He's going to be out for a little bit. He's going to see our doctors today. And then we'll have a better idea of timeline and the injury. And yeah, this isn't something where his season is ending. It's week to week, and there'll be an update coming soon.
The Caps will be back in action tomorrow night as they'll take on the Avalanche at home. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Jacksonville at home. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Georgetown in action at Capital One Arena tonight, taking on Mount St. Mary's. That'll tip off at 8:30. You can hear that game on the Team 980. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right. As much excitement as there is about Commanders Cowboys this weekend, Northwest Stadium will be bumping, is my guess. Jeff, you working this one? I'm not sure. The elephant in the room right now for DC sports fans is Alex Ovechkin. John Walton does an absolutely tremendous job covering the Caps, calling the play-by-play right here on 1067 The Fan. You can listen to Walton every Caps game on our airwaves. John joins us now. Thank you for making time for us. How are you, buddy?
Doing all right. Back from the road. Team's going well, but obviously a very different feeling in these parts than we've really ever had in the Ovechkin era, guys. It's going to be kind of weird moving forward.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Has he ever missed significant time?
No. And that's what's crazy is that through the course of, I think the number that he has missed in 20 years is 59 games total. And of that, There were a couple of suspensions. There was a family leave when his father passed away.
Yeah,
I'm going to say maybe just over half that. So I think if you add up all of the games in 20 years, I don't think you get to 40. And that is insane. And that is why he's on the cusp of getting the all-time goal record to be that resilient. But that also at the same time, guys, I got to tell you, I mean, it was weird in Utah after the game, after they'd won all three games on the road trip, and the mood was pretty somber. And I'd say here in Arlington today, it's not a whole lot different. So, but you got to pick up, you got to move on, you got to win for the big fella.
There you go.
Can you take us through that moment in Utah the other night? I mean, you're calling the action. You see him go down. Just start with just the hit. I don't think there's any funny business there. You tell me if you feel differently and kind of everything that happened from that moment on in the night.
Yeah, I know. I feel badly in some sense for Jack McBain because he did not mean to do this. He turns. It's a hockey play. It's a leg-on-leg thing. It wasn't like he went out of his way to do it. It was just an unfortunate play. In fact, if you look at the replay, McBain goes down even more than Ovi does. Kind of goes flying, gets turned around. I don't think he had any intent like that. But, you know, you see him go down. We have seen it before. And, you know, every time you think, oh, boy, that doesn't look good. And then next thing you know, like maybe he misses, you know, a few shifts or maybe even the rest of the game. And then you come back to practice the next day and there he is, like nothing happened. So my thought initially was, well, it doesn't look too bad. And then our vantage point in Utah was strange because it's, you know, it's a basketball building and our sight lines are a little weird. So I couldn't see as much, not as much as Joe and Craig, because they were on the other side of the building for TV. Coming off the bench, tried to give it a go and couldn't. And I think, you know, if I'd seen a little bit more of that, I'd probably like, oh boy, that doesn't look good. But then when you got downstairs, you knew exactly. There's like, okay, the Caps are up big. I wasn't even that concerned that he wasn't coming back because, like, well, you're not going to put him in. They're up 5-2, 6-2 now, so no big deal. but it was a big deal. And, immediately when you got downstairs, you could sense it. So, and then, coming back yesterday on the flight and all of that, it's, it's tough. It's a rallying cry now. It's win-win for the big fella, I think, in the dressing room.
Yeah.
Sure.
And like they said, week to week. And I think the ultimate thing is he was playing so good, 5 goals in the last 2 games. You like, okay, this record's coming down. That people really want to see that, didn't want to see that stop. If you anticipate anything, and I hate to see speculation anyway, how much time you would think? Do I have a clue?
It's really tough to know. You mentioned, I guess, as you look at where are you here in the season, we're coming up on Thanksgiving, and obviously this is going to be a few weeks, and, we don't know. I think we're going to have better information. Spencer Carberry talked today, and it sounded like, there's more evaluation going on today, but I think maybe even as soon as tomorrow, we might have at least a better sense. But I think you've got to say that it's going to be really tough to see him back. The next few? It's the holidays now. You're getting into January. It's not that far away, right? So if you say it's 6 weeks, you're looking into January. So, no way to know. Just not knowing anything about what the actual injury is. When you go week to week, there's going to be a few weeks. So you get down to really the last half of the season and the distance he's away. I think what seemed like a lock early in the third period in Utah the other night. He's going to break it this year. I think this time is really going to set that back, unfortunately. I think it's going to be really tough for him to do this year, and I hate that. It sucks. He was playing, to your point, so well. It seemed almost inevitable, and now I think this timeline gets pushed back because it's just sheer gains. Even if he comes back on a heater, it's going to be tough because you're just going to run out of real estate. You're going to run out of racetrack here. So I hope so. I hope it's not as long as that. But I think if you get past, if he's not there, New Year's moving forward, I think it's going to be tough to do it this year.
Man, I hope that's not the case. It just, this was such a fun start and unexpected, I would say, with Ovechkin. We're talking with John Walton, Caps play-by-play voice for the radio. You can listen to all the Caps games right here on 106.7 The Fan. John, you're way closer to this thing than we are, but there was so much joy in Ovi's level of play, and then Strome's playing so well alongside of him, and they're developing these young guys at the same time. This just sucks, dude.
Yeah,
I don't know if that was a question.
that's kind of the feeling. Yeah. What you want to try and do is, and I think in what is different from maybe if this were last year where the Caps may not have had the supporting cast that was going, like McMichael wasn't scoring at this level. Protas wasn't scoring at this level. Strome has found another level. The hope is that when these guys get after it starting tomorrow, that what has been a pretty deep team up till now with offense from all 4 lines, that you put in Ivan Miroshnichenko and you see where things fall out after that. And you lean on the guys that have been doing it throughout this entire season. The McMichael, Dubois, Wilson line has to be a big part of it. And then I think you're looking at guys even on the defensive side. Jacob Chychrun is otherworldly right now in terms of if he gets that shot away, good luck. He's a really good offensive defenseman. And I think you're going to look for maybe a little more offense from the D. And again, Strome is leading the team in points, and Protas is still there. And, whether it's Miroshnichenko or Taylor Radish or whoever it ends up being on that right side, then, I think Radish has been a 20-goal guy with Chicago as recently as 2 years ago, and he played with Strome. So, they've got some options. Spencer Carberry said today they're going to look at a couple different options and see what they like. But, I think all those are on the table, and you hope you can keep some of that offensive momentum going. And as deep as they are, I think you can do it.
Let's hope so, dude. They've got a game tomorrow night against Colorado. I know they've got 5 and 7 in the next 9 days. I know they go, don't they go Wednesday, Friday, Saturday around Thanksgiving? I believe I'm going to that Friday game. I'm excited, taking the kids.
Yeah, that's always tough around Thanksgiving, and it's weird that usually we're home that night before Thanksgiving, and not this year. It's the day after the Islander game, so a lot of road games. To your point, going to Florida, going to Tampa, going to New Jersey. So yeah, it's going to be very strange to not even have him on the plane. The Mentors trip is coming up. There's just so many different things that that the team, it's always a big team. This trip is always a favorite, and to not have him a part of it's going to be a pretty big void. But, again, I think it's just part of the rallying cry, right? I mean, you say, listen, it's time to, the big man they can't do it, so we got to find a way. And, I think you're going to see hopefully a lot of that here in the coming weeks.
For sure.
Yeah.
Talking with John Walton here, Caps voice for Caps Radio. Follow him at John Walton PXP. Dude, what carries them? The goaltending's been awesome. They've been scoring, it's not just Ovi, but he's been a big part of the catalyst. But can the rest of these guys kind of push back together and keep the hot goaltending going and stay winning?
Yeah, I mean, I think defensively, for the most part, they've been really good. I mean, there have been a couple of occasions. I mean, most recently in Utah, they get a few more shots maybe. But, the Caps have been done by and large, except for a few back-to-backs where, that just have worn out a little bit. They've managed to suppress opposition shots pretty well. And then Logan Thompson is just seemingly getting better and better as this season goes along. So getting him in there, Charlie has now won 2 straight as well. So you've got a nice 1-2 punch and you've got a pretty good defense in front of them. So right there, I think, when you're tightening the screws a little bit, sure. I mean, that's part of maybe they're doing their part for another 5 or 10%, a little bit more, just keeping people like, Nathan McKinnon tomorrow night to the outside and limit shots like they did last week when we were in Denver. So, yeah, I think by and large, I mean, there's a lot of different facets to the game. Goaltending's part of it. Defense is part of it. A few more goals from other sources. And a guy like Jacob Brana, which, funny enough, here's a guy, we love him. He was traded from here to Detroit, and he really had a tough time with the Red Wings and then the Blues, and it looked like maybe his career was over. And they brought him in, the Caps did, on a PTO. It comes in and makes the team, and in doing so now finds a spot on the third line. And now today, in the absence of Ovi, he's on the number 1 power play. So It looks like he steps up and gets more time. It's a great story, and Jake's, he's doing great. I love that smile is back. He's scoring some goals. He's getting some points. And, I think that's a source too, where you can say, hey, listen, turn back the clock to 2018 a little bit with getting Jake on the sheet a little bit more. So, there's a lot of different things that we'll be keeping an eye on, and hopefully enough of them rise that, you make up the difference. You're not going to make up the presence because you can't. Ovi's one of a kind, but if you can make up some of the offense that you'll lose there, I think they're going to be fine. This team can sustain this. I really believe that. They are a good team. It wasn't just Ovi carrying them. They're a good group on and off the ice. I think they're going to be fine.
Any line changes can happen that can kind of make that first line, like McDavid has been scoring. Michael is scoring a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that line stays intact. I mean, it's weird because the rule always has been, Mitch, whatever line that number 8's on, that's the number 1 line, right? But I think it may change a little bit just in terms of minutes, and I think that's the thing that, the McMichael, Dubois, Wilson line. You're probably right. That's probably your 1 at this point, depending on, minutes deployment. That's how we kind of tell, right? If they're out there the most or they're out in more situations, maybe that's the line. Protas and Strome will stay together, whether it's, Taylor Radish or whether it's, Ivan Miroshnichenko may get a look there. He's an offensive type player, but I don't think you want to put too much pressure on him right away. So we'll see where he ends up. But he's going to play tomorrow. I think we're pretty sure of that. The coach didn't really want to give away the lines today on or off the ice. So it's just more speculation, I think, and just what we're hearing. But in that sense, I think we're going to see a couple different things. The checking line with Dowd is going to be, Brandon Duhaime got a maintenance day today. So hopefully he's okay. That's one that I'm actually going to worry about a little bit because, that checking line may change a little bit too. And how they deploy minutes. I think it's going to be a work in progress, honestly. I think we're going to see what happens, take it period by period and just kind of keep an eye on who's out there, what's working, what isn't. There's going to be probably a couple different lines that they trot out there and just see what works.
John, I wanted to switch gears just a little bit. We were talking with John Walton, radio voice of the Washington Capitals. You can hear all the Caps games right here on 106.7 The Fan. I'm just kind of going through your bio, and something came to my attention that I think Brian should be made aware of. B-Mitch, John Walton is the 2024 Monumental Sports and Entertainment Top Golf Champion. What exactly does that entail, Walton?
I listen. I don't get too many golf accolades, but we have the annual. And listen, Monumental is such a. I can't tell you how much a big family this place is, and it's not just us. It's the people who work at the arena. It's the Wizards. It's the Mystics. Everybody. And
well, I can tell you, I wasn't invited. So we'll start there.
And if he was, you would have probably won.
Get on the invite.
You still won, John.
Yeah, well, listen, I probably got lost in the mail, but I'll check, JP.
Yeah, thank you.
I was whaling that day, and I was as surprised as anybody. I was like, I have a pretty good score, and they take all the scores. I didn't know until like 2 or 3 days later, and then a medal showed up in my office. And I was like, what is this? A top golf champion. So I showed it to Tarek El-Bashir because he didn't win either, and he said, dude, you got to get that word out there. And I was like, you know what, I do, because that's like the first golf thing I think I've ever won. So just that is trumpet that out there.
I'm proud of you.
Good job.
I want to start there and just letting you know we're proud of you.
Well, I appreciate that, man. That means the world to me.
I bet. Listen, John, I hope we get better news than it seems like maybe is expected.
Think positive.
Yeah, I'm gonna try, dude. Obviously. That's what everybody wants to see and hear.
I never knew this was such a negative ass town, boy.
I mean, one, you did know that. Two,
I didn't.
I mean, the coach
Not
is
everything.
saying week to week that could easily be 3 weeks.
Yeah, cool. But as long as he's coming back, it's all that matters.
Do you think, regardless of the record this year, what is Alex's structure contractually? Like, I know at some point I've always heard he wants to go back and play in Russia. How does all that get impacted?
I don't know that it really has a whole lot of impact. I mean, the one thing that we do know is that it's not a season-ending thing. So we know he's going to be back, and he's got one more year in his deal. So he will be back.
Okay,
next season.
so he does have another year.
He's back already. So we're good there.
Okay, all right, good. That settles that then. John, thank you for the time, man. Appreciate you joining us.
You bet. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Maybe when you go to defend that championship, we're going to try to come out there.
Yeah, maybe me and B get invited.
Yeah, we'll get JP out there. We'll go head to head next year. We'll do that.
You'll beat me. That's our friend John Walton. Give him a follow at John Walton PXP. Walton's one of the good ones out there, man. You know what? It's as a dude that's grown up here and watched Caps and seen them grow from like this super niche thing to kind of the Ovechkin era where they are
this stuff.
I mean, they're probably the second biggest team in town. Maybe the Nats, just because more people like baseball, but Caps are a big deal. And I think a huge part of the Caps being such a big deal is guys like certainly Ovi's the headliner, but Walton, Joby, Locker.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
When the
people love those guys, man.
When the coverage is awesome and they're
anybody
good,
that listens to Prince, I love them.
Yeah, they're good. They're fair. You know what I mean? It's a great product that for a lot of people that aren't necessarily like hockey diehards, you can listen to Walton, you can watch Joby and Locker, and you learn something, and you get to enjoy the game.
Totally.
And that is a huge part of the Capitals' success in this city, if you ask me. Now, Ovi's still the headliner.
Number one.
Don't forget that B. Mitchell Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and maybe some available tax credits or rebates. And what's that they say about Rude, B?
If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Mark Seagraves joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The Commanders take on the Cowboys on Sunday. They're back out at practice today. The team opened up the 21-day practice window for Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Also, cornerback Marshawn Lattimore not practicing today. He's going to get in some work on a side field. In hockey, the Capitals placed Alex Ovechkin on injured reserve today. They recalled Ivan Miroshnichenko. Spencer Carberry joined the Junkies earlier today, said it's not season-ending and is truly week-to-week. The Caps are going to be back in action tomorrow against the Avalanche at 7 o'clock. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Jacksonville at home. 7 p.m. tip-off right here on the Fan. Georgetown taking on Mount St. Mary's at Capital One Arena. 8:30 tip-off on the Team 980. Get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And this month, enjoy an additional 7% off each soft light window. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Awesome. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time to learn, folks. A lot of talk about the Commanders getting back to RFK Stadium. Our guy, Mark Seagraves from NBC4, investigative reporter, been covering this stuff around D.C. and Congress, all of it for quite some time. Really understands how this all works. Mark, thank you for joining us, man. There's excitement about RFK.
JB, thanks for having me. There absolutely is. I got to tell you, the Senate hearing yesterday was a big, big deal, a big step forward for D.C., and it was exciting because you saw both Republicans and Democratic senators excited about this move to give the city full control over that RFK land, which is what has to happen in order to bring the Commanders back to D.C.
Okay, so what happens next?
So right now, what you have is, for people who don't know, D.C. does not own the land that RFK is on. They basically lease it for the government for no cost, and that lease is going to end in a few years. And in order to build a new stadium or to build anything on that parcel of that 174 acres of land, D.C. needs to have full control for another 99 years. And that legislation passed the full House last year, and it passed a Senate committee yesterday. So the next thing that has to happen is it has to get attached to an omnibus bill before the Senate that will be passed before the end of this year. And once that happens, the president can sign it, and then Washington, D.C. has complete control of the land. And while that didn't look like a sure bet a week ago, it looks much more likely now because the atmosphere in that, I was sitting in that hearing room, and you heard the senators, after they voted 17-2 to approve it, both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agreeing on this, they cheered up, "Go Commanders." And so there is definitely momentum in favor of getting this done for the District of Columbia before the end of the year. And that's what Josh Harris has said needs to happen, that he can't wait for this to drag out into next year with a new administration and a new Congress and a lot of unknowns politically what's going to happen. He wanted it to happen this year, and now more than ever, it looks like it will.
Let me ask you this question. I know a lot of people say, well, the people in the area may not want it. They wouldn't be doing this if they weren't trying to put a stadium there, I think.
Well, here's the deal with that. Whether you, and look, we heard from the Maryland senators and the Maryland governor, they certainly don't want this deal to go through because they're competing for the team, right? But in the district, there is disagreement, including amongst elected officials. The mayor very much wants it. The chairman of the council not so much wants it. Charles Allen on the council definitely doesn't want a stadium there. But what they all agree on is they want D.C. to get control of that land, because beyond just the stadium going there will be retail, there will be housing, there will be green space and recreation areas. It's right next to a metro station. It's right on the Anacostia River. It's 174 acres of completely unused land right now. So even if the district doesn't ultimately get the Commanders, if they get this land, it is a huge, huge win for Washington, D.C. But yes, there will be a fierce debate internally whether or not they should pay to build this stadium or how much, if anything, because, there was almost no debate in the city about keeping the Caps and Wizards and spending $500 million on that. But if you go back a few years to the debate over bringing the Nationals and building that stadium, which is exactly what DC did with DC taxpayer dollars, there was fierce debate over that went into the wee hours and almost broke down at the last minute. So expect to see a real battle over public funding of this stadium if it happens. But make no mistake, everybody just about in D.C. wants control of that land.
Talking to Mark Seagraves here, reporter for NBC4 Washington. Got breaking news all over the area. You can give him a follow at Seagraves NBC4. One of the most badass things on your Twitter profile, Mark, is you follow 0 people. And you write on there, I am following you, but not on Twitter. I think that's pretty hysterical.
I love it.
For an investigator like yourself, I like that a lot. So specific to RFK, has there been any indication that they won't be seeking public money? I kind of doubt it. I think that's how these stadiums get built.
Look, that's the business model. That's what, the people want. It's just a question of how that looked and how that's fashioned, and how much there is. What the mayor has said and what even the council chairman has indicated he may be open to is public funding for infrastructure around the actual stadium, the things that need to be done for the roads and whatnot, the actual stadium being paid by the owner. We'll have to see. They're going to be competitive. They're going to be competing with Maryland. You saw them, in a blink of an eye, put up $500 million to keep the Wizards and the Caps here in D.C. The way they paid for the baseball stadium was they implemented what they called a baseball tax, and that was placed on either the top 100 or top 100 or 200 businesses in the district, like Pepco. And they put this tax on those businesses, and that paid for the stadium. That tax is set to sunset soon. What they would likely do is just to keep that tax in place, borrow against that like they did for the stadium, the baseball stadium, and that's how they could fund the new football stadium if they chose to do it. And there's a lot, look, DC was very close to getting the Olympics a while back. And one of the things we didn't have was a dome stadium. And I think if that'll be one of the things people talk about, is that this gives us an opportunity to attract things beyond just the NFL.
Olympics, World Cup,
Final Four,
you got
WrestleMania,
Final Four, you got Super Bowl.
Taylor Swift.
It can make some money.
Beyonce. One question she came though, right? She was at FedEx. Okay. Mark, one question I have is the city came up with the money quick to keep the Caps and the Wiz once the Alexandria threat became real, right? And I think you had to do that because that kind of anchors that part of downtown. And without it, I don't know what would have become of that area. If you look at Nats Park, I remember that fight because I remember MLB wasn't going to commit the Expos to DC until they had that signed deal, all that stuff. But if you look at the Navy Yard area now I'm not talking about if there's been displaced residents or any of that, right? Like there's always more to the equation. But from a straight dollars and cents standpoint, that has to be an absolute profit center for the city when it comes to taxes compared to what was there before. Like they've made their money back and then some on the Nats Park construction. Is that, at least to my eye, is that accurate?
Well, again, in the eye of the beholder. So the city will say that they've gotten their money back tenfold in that deal. And look, nobody can deny that Abe Pollin was a pioneer in developing Chinatown and downtown and using his own money to do so. But the reality of that deal, Abe Pollin was as much a philanthropist as he was a brilliant, long-range thinking businessman. And so when he built that arena with his own money, the deal was that he was not going to pay taxes on that land or for the entire time that he's owned that. So and Monumental have more than made their money back on that initial investment by Abe Poland, and it certainly was a catalyst. But what detractors will say, which is true, is downtown Chinatown and the Navy Yard would have developed regardless of whether the stadiums have gone there. Maybe not as quickly, but they certainly would have developed because you had the huge Southwest waterfront development going up before Nats Ballpark went up that brought the Department of Transportation down in there, that area. So it was going to happen one way or another. But look, there is a prestige to being a city that hosts all of the major sports. And we have all but one in DC. And it's something that the mayor very much wants. Look, she very much wants to be the mayor who, saved the Caps, saved the Wizards, and brought football to Washington, D.C. I can tell you she would very much like that on her resume.
I think you got to have a Super Bowl in the nation's capital.
What's wild is
I'm just saying.
I think this was a Washington Post column. I want to say it was Mark Fisher, but don't quote me on that. Was saying how clearly it seems Bowser wants to get this done. She's openly talking about it, whether it's a legacy play or the best thing for the city or what. She wants it done, and that this column I read in the Post was that Trump wants it done, and that the two of them haven't exactly been the best of friends, but that they might have the same objective. Mark, obviously there was an election and a lot changed earlier this month, but that doesn't happen till early January. They need to get this done before Christmas, at least on the federal level. Is that accurate?
That's right. And that is what Josh Harris has said, again, that he wants it done this Congress before they go in to recess, until they recess this Congress, and then you get a new one sworn in January. And so there are a few big bills, omnibus bills, that have to be passed before the end of the year, that will be passed before the end of the year. And what the district is hoping is that this bill will be attached to one of those larger bills and passed by the Senate before the end of the year. And again, it looks better than it ever has for DC for that to happen. And then President Biden would sign that, and it would be off and running. We clearly have bipartisan support in the House and the Senate for this right now. The White House right now wants it. I don't know how President-elect Trump feels about this, but we also know the NFL wants this, right? The NFL has made it clear that they want a team playing in Washington, D.C. And Josh Harris has made it pretty clear that, for sentimental reasons, you see that clip that we run on NBC4 every time I do this story of Josh Harris, saying so honestly, I grew up here, right? My friends, I'll cop to growing up a Giants fan, but, all my friends were, diehard burgundy and gold, and they all had that same romantic feel about
I have it too.
and the team playing here. And making that trek, down to that area. And so I think there's a lot of momentum going for DC in this right now. If they clear this hurdle with the federal government and the Senate this year, then the battle goes to City Hall, and it'll be up to the 13 members of the DC Council to decide what or how much they'll fund for this.
I think when you look at all of those people with all that money in that Harris group, a lot of those politicians want this to work too.
You know why I never thought Snyder was going to get a new stadium? Because what politician wanted to take a picture next to him at a ribbon cutting? You know who every politician wants to take a picture next to at a ribbon cutting? Magic Johnson. Mark, this has been so great. Last one from me. We're talking with our friend Mark Seagraves, NBC4 reporter. You can follow him at Seagraves NBC4. There's a lot of words I want to use to describe him. I will keep those to myself. This senator from Montana that keeps kicking up trouble about the old logo. Are we past the point where he can submarine this?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, he spoke yesterday in favor, and he voted yes. He was a yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
One of the only senators who voted. You're talking about Steve Daines from Montana, and he represents the family of the Blackfeet tribe. That the original logo that you saw on the side of the helmet was depicted after Chief Two Guns, and they very much have his family is still alive in Montana, and his descendants very much want that logo to be restored and to be honored. And the senator at the hearing said that the family had spoken with ownership and they were negotiating in good faith, and that he believed they were in some way going to pay tribute. It's not about bringing the name back. It's just about that logo. And he was the only senator who really spoke up, other than Manchin, who was the chair of the committee, and he spoke in favor of it. So that hurdle is cleared. There is one guy out there still who can, well, there's a couple of guys. One is Mike Lee. He is a senator also on the committee. He was one of the 2 no votes yesterday. And his issue is that he wants Washington, D.C. to pay fair market value for that land. And when I asked Mayor Bowser about that, her quote was, the federal government should be paying us to take it off their hands. But he did not speak at the hearing. He was a no vote along with Bernie Sanders. But
what the hell's Bernie Sanders' problem?
You know, he's just against this deal. The other obstacles will be the Democratic senators from Maryland who are going to oppose this because they want the stadium to stay in Maryland. And their argument will be that, well, D.C. has an unfair advantage because they have all the land for free. And the federal government's giving them this land for free that they're going to then give to a billionaire developer, and that puts Maryland at a competitive disadvantage. So that will be their argument. But I really think they will be in the minority. After sitting in that hearing room yesterday, and look, you know what we've been through politically for the past couple of years, right? To sit in a room with Democrats and senators almost unanimously on the same page about an issue is rare these days. And to see them all cheer "Go Commanders" at the end of that vote left me thinking that the Senate is poised to do the city a solid on this.
I just look at it where it's been like that the whole time. If they had just made that rule recently, I can understand their argument in Maryland, but it's always been that way.
Yeah. My thing, the 2 Maryland senators, if they want to try, it's my understanding that they oppose it but aren't going to take active action to block it, which is fine. Like, it's in Maryland. You're going to lose jobs because of this. I understand if you're a senator from Maryland, you have a responsibility to try to protect your state. The dude from Utah and Bernie Sanders can go kick all the rocks. Please get the hell out of here and let us govern our own area, as disjointed as it may be. Mark, thank you for the time, man. I sincerely appreciate it.
Hey, it's a thrill and an honor to be with you guys. I appreciate it anytime.
Thank you, man.
Well, dude, it sounds like there'll be more times because we got a whole city council vote to get through.
This is a story. Yes, this is job security for us. So,
all right.
Thank you, Mark. Really appreciate it. Give him a follow at Seagraves at where the heck did that one go? I just had it at Seagraves NBC4 SEGRAVES NBC4B. Mark Seagraves is not a guy that blows smoke. He says this is the best it's ever looked to get the stadium back at RFK.
I'm with that.
That is exciting news. Nobody go anywhere. Thank you to Mark Seagraves for joining us. Some really good information there about what at least 2 out of 4 of us are hoping happens in the Commanders getting back to RFK Stadium. Let's take a quick vote. B-Mitch, do you want him to get back to RFK Stadium?
Yes.
JP, do you want him to get back to RFK Stadium? Yes. Lampville, do you want him to get back to RFK Stadium?
You don't know.
As long as it's not Virginia.
You just don't want any money going to football,
I
right?
don't, not one dime. I don't want any of the traffic. Stay on the other side of the river.
And
I'm
hell, he
happy.
ain't going to the stadium anyway.
I
so
know.
What's different than me?
Would you?
Yeah, but I might-
If it was near his house, he wouldn't even go to the damn.
But I like going places on Sunday, and I don't want anything to do with any of this nonsense. Watch the game on TV like a
Believe me,
decent
If
person.
it was in Virginia, it would.
What if it was in like Alexandria?
If it was in Alexandria, I would devote all of my money to defeating the politicians that made that happen, which admittedly is like $12, but I would stop at nothing.
Well, Lampville, here's the good
I
news.
would volunteer for hundreds of hours a week against them.
That I don't believe.
That I don't believe. At all.
Alexandria is the Bermuda Triangle of stadiums.
I
If
don't even
somebody
think there
tells
are
you-
hundreds of hours a week, so I couldn't do that.
If somebody tells you they're getting a stadium built in Alexandria, don't believe them, especially until that lady from Norfolk is no longer in charge. Jeff,
Man, stop
I
talking about
love her.
D'Angelo, my aunt, man.
Who?
That was D'Angelo's aunt.
Hey, she did her thing, dude.
She should
I'm
be
just saying,
president.
you can't believe in a stadium deal as long as that lady is in charge of the stadiums.
Because
'Cause
when you lie to her, she's gonna make sure you gonna have a problem.
That's a top 5 politician in the history of the country right there.
Jeff, do you want him to get back to RFK?
No, I do not. I want him to stay in Maryland. I know a lot of people gonna hate me for that take, but I love where FedEx is. It's just not FedEx, Northwest. In the middle
Just because
of
it's close to your house, huh?
that, and it's in the middle.
Shut the hell up, Jeff.
It's in the
Nobody
middle
wanna
of
hear
a
no more.
big parking lot. It just
That's
seems,
what sucks about
All
it.
of it gonna be in the middle of a big parking lot.
Hey, nah.
Eventually.
that it's smooth, man. It's in. I don't know about everyone else, but it's in and out for me. I love it.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh, Jeff, somebody just told me
party
you don't-
of one.
They don't need you to DJ anymore this year.
Hey, that's fine.
Jeff, JEPH, Jeff. Did you guys do bets yesterday? I know I hit.
Yeah. No, you didn't.
I did.
You didn't hit.
I
You
hit.
weren't here. That's why you didn't
I
hit.
texted it in. It hit.
No, you didn't.
So what? I'm 1-1. What's everybody else?
I
I'm
was
0-2. B 2-1. Landini 2-0. JP, you 1-1.
Who lost last night? The Pelicans got killed.
They got smacked.
Yeah, they was so. Why did I bet on it?
I'm taking Eastern Michigan money line.
Football? Oh, I like that. What do you like, B?
I don't have a clue. I
Um,
just do this at the last second.
I'm taking the Flyers puck line tonight, plus 1.5. How about that? That's the weirdest bet I've ever put in.
I'm going Stony Brook plus 9.5.
Ooh. Hey,
I'm
Jeff,
taking it over with the Oklahoma City Thunder and Portland Trailblazers.
Jeff, someone named Dickie just asked you to DJ their wedding in the chat. I'll let you take that up with Dickie. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program
RFK
today.
Stadium site.
Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Mark Seagraves for joining us. Thank you to John Walton for joining us. Get well soon, Ovi. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Oh, you beer.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 today. We've got a great show planned for you, including a guest appearance by our buddy Eric Flack, an award-winning reporter at Channel 9. Eric Flack will discuss with us the ongoing quest for the Commanders to be able to build a stadium in D.C. at the old RFK site. Big news on that in the last 24 hours. We'll ask Flack about that at 3. We'll blitz the East, check in on every team in the division coming up at 5 o'clock today. Hello, Danny.
What's up, buddy? I've come to realize a number of things in my life as I've gotten older, in my advanced age. It's just never going to be how I want it. And that's on a million different fronts. Things aren't going to be convenient, and it's never going to go the way that you want to go, and that's life. You adjust and act accordingly. I just want all the information about Alex Ovechkin's knee, and it's just not going to happen. I have not qualified to look at an X-ray and see what I see or an MRI, but I want someone to put it up. I just want the info, and it's just they're not in the business of doing that. That's all. It's one of those things where I'm going to be frustrated. I'm just going to walk around with the Chip Douglas on my shoulder.
Spencer Carberry did say today, for what it's worth, that there would be another update coming. He said we're going to release more information. I have to imagine that will be what you're looking for and what I'm looking for, which is some sort of timeline.
Mm-hmm.
But he did go on the Junkies today. We'll talk about this at 2:45. But he said that it's not a season-ending injury, which, as far as I'm concerned,
that is a big deal,
is a significant win. Because my fear and the trepidation I had going into yesterday's show was that we may have seen the end of Ovi this season. And he made it sound like this week-to-week designation is not just hockey week-to-week because that they can say that and get away with it, but rather that it is going to be weeks and not months, and that he is going to play again this year. But you'll hear the audio of what he told the Junkies coming up in just a bit on Grant and Danny at 2:45. I actually wanted to start the show with something we have not discussed, but that really grew some legs and ran this weekend, which was after Bo Nix's 4-touchdown game for the Denver Broncos. I don't know if you saw the same talking points and narratives nationally that I did. This is a recency effect thing, but all of a sudden, Bo Nix started to get mentioned as a possible rookie of the year in the NFL. And while Jayden Daniels is still definitively the favorite, and if you look at sports books, he is expected to win that award, it's now viewed as a 2-horse race, which before the last 2 or so weeks, it was viewed as over. Like you could almost take that category off the board. It was obvious Jayden Daniels is going to win the Rookie of the Year award, and with a couple of more strong Bo Nix performances, and Daniels having played his 2 worst games of the season, now all of a sudden, people are suggesting that we might actually have a race in the second half as far as the Rookie of the Year award goes.
A perennially losing team that's gone through a bunch of coaches and quarterbacks is the 3rd wild card in their conference. The young passer has the team playing better than expectations. Who am I talking about? It's not crazy at all. Bo Nix is putting together a pretty damn good season. The rough start, this is more how it's supposed to go, by the way. The early, put very little on your plate, check it down a million times, just try not to, or just kind of try to survive as everything's happening a million miles an hour in front of you, and then grow a little bit as the season progresses. That's what's happening. What Jayden Daniels was doing was beyond abnormal. It's without precedent, basically. Hitting the ground running, so to speak, after a shaky week 1, basically turning in MVP caliber performances. I don't know if he's going to win that, but that was frankly the discussion that was on the table, and reasonably so. He's now started to slow down since. Maybe you get back on the good foot with some bad opponents here coming up, and a little bit of rest, maybe some tweaks and adjustments. But Bo Nix has come on like gangbusters. He compares as well or favorably in a lot of statistical measures for a team that's greatly improved. I don't think it's crazy at all at this point. Jayden Daniels is favored and still should be favored, but your next best offensive player, and most specifically a quarterback, because that's who's going to get the attention, is probably Bo Nix.
Yeah, if you look at it blind ballot style, I always say. So take the name out of it and just look at the numbers as player A and player B. The comparison is actually, in terms of counting stats, pretty compelling to actually be a competition now in a 2-horse race. I'll go through them. Passing yards, 2275 to 2338. Advantage, by the way, there is Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Passing touchdowns, 14-10. Advantage there, decidedly, is Bo Nix. Rushing yards, 295 to 482. Obviously, the advantage there is Jayden Daniels. But even that category, which I would have thought would have been crazy lopsided,
It's not.
It's not really. I mean, it's a 100, and 80 yards, which spread out over 11 games is 13 or 14 yards, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big difference, but Bo Nix runs a little bit. I mean, he's going to go run for 500 some yards this year. Rushing touchdowns is actually tied between the two of them at 4 apiece. Turnovers on the year, 6 for Nix and 4 for Daniels. And then the record, I don't really do quarterback record, but to your point, they both are similar in the standings now. Denver 6-5, Washington 7-4. I mean, they're basically a Hail Mary away from having the same record.
Exactly right.
As teams right now. And Denver's doing it in a division with the best team in the AFC, who they've already had to play once. You could make the case that Philly's very good and Washington's had to play them. But some other numbers would be total yards. Daniels around 2,800, Nix around 2,600. Completion percentage, Daniels is at 68. Nix is right around 66. Total touchdowns, if you're combining passing and rushing, right? It's 14 for Daniels, 18 for Nix. I just think that Daniels is going to catch fire down the stretch and leave him in his dust. I think he will win this award. I'm not in any way now nervous that he might not, but it is closer than people want to acknowledge probably right now, because we had kind of crowned Daniels, and I mean, as Washington fans, we've certainly done that, and understandably, and probably deservedly. But nationally, we'd crowned Daniels as the rookie of the year. Like, this is over. We called the race with 6% of precincts reporting. And then all of a sudden, football continues to be played, and it's why you don't give out the awards 5 or 6 weeks in.
The recency part of it as well, right? You have a week like Daniels just did, where against 2 good opponents, we know we've gone over what happened a million times, but the numbers take a hit. Bo Nix's most recent sample. How about the last 2 games? About 525 yards between the 2 games and 6 touchdowns and no pickles. In a couple of in a win against Atlanta, a dominant win, and a close loss to Kansas City, where they should have won the game. Blocked field goal at the horn. He has them beat on the road in Kansas City. Not he, but you know what I mean? It's not a quarterback thing, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a marquee thing. Everybody's watching that. Then you go even further over his last 4 games. 9 touchdowns, 1 pick, averaging about 270 yards per game. He's playing his best football right now this minute, and Jayden Daniels isn't. So that's how you close the gap. Right? Daniels gets, it's like a horse race. Daniels got out to an enormous lead, right? Where we're deciding the award in October. And he's still the favorite, still going to win it. But he's not lapping the field anymore. Bo Nix is caught up.
Since week 4, okay? So you're going back now to right at the tail end of the first month of the season. 14 passing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdown, 1 receiving touchdown, which I didn't even know he caught a touchdown, and 2 interceptions. So Bo Nix has 17 total touchdowns and 2 interceptions since the start of week 5 in the NFL. He's been better than I really thought.
Yeah.
Because what's funny is every time I watched him early in the year, he played pretty well. But then I would see him just getting crushed on social media by a lot of the folks that I follow. And I think there's like an analytics community group that just not Bo Nix guys that kind of say he can't live in the pocket. If he's a check down Charlie, all he does is throw behind the line of scrimmage. They just don't like him. So they're going to find faults. But the production has been there. The success has been there. And the gap is certainly closed. There's no doubt about that. I just think Daniels is playing through pain, whatever issue he's dealing with the rib, one of the rougher stretches of his season, and he's going to come out on the other side and play a lot better.
Well, you know what happens in this league a lot of times is the first sample, we go, definitive, we got it. To your point, his first game against Seattle, the first game he played, normally your adjusted net yards per attempt, your league leader is going to be around 9 yards per attempt, give or take. It's basically what happens when you drop back to pass. That includes sacks, tackles for loss, incompletions, forward passes, whatever, everything works. Usually your league leader is around 9. League average is usually in around 7. 0.95 yards. That's not 1.95, 0.95. Everything was behind the line of scrimmage. Barely getting past the line of scrimmage on every pass.
You're talking about depth of target,
yeah,
where he's throwing.
Well, just what happens when you drop back and pass? So the depth of target was comically low. Then week 2 they played Pittsburgh. Does it sound familiar? So the first 2 games, he doesn't put up any numbers. That he doesn't look good, and everyone goes, aha, I know what Bo Nix is. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Your more recent sample, as we've continued, much more prolific, much more playmaking. You look at some of the rushing totals. You look at some of the, escaping from the pocket type plays. Some of the highlights are there. This offense is now pretty decent against bad teams. Good teams, like the one on the road to Baltimore, could manage a loud clap. But when they play teams that are, not very good, like Carolina, Atlanta, again, stop if this isn't familiar to anybody. He rings the bell. They score a bunch of points and look pretty good. His more recent sample has been night and day from what he did the first couple of weeks of the year.
Yeah, it's well said. He is also on a path right now to be named the Rookie of the Month for the second straight month. So this is funny, I think. We talk about Jayden Daniels winning Rookie of the Week almost every single week. And he's won Rookie of the Week at a historical rate in terms of the percentages so far. But Rookie of the Week is voted on by fans. It is a popularity contest, effectively. Which is not to say that most weeks he wasn't extremely deserving of being the Rookie of the Week, because more often than not, when he's won it, because he's been excellent, he is deserving of it. And I would also just add that you could put a period at the end of this sentence. He has been the most important rookie, the most successful, the most impressive, I guess is the best word, rookie in the National Football League this season. There's no doubt in my mind about that. That said, the Rookie of the Month award, which is actually handed out by the National Football League, where they go over and pour over all the numbers and dive into all the specifics, and then they name an award winner. Daniels won in September, buoyed largely by not only playing great, but that Bengals game in primetime that everybody watched, which is one of the great games I've ever seen a rookie quarterback play. In October, he did not win the award. That was not, injury necessarily. That was at a time where he was still cooking pretty good. Bo Nix won the award for being better in October. In November right now there's still a game at least left for both of those guys, but it is possible that this could change. But right now, Bo Nix is pretty convincingly the Rookie of the Month in November. So he will have won the Rookie of the Month award in October and November. He'll have 2 to Jayden's 1 going into December, which doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the Rookie of the Year.
But it's a data point.
Eventually, that balloting comes back to human beings that are watching football, and I think they'll look at it and they'll go, I don't really care if the yards and the touchdowns and the turnovers and whatever else is close. It's really not that close. Jayden Daniels has been more impressive. He's been better. He's the better football player of the two as a rookie this year. And I think that's the realization a lot of people will come to. But the reason I'm bringing this up is when I first heard that this weekend, first time I saw it was on one of these shows where they're going over the highlights on Sunday. And they go, Bo Nix has entered the chat for the Rookie of the Year award. And I was going, oh, they forgot that Jayden Daniels exists, I guess, because he didn't play today. I start looking over numbers and I'm going, damn, he's actually a lot closer to Daniels statistically than you would think in a lot of these categories.
There's no other way around that. Right now, I generally at the end of a year will look at passing touchdowns. I still think it's an important stat because those things tend to even out. They have not evened out yet for Jayden Daniels. Like, you can go through the games, and I'm sure Bo Nix should be touchdowns. Every quarterback does, but that 3 or 4 touchdown game for Jayden Daniels is coming. Not necessarily because he's prolific as a passer or something. It's like De'Ami Brown doesn't drop one, the little flip on a bootleg in the goal line situation to a tight end, or throwing it to a lineman or whatever. That hasn't happened. So the passing touchdown stat has been kind of remarkably low for someone that's thrown as efficiently as Jayden Daniels has. Their rushing touchdown numbers are astounding. That's a product of good offense and him playing well. So I do expect a little bit of a bump at some point. But when you start counting them up over a long enough sample, Bo Nix has been much more prolific in terms of scoring passes than Daniels has through this many number of games. Daniels missed one, of course, from injury, and Nix played once in a monsoon, basically. He threw for 60 yards in a game in that, I think it was the Jets game, right? So, as you start to add it up, more recently, Nix is, again, 6 touchdowns and no picks over his last 2 games, and that's not what Jayden Daniels has done.
Do you agree with me, though, that it's too early, if you're a Commanders fan, to start thinking that he will catch Daniels? I think we're watching a NASCAR race, and right now we're going, oh, wow, Bo Nix is caught up to Daniels. He's only 2 car lengths back. but Daniels just had his pit stop.
Yeah, he's won 225 laps. He's been the leader.
Yeah.
Has his pit stop as Nix is gaining ground, and now there's a great chance for him to take off again. Sure.
And I think Nick still's got a pit stop coming, right? And you're going to, in other words, if you look at this race as a snapshot on lap 156, you go, oh, he's only 3 car lengths back. But what you don't know is I just got off the pits and I'm about to run for 50 more miles, and you've got a pit in 2 miles. And so you're not nearly as close in this race as you might think. Now, the Dallas game could go a long way to making me feel different if the offense doesn't get back to doing what it was before Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. But he's got the Cowboys and the Titans and the Saints and the Cowboys again, all coming up in this 6-game stretch where Washington should win at least 3, if not all 4 of those games, and ideally play pretty well offensively. So I think he got off to a start that's just insurmountable, and he's going to win this thing. But I'm willing to acknowledge at least that for the moment, going into week, where are we, 12? This week 12 in the NFL coming up?
Yep.
God, it's flying by.
Yeah, it's so fast.
Going into week 12, it's probably a little closer than we'd like to acknowledge. But I do want to open up the phones on that and see what people think at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Is this actually a 2-horse race, or do you think Daniels should be considered in a league of his own at this point in this conversation?
I would say it's a 2-horse race. So, the gap is closed. But let me be clear about this. Daniels is the favorite. He should be the favorite. I'm predicting that he will win it. But it's not a, 100% unanimous done deal just yet like we thought it was a month ago.
Well, that's another question. Will Daniels pull away down the stretch? If you're acknowledging that it's tightened and it's pretty close right now, we can go over the Bo Nix schedule the rest of the way. But is this a situation where you feel like it doesn't matter? It's November 20th. They don't give out the award right now. By January, Daniels will be laps ahead of him. MGM National Harbor listener lines open 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back. Bo Nix has closed in on Jayden Daniels in the Rookie of the Year chase. Odds makers, with the odds they're putting out, reflecting that at this point. But when you really look at the numbers, it's getting closer, and that's because Bo Nix has been balling out. 14 passing touchdowns, couple of rushing touchdowns, even caught a touchdown. Just 2 interceptions since week 4. A 17-2 score-to-turnover ratio for him during a stretch in which he's now within a couple hundred total yards. He is within about 1.5 in percentage completion percentage. He's got 4 more total touchdowns than Jayden Daniels. Daniels has thrown half as many interceptions. And I just come back to the fact that if you watch it, Daniels has been better. I know that sounds like a trump card where, yeah, you and all your information and your numbers and your data. But if you watch the games, Daniels, up until Philly, has not had a bad game. Nix early in the year had a couple of those. And what is asked of these two guys is a little bit different too. And I think Daniels is more of a one-man band at times in Washington's offense. Having said that, though, the numbers are the numbers. That's eventually what people are going to vote on. The question for you guys is, do you think this is getting close enough that you're a little nervous? Nix very likely is going to have 2 of the 3 Rookie of the Month awards after this month.
It is closer than people want to acknowledge. And that's okay, by the way. It doesn't take anything away from the season Jayden Daniels is having, and I think is going to have.
Should we care if he doesn't win it?
Doesn't bother me. Like
me either, but there's a lot of fans out there that would be salty.
If Bo Nix wins it, I'll still take Jayden Daniels. Thank you.
The funny thing is, I say we collectively as like Washington, D.C. or the Commanders fan base, because I'm certainly not in this game and you're not playing this game either. But the amount of back and forth with like Bears fans about Caleb Williams and Jayden Daniels and the arguing and the infighting on social media, and quietly, like Bo Nix, no one was paying attention to him, was just putting numbers together. Nobody's yelling at Broncos fans, I don't think, in circles online about the Commanders.
Yeah, so it's the kind of thing that doesn't bother me. We got our guy. Anybody else can do whatever the hell they want. Celebrate, don't celebrate, pout, get mad, throw something, sit quiet. I don't care. We got Jayden Daniels. That's who I'm taking every time.
And I think the Broncos feel that way probably about their guy.
Yeah, they're probably thrilled.
The Patriots feel that way about their guy. And I would be willing to bet the Bears feel that way about Williams, who's had the most negative, the most bad has been actually the number 1 pick at this point.
There's been more baggage there. Yeah, I mean, just the way that this is trending it's the only thing that I'm saying. Jayden Daniels doesn't have a rushing touchdown since week 4. That doesn't sound right, does it? But that's the fact. Nix has come on lately, whereas Daniels hasn't. I expect that to change.
Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. I think while it's tightened for sure, Daniels is going to pull away and win this thing, and it'll be a pretty easy victory. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? Hey, I think this is a great topic. I mean, obviously, both players are worthy. I think this is really all about momentum. I mean, Jayden, since the injury, hasn't been the lights out, superstar, once in a generation guy that we thought he was at the beginning of the season. And Nix has emerged because he has excellent coaching. But he's also played well, and he deserves it. I'm not surprised by the performance of either of these guys, though. I mean, if you look at where they graded out in their final season in college, they were the top 2 ranked quarterbacks in the NCAA, according to PFF. And I think the Broncos really got a great deal by not mortgaging the future to trade up. And they've got what they believe is a franchise quarterback, where they were able to get him in the draft.
Appreciate you, buddy. I mean, we're talking about this at rock bottom for Daniels, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be just the point I keep circling back to, which is he's averaged over the last 2 weeks basically 195 passing yards with a completion percentage that is around 58 or 59%, and he's got a touchdown and an interception. So we're just looking at the Polaroid at the complete wrong time, whereas you give me a Cowboys game and come back to me and see what happens. Looking at Bo Nix's remaining schedule, by the way, because I think that could be instructive, and what Denver's got lying ahead, he's going to have a more arduous road. They play the Raiders, which is a lot like the Cowboys for Washington. Then they play the Browns, who are bad, but it's not a terrible defensive team. The Colts, again, bad, but not a terrible defensive team. The Chargers, really difficult game.
We're good, yeah.
The Chiefs, really difficult games, so 2 of his last 3. And even though the Bengals probably will be eliminated, their defense has been bad. So he's going to put up some numbers. I've got basically 2 games where he could really be up against it, against 1 for Jayden the rest of the way.
Yeah, it depends on how you feel about the Titans defense, but I think your point stands. Like, Knicks is going to have a chance to make some hay.
Let's go to Michael in Alexandria. What's up, Michael?
Hey, Grant, Danny, how y'all doing today,
Good, buddy.
man?
Good.
Yeah, so I don't have any bias towards either team. I'm not a Commanders or a Broncos fan, so just from an unbiased standpoint looking at it, I do think that Jayden is favored. It is a lot of football left to be played. It's week 12 coming up, so you still got like 6 games left, if I'm not mistaken. So it's hard to give out it's impossible to give out the award right now. I think the previous caller mentioned something about having momentum. It is a momentous thing, too. One bad game for one quarterback, one good game for one quarterback in the same week. And all of a sudden, odds skyrocket or odds change up.
But, Michael, the fact
yeah,
that even the momentum matters that much, and thanks for the call, is a tell that this thing's gotten tighter. Because the gap was so massive prior to very recently here that a bad week for Daniels and a good week for anybody else wouldn't have really mattered that much. I mean, the last time I'd say that it was even a conversation would have been going into that Bears game. If Caleb Williams would have lit it up, he could have closed the gap to where Knicks is now. Because it's still pretty lopsided. Like, I think Jayden is still something like a minus 400 favorite in a lot of places, minus 375.
He's still the favorite. He should be.
Heavy favorite. It's just that it's gone from there's no way anybody else wins it to now there's another quarterback in the mix. And your math was right. Both of them have 6 games left, which if you just do 6 divided by 17, that's 35% of the season. So there's a reason we don't give the award out yet. You still got a third of the year to determine this thing. Nick Leesburg, what's up?
Hey, guys. I know it's early, but listen, I don't care what the stats say. Have we talked about Bo Nix as an MVP candidate unofficially? We haven't, man. And I know Jayden's first half production will not be replicated and it wasn't sustainable. But let's talk in a couple weeks that Bo Nix should get hot. If he's what, he's shaping up to be, he should get hot. The Raiders, the Browns, the Colts, like you said, those are 3 games where we should see it. But I don't care what you say. JD5 bearing a serious injury, he's taking it home.
Well, I agree with you. Let me ask you this. Do you care if he wins it? Like, does it matter to you really if he wins the award or not? I get the sense, at least online, that Commanders fans care a lot about him winning that award.
I do. Lifelong Skins fan since 95. This is the best season we've had. Granted, we're only, halfway through. It matters. It matters for the city. It matters for the team. It's a statement. New team, new identity, new quarterback. Let's start it off right.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, dude. I know, and things like that do matter to a lot of fans. I'm not belittling that, by the way. That doesn't bother me.
It's exciting.
It is.
Hardware. I
be.
remember when I was young, maybe I'm just more cynical now. Like when I was a kid, that would have meant the world to me. If my quarterback, whose jersey I bought, who just got drafted number 2 overall, who I believe in as the future and the franchise and the face of the whole thing, if he won the Rookie of the Year, it would have been a game changer to me. I just know that, Robert Griffin won the Rookie of the Year. The next year, it all came crashing down. Like the hardware doesn't change how I feel. I've seen enough to know this guy's good and going to be hopefully very special and the starter for a long, long time. And that's, to me, the whole point. The award, whatever. I mean, it's like Jacob Young should have won a Gold Glove. He didn't. Now what? He was still an awesome
I got a really good
center
defensive
fielder.
center fielder. That's what I care about. But again, I understand that. Some folks like to have the bragging rights or whatever. Some folks, like me, just don't care. I mean, to me, the thing that I've wanted solved my whole life, that includes the great teams that I rooted for, by the way. And I got to see the 3 Super Bowls. I was a little kid for the first one, but I saw it. I've wanted this. I've wanted the quarterback where I go, there's no down. The only time my team's going to be bad is if he's hurt. Other than that, I've got a chance every year. We've got that now. I'm so happy with that none of this really is, it's more academic to me, and it's fun as a nice data point for bragging rights at a barbershop. But, the fact is, he's having an outstanding season. He's the right guy. That's my big takeaway. That's how I go to sleep at night.
Let's go to Steve, who's in Rockville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Steve? How are you?
Okay, Grant and Danny, guys. How's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Good. Yeah, so my take on it is I think he will definitely outfinish Bo Nix. If he rights himself mentally, in my opinion, I want to see what you guys thought about it. I thought the pummeling he took in Pittsburgh really was a wake-up call for him. He got hit hard. He got hit low and high. They wiped a smile right off his face. I think it had been so smooth for him most of the season, and the hits that he took in that game might have shaken him up a bit, possibly affected him in the Philly game. I don't know. It's a possibility, but if it's true and he's not hurt at all, then it's something he'll overcome and still outfinish Bo Nix.
Yeah, the rut, I'm not even going to call it a slump. A, it hasn't been enough games, and B, hasn't played poorly enough. But the rut, if you will, is either being caused by the rib to an extensive amount, or it's not. It almost doesn't matter, though. Like, they're going to play easier opponents going forward, and you got to feel like they're going to snap out of it. By the way, he was calling from Rockville.
Mm-hmm.
It was not that long ago that we did a Friday field trip in Rockville.
Now, was it North Bethesda?
Technically, it
North
was.
of Bethesda in Rockville?
I think literally Rockville, technically Bethesda.
From Bethesda!
But I bring that up because it's almost Friday again.
Yeah.
And this Friday, we've got a field trip Friday. We are back in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Virginia's doing great.
Virginia's doing great.
We have made 2 straight Maryland stops. You guys asked, we delivered. We're back in Virginia. We are at the Casual Pint in Falls Church on Friday for our field trip. And what better way to kick off your weekend ahead of Commanders Cowboys on Sunday at home than coming out on Friday and having a casual pint with your pals in Falls Church.
Virginia's doing great. Thank you, Governor. It's right there on Route 50, Arlington Boulevard. The name of that road changes like 10 different times, but you know where it is.
It's on Arlington Boulevard by definition. I don't know where it is. I'm going to put it in my GPS.
Yeah, you'll find it. You'll be able to do it. But it's not far from old Randy Douye. It'll be just fine and dandy. See you at the Casual Pint.
Friday, Falls Church, field trip Friday. Your pals, Grant and Danny. We're doing things the right way around these parts. At the top of the hour at 3, Eric Flack's going to join us. Channel 9 investigative reporter. He's been all over the RFK site and whether or not the Commanders are ever going to have a stadium there. There was big news on that front yesterday. We'll talk to him about it coming up at 3 o'clock. But next, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Capitals, came on the Fan earlier today and actually gave a pretty legitimate Alex Ovechkin update. We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny. Flack joins the show in 15 minutes. Here's the question for Eric, I think, after yesterday's development. So yesterday, at a 17-2 clip, 19 senators voting, a committee pushed the opportunity for the RFK site to be given back to Washington, D.C. to the Senate floor. And now they've got to get it to a vote. That has to happen before the end of December, or else there's a waiting period because Congress is leaving and going their separate directions for an extended period of time until everybody is sworn in and now the newly elected folks get there and you're starting over, basically. So there is an element of a shot clock here, Danny, going into the month.
Yep.
But what I want to know, because people with the team tell me this was actually the harder step than the next one, which is to beat the clock in December and to get the vote and to get a vote that passes. The team feels like they are now in the clear, at least the person I spoke to, that they have basically, that was the play they needed. That was 4th and 14, and they got 15, and now it's 1st and goal from a foot away. If DC gets the land, is it over? Or then do you still have infighting on the DC council?
Well, what we've seen is every time we think it's done, there's another curveball. Nobody had Steve Daines pops up and goes, my constituents, this one tribe and this one. Nobody saw that coming.
Steve Daines was not on my bingo card.
Right? I mean, we didn't have again, I'm not throwing any shade here, but with Virginia Stadium deal for Monumental Sports, that, once, hey, here are the demands for whatever toll relief means. Here are the demands. They're met. Did anyone have Louise Lucas memeing on their bingo card for the last second rug pull?
I actually did have that one.
You had that?
Yeah.
You had that covered? After
After her 6th meme, I had that one.
Yeah, so the first meme caught me by surprise.
The
But
first
memes
one was
2 through
surprise.
7, I was like, you know what? I should have seen that coming after the first one. But the point of the dude's story is count on these things being done at your own peril. That's my only.
And I do think there's an element, we were talking yesterday about the news breaking and what a big deal it was and how exciting it was. And at the same time, with Ovi's injury hanging over our heads and not knowing what was going on with him, like, what do you care more about? And almost every single caller and most of the people that tweeted us said Ovi's injury over the stadium. And the main logic on that was the stadium thing is just a never-ending shell game.
Yeah.
Right? Where it's like, get excited. Actually, don't be excited. Get excited. Don't be that excited. They did it. Actually, there's one more vote. This time it's for real. No, it isn't. So it's like, there is this feeling of wake me up when it's time to drive to the RFK site for the game in 2031.
Like the next thing I read, because we did this with Dan Snyder getting removed as owner, where it was like every day it was like, what about this scandal? And it's like, I just can't get my hopes up. But then eventually it happened.
And I would do that again too, my friend.
Right.
Because that worked out pretty well.
The next time I'm gonna start to really get my hopes up or pay attention is when that shovel is underneath a foot. And that foot shoves that shovel down and somebody scoops it and pauses for a picture. Then I'll go, all right, maybe I'll start reading again. Maybe I'll start paying attention again.
Where they break out the ribbon and those giant scissors.
The supersized
Where
scissors.
do they sell those scissors?
Who makes them?
I think they've got to be made specifically for that event.
Yeah.
For a ribbon
There's
cutting.
a giant scissor distribution company somewhere.
Think about that.
What's the warehouse look like?
There's just a factory where there's just like thousands of pairs of these scissors that are the size of a toddler just hanging from shelves.
There's a cocktail party somewhere. What do? I make giant scissors for ribbon cutting ceremonies.
I'd love to meet that guy.
I'd love to meet that guy. What's his name?
And by the way, what a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
There used to not be those scissors. And then someone said, you know what's a good idea? To cut a ribbon?
Enormous scissors.
Let's have massive scissors. But I'd love to be at that ceremony. I think that could be fun. You and I kicking some dirt around, throwing some shovels into the ground.
I want a shovel. Can I shovel?
The symbolism of moving the dirt, breaking ground. That means that's the start, Danny.
Yep, that's right.
That's the start of building a stadium.
That's what I want.
There are other steps. I can't help you with those.
No, that I can't do. I don't want to go to the lobbying event.
I can put the shovel in the ground.
Yeah.
I can't actually build you the stadium because I can't build. I can't build an IKEA table with instructions and 14 steps. So I ain't making you a stadium that isn't going to fall down. Or I could have just stopped at a stadium. I don't think I would erect a stadium, let alone one that could fall down.
I don't think I could make a Lego stadium. I don't think I can make a diorama of a stadium effectively right now.
I definitely could not.
Yep.
Spencer Carberry was on the Junkies earlier this morning. He's always very, very good. This was Carbs on Alex Ovechkin's injury.
Here's the final word on it, and then we're going to let you go. Don't panic is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's yeah. This isn't something where his season is ending. It's week to week, and there'll be an update coming soon.
So that was the last thing he said about it, and really the end of the interview. And to me, that is the whole kit and caboodle, right? Earlier in the interview, in a lot more words, he said a lot less, where it's week to week. We'll monitor him. Our doctors want to get in there. That was, and it's a good job by Eric to come back and just say, is there a chance he's not playing? Because Carberry came out, and the answer everybody wants is this guy's season over? They asked him point blank, and he wouldn't answer. And then they started like debating it, them in the studio. But is it an ACL? He wouldn't answer that. He's like, oh, come on, guys. Really? Is it an MCL? They didn't mention Achilles, but they're talking lower leg. Like, that's one of the concerns. Is he going to miss the rest of this season? And for Carberry to come on the radio and say his season's not over, it's a true week-to-week injury, for the team to put out week-to-week, he can't now miss the rest of the season without some massive setback or them finding something that wasn't there. Like, there's a difference between not providing any information. So if they hadn't said anything yet and we're just still waiting, and then Carberry comes on today and says, look, it's a lower body, we can't really tell you much more than that, then it could be that he's out for the year and they don't want to say it. But when you come out and you say week to week, and then he goes on the radio and says he's not going to miss the rest of the season, it's a true week-to-week injury, I don't think you can do all that, and then he misses the end of the year without a lot of people being really, really upset, and for good reason.
Yeah, so the upset part I'm with you on, but here's how it's possible. I got the sense also that, more examinations coming. Early in the interview, you spoke about how our team doctors and these other doctors, everyone's going to look. They may not think he's out for the year right now, but when they go poking around in there, they may find some things that aren't real good, and maybe he is.
That's possible. I'd like to think that by the time he came on the show this morning, which is the injury happened on Monday night.
Yep.
You had an evaluation on Monday done in the moment. So let's say it's the knee and they're saying lower leg. But generally teams know based on the field test. Not always, not 100%, but you got a pretty good idea.
Mm-hmm.
If it's an Achilles, you know it. If it's a knee, that's a season ender, you know it. So by the next morning, you're traveling back. All the conversations they've had. By the way, they landed yesterday at, 2 or 3 o'clock. They right away could have taken images. Sure, they did. They did whatever else the doctors wanted to do. They've been waiting all day. Last night, by this morning, I'd like to think he's got a pretty good beat on what that injury is. Doesn't mean that you can't find something new. And if that happens, then they can correct it and we can all be in misery together. But I think as he came on the air today, he knows what's going on.
So you think they know? And they just haven't said.
I mean, it's been 36 hours.
But don't you have to wait for swelling to come down sometimes in order to get the right MRI and or what other tests are going to be done?
I know this. When a player tears their ACL on Sunday, we often find out about it on Sunday night, and we definitely find out about it on Monday. I mean, it's never 2 days late. Like, we don't know yet. We're doing. I mean, sure, like you could get more tests. Dak Prescott tore his butt fell off the bone or something, like his hamstring and his butt. And
butt fell right off.
His butt fell literally off.
Yeah.
I don't even know how your butt falls off.
I've never heard of that.
But that happened to Dak. Like, he got 16 opinions or whatever, but we heard within 24 hours the fear is his butt fell off, and he's not going to play.
And that's one of those leagues where they correctly share information. But I see your point. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think they've got a pretty good idea, but there is still some TBD.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Eric Flack covering the RFK site news yesterday. We will dive deep with him, get you all the info you need on the Fan next. 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we're giving away Caps Islanders tickets. You got to be listening if you want to get your hands on those. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. On Friday in 2 days, our field trip series continues. We're taking the show on the road to the Casual Pint in Falls Church. We have not been in Virginia in 3 weeks. We expect to be welcomed with open arms.
Yeah, we've returned. We're coming back.
Triumphant return.
I would say so. We had 2 good events in Maryland. We did just fine.
We did well.
Virginia's doing great. Thank you, Governor.
Everybody's happy with how we did in Maryland. But this here's Virginia.
This is Virginia.
We're coming back to the Commonwealth. We expect a party. The Casual Pint, Falls Church, is where we'll be on Friday. They seem steamed up. They've been tagging me in some social media posts.
Love that.
I think they know that this is a radio program that likes to go get after it a little bit.
That's what they want. They're like, listen, we've got what you guys want. A place to sit down.
Yes.
That's pretty much it, actually. That's kind of what we're looking for.
Wings.
Yeah.
It does feel like these places are like competing with each other. Like each week, each place tries to one up each other. Like they heard what happened the last
That's
week.
true.
Yeah. I mean, this is fun. This has been a blast.
It's a good job, Kurt Anglin, right there. I like that.
Exactly. Sort out the M&Ms just so. Danny likes his greens and his reds just a tad.
Yeah, you know.
They can't touch.
What the other place did for us, it's not, you don't have to do anything, but, different desserts came out, different food items. Hey, you guys do what you want, though. We're happy to be there.
By week 18, we're going to be taking a helicopter out to Leesburg.
What time do you guys need the limo to get you to each one of your houses?
As Washington continues to build the foundation for success on and off the field this season, it is time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm, Kandori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the guest hotline and welcome onto the show our very good buddy Eric Flack, who's an award-winning reporter at WUSA TV 9 in town, who's been all over all things RFK site and Commanders Stadium. So, Eric, welcome back and thank you. How are you, pal?
What's up, fellas? How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
Doing well. There's a lot of ground to cover on yesterday, so why don't we just let you explain what actually happened and why it's important?
So what happened and why it's important is that the RFK bill took a huge first step towards becoming a reality with a very short time window to actually cross the finish line. It was caught up in the Senate committee for months and months and months with, I think, consternation and doubt over whether it would even make it out of the committee. As it turns out, after finally getting a vote here in the middle of November, it passed quite overwhelmingly, especially after the Montana senator, who was holding the whole process up for months, withdrew his opposition because he now says the family of the creator of the old Redskins logo now is no longer upset, or at least thinks the team is moving in the right direction. And he blessed it, and everybody joked and approved the bill to get out of the committee. Now it moves to the full Senate, and that's where I think a lot of the uncertainty lies.
Okay, so the next step,
Can
obviously.
I just jump
Go
in
ahead,
on
please.
that? I apologize.
That's right.
But you just said something that surprised me, because I've been telling Danny for 2 days that a source that I have, somebody with the club, has told me every step of the way that they thought yesterday was the hard part, and that once they got to the Senate, that was going to be the easier part. Do you disagree with that?
Grant, if it had gotten out of the committee in July, when it was supposed to get out of the committee.
I see. So this is election related.
This is election related. This is time related. This is the fact that it is November 20th. This session of Congress adjourns December 20th. If it adjourns and this bill is not passed into law, it's an etch-a-sketch. The entire thing goes back to square one, and they have to start all over again in the 119th Congress next year. You can't just carry it over and say, can we approve it then? Everything starts from ground zero.
And that's where I was going to go here, is there's basically 9 business days, so to speak, government math for you, but 9 business days where this could then be inserted into another larger bill. I know it's a big deal for us here in Maryland, D.C., Virginia, but there are 48 states that don't give a hot damn about this. Obviously, it's very small potatoes when there's big federal government type stuff to be done. How likely do we think that is? And that's kind of the key question here, right?
So, Danny, I was told 9 business days yesterday, and I've been kind of trying to dig into that because I looked at the Senate calendar today, and they actually go through December 20th. So when you take out the fact that everybody goes home tomorrow, I'm still trying to differentiate why a source told me they felt like there was 9 business days. I've had a couple other sources push back on that. I think the only explanation, and then I'll get to your larger question. I think the only explanation about the timeline is, and I felt it when I was up there on Capitol Hill yesterday, there is literally so much going on with President-elect Trump's cabinet appointments, and there is so much focus on whether or not they're going to be approved and not approved, and whether or not President-elect Trump can find a way to close the session and have them go into recess as a way around some norms. I know I'm getting into politics here, but unfortunately, all these national politics things.
Yeah, this is the part on
little...
our show where we just need to remind everyone we agree with all of you, and we disagree with the things that you disagree with.
The bad things, we don't like them.
Yeah.
We don't like them.
I agree, and I hate doing this, but this is the reason the national politics are the reason that our little RFK bill is getting so it's in the ocean and it's like grasping for air because all these like headwinds are against it that have absolutely nothing to do about whether or not DC gets control of that land and whether or not the Commanders build the stadium there. So the point is, though, there is a limited amount of work days, whether it's 9 realistically or something more, that are left in the session. There is not time, I was told clearly, in Grant's world, in the real world, where this came out of committee in July when it should have, when Dane started holding things up, then we can just get a normal hearing just on this bill alone. Everybody votes for it. Kumbaya. Let's see if DC cuts a deal. We don't have time to do that anymore. The only thing that the Senate is focused on right now is passing big, huge bills like spending bills. I mean, they're probably not going to come to agreement on a spending bill. They're going to pass a stopgap measure that goes into the next session. But there are other bills, other big package bills that you could potentially attach it to. Like you could just shove it into like a transportation bill or like a defense bill. But there are all these, if they were to try and do that, if they were, which is a natural, it's something that happens on Capitol Hill a lot where you'll have a bigger bill, and then you'll have these smaller bills that can't get a hearing, and you'll just shove it in there, even though it has nothing to do with the bigger bill. The problem is you kind of like need the Senate's leadership to approve like a vote on something like that. And right now, that's a Democrat, Chuck Schumer. So we don't know what the chances are, and I've been told there's a lot of obstacles to just shoving this bill into a larger bill before the session comes to an end. The larger bill vote would have nothing to do with RFK. If the amendment stays in, then they're voting on something completely unrelated to RFK. But because RFK is kind of jammed in there, it gets approved with this larger bill. If they can't do that, which I've been told is difficult, not impossible, it happens all the time, but difficult, especially considering all the other noise that's happening on Capitol Hill, then you would have to hope, and this is another possibility, that there's some sort of a big lands bill that actually gets a vote on the House floor that is good, that has Republicans and Democrats, interests because there are land in both states, in states that, favor both parties, and that the RFK bill would be part of that. Keep in mind, at that hearing yesterday where this RFK bill, what came out of committee, there were 74 other land bills, 74. RFK was one of 74. Most of them didn't even have any discussion. Most were just passed. So if the leadership and they can get a lands bill together and RFK can be part of that lands bill, then that's a very, very realistic way and probably a better chance of this RFK bill ultimately being approved by the Congress in time for it to become a reality. If they don't have bandwidth for a lands bill, then you're looking at trying to shove it in to one of these other bills that it has nothing to do with and hoping that you don't get pushback from a Maryland senator who doesn't want this to happen because they're concerned about what's going to happen to the current site, or various other people. Mike Lee of Utah kind of opposed it because he doesn't think DC should get the land for free. Bernie Sanders opposed it in committee because he doesn't think, we should help out billionaires like Josh Harris. So there are all these other factors.
Eric Flack with us here, Chief Investigative Reporter, Channel 9 here in town. So you kind of led me to this here, Eric. Who's the champion for this? In other words, I think back for so many years, and again, I agree with whoever I'm supposed to agree with and disagree with all the bad stuff. But I remember a West Virginia senator forever ago, would always get these outsized amounts of money attached to these bills, pork barrel spending or riders, whatever you want to call it, for this great highway system in West Virginia for 11 people. But he was always able to do that because he was the champion for that, right? Who's the champion for this and how much juice do they have?
I was told that it would have to be somebody who's on the committee, the Senate committee that just passed it yesterday. I interviewed Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia. He's a very powerful senator, by the way. He not only was quick to stop in the hall and tell me how much he supported this bill and how great he thought it would be, he spent a good bit of the meeting once it got approved to pontificate on the fact that he grew up with Sam Huff in his garage or something like that. Everybody kind of backslapped about how good the Commanders are. So I think it would have to be Joe Manchin is a good champion for it because he has the juice and he was very much in favor of it. And being that West Virginia connection, I think the Commanders Nation, I think does very much extend into West Virginia. It's certainly extended into the Joe Manchin household. There were other senators, up there, one from Louisiana, who's actually on the Republican side, who's very supportive of this, spoke about how Jayden Daniels was a local hero, of course, and how the Super Bowl is going to be in New Orleans. But I think those are the type of names because, again, you have to have a champion who's a senator who has some juice to either get this land bills together, right, which is all of it, all these land packages that were approved yesterday, or, somebody who has connections to a bigger bill to say, hey, we need this in here. It's important. We believe in it. And those are the things that I'm trying to monitor that are happening behind the scenes. I'm told we won't know that it happens until it happens. And so that's going to be the next thing to watch over the next couple of weeks.
Eric, I was told by somebody that, and this was probably within the last month or so, that basically the 19th yesterday was the first big day because of what happened. And then I think it was the 28th, 29th, whatever it is in November that they have to beat the clock on coming up, or maybe it's, next month, whatever. But anyway, if it didn't happen before they left, then it's a long time before anything can happen again. Why isn't it as soon as they come back? And what is that timeline? Are we talking about a year before this all happens and they start over? What is the timeline if they don't beat the clock?
Yeah, this is the big rub, I think, that we're looking at, and the team is very aware of it as well, I've been told. When you start a new session of Congress, and it starts next year in January after the inauguration, after all the new senators and congressmen are sworn in, along with those who are reelected, you start from scratch. You reintroduce bills. If you have an idea and it made progress, you've got to introduce it again. It can be the same language, but it's got to have a new HR, it's got to have a new code on it. It's got to have a new bill number. It literally starts from scratch, which means it has to go through the same channels, which means it has to go through the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. Fun fact, because the Republicans, again, we're getting into politics, but you guys got to bear with me because it relates to our bill. Because the Republicans have taken over the Senate, the new head of the chairman of this committee, where the RFK bill comes through, is Senator Mike Lee from Utah. Senator Mike Lee from Utah is one of two people who voted against this bill yesterday. Again, his point is he doesn't believe that the federal government should be giving this land to DC for free and that they should pay for it. And so it all starts from scratch. And I think as we've seen this year, for those of us who never wanted to learn these lessons, Congress moves slow, incredibly slow, which means that if you have to start over if for those who want the stadium back, you know, at the RFK site, you know, if this bill does not get passed, and you're let down, you know, the team now has to decide whether or not it starts from scratch again with a completely, I think most people think, unpredictable like outcome again, because we just don't know what's going to happen next year. We know the makeup. We just don't know which way they're going to go on stuff like this or how important stuff like this is going to be.
But this is all why, Eric, I kind of think they might pull the plug and just say, throw their hands up and go, Maryland wants to give us $500 million and we can get moving now.
I don't think you're wrong, Grant. I don't. I talked to somebody who's involved in this process, and I kind of posed that to them, and I was like, but maybe you just wait again. Because they kind of took it over. Like they had a little bit of they had a change in like the point person. The Commanders had a change in the point person who's running things down on the Capitol Hill side for this stadium stuff. And
is that
said,
like Joe Maloney's role?
It's Joe Maloney's role. That's correct.
Yeah.
A guy named Kurt Mehta. And his whole background is being chief of staff for high-powered senators. Like his world is Capitol Hill. Joe's world was Capitol Hill. Curtin's world really is Capitol Hill. But he said, but people said, like, look, you know, Ryan has already said, and Harris has already said, it's 2030, and that's best case scenario. If we had a decision right now, it'd be 2030. You're already pushing back. If we're going to do it again, 2031 to take another year with no guarantee that you get the land. So, like, at a certain point, I think you're right. At a certain point, they're going to have to be business people and make a business decision and you know, not figuratively throw good money after bad by trying to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. And if, and for those who want the stadium back at RFK, this is not something you want to happen. But if it doesn't get through in these next couple of weeks, I think there are going to be some very, very tough questions that ownership is going to have to ask itself about whether or not it keeps trying to bang its head against this you know, mission to get the stadium back to RFK, which makes a lot of fans really sad.
So, Eric, I think a lot of people are counting on, again, there's a lot of lily pads to jump around, but if it does get to DC control, at one point, the majority of the council did not favor a stadium at RFK. I don't know the current status. I know there are at least a few that are opposed to it. Maybe they'll go quietly if some other sort of thing, demand or whatever, is met. I know the mayor certainly has political will there, and some of the council does. Where does that stand as far as you know?
I think, and this is just me just giving you my perspective from a guy who's covered this, I think the biggest obstacle is getting the land. I think that if they get the land, I think there's so much more momentum as far as positive vibes around the team, as far as the mayor who really wants it, as far as other people who really want it. I've spoken with the Charles Allens of the world, the chairman Phil Mendelsons of the world, who typically were anti-stadium, and they're still anti-stadium, but they're anti-stadium in a way that says, okay, if you guys want to do this, then it's on you to like figure out the money. It's not like we're going to die on this cross anti-stadium. It's like, we don't think this is a really good idea. And I think it's because they're reading the room and so many people want it. Also keep in mind that like DC has now spent hundreds of thousands of dollars each on 2 different studies. So we are approaching $1 million just in studies on how to pay for a new stadium. Like they have not released the results of the studies. We keep on trying to press for them and keeping that behind closed doors. And their explanation is, we don't want Maryland and Virginia to have our playbook. But DC is already down the road on figuring out how to pay for this deal. So I mean, I think that even though I've reported and we've talked about the money, the credit card seems to be maxed out for Washington, D.C., they are spending big bucks to find more money. And they're doing it for a football stadium. And I think, you had Beverly Perry, who's a special advisor to the mayor, who was at yesterday's hearing, and you heard her talk, and it was a huge, huge deal. It was like, this is the first step towards this thing happening. We want to bring them home. And so many people in the NFL wants to bring them home. And there's money you can get from the NFL for a stadium. And, all these different funding sources out there that I think that it would be a fight, but I think the biggest obstacle is getting the land. And if they get the land, I think that is going to be a runaway train, in my opinion.
Eric Flack, you see why we have him on when these matters come up. So sharp, so thorough. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right, thanks, fellas. See you later.
buddy.
Here's what I want to get into next, and we can open up the phones on. I want to see what people think about this. If they can't get the land by the start of the new year, and then they have to restart this entire process with no guarantee that they can get the land next year, and potentially have to restart the entire process again, how long are you willing to do that? Would you be willing to play the guessing game, to gamble on getting it done next year, pushing the stadium back one more year and trying again? Or if it doesn't work out by the end of this year, already knowing you're not going to have a stadium until 2030, would you just say, take the money from Maryland, build something awesome out by FedEx Field Northwest Stadium somewhere? 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on Grant and Danny. Eric Flack just joined us. We got a lot of information on the RFK site and next steps. But what came out of that conversation more than anything else, I think, was this idea that if nothing happens before the end of Congress's year, which is coming up now fast, there's basically 9 opportunities when they're together to get the final hurdle cleared to get this land given back to D.C. Then you would have to wait until Congress is back together, restart the entire process, and it would seem almost certain that you're adding a year until the stadium would be able to be opened. If next year you get the land, which is not a guarantee.
Right.
And I think, in the minority on this, but I am one of the few people who, as much as I want the stadium at RFK, if you could guarantee me I could get the land next year, I would do that. Going into a year where I don't know if I'm actually going to get the land, and I'm just waiting an extra year for the possibility that this time might be different and I might actually get the RFK land, I would be team take the $500 million from Maryland to build a town center around your stadium, go out by FedEx Northwest and build something amazing. Let's open it as soon as possible and build something that is state-of-the-art and where you can host major events and have a roof over that thing so that you can host tournaments and championship games and it's multi-use. And let's have the best stadium in the league in a location that I don't want it in. But I don't know how long I'm expected to keep waiting and waiting and waiting.
Well, here's the thing is if there was a finite number, let's just say for the sake of argument, in this bizarre alternate universe that doesn't exist, where you're not relying on 3 different municipalities, local governments, and then the federal government to boot. Nobody else has that problem. Everyone else is like, state government says, yeah, so we do it. And that's not easy, but it's not what we got. We got so much more entanglements to deal with. Well, let's say if that's not a factor. If you just go, it will be 381 days from right now, and then they will be able to say yes and then begin breaking ground, I think a lot of people would do that.
Of course.
Myself included. If it's 412 days, 518, 700, whatever the number is, I think there's a threshold. You may have a shorter fuse than I do or otherwise. That's not relevant to what I'm about to say. There's no guarantee, and you just touched on it. You just said it. If we have to start this over again, you heard Eric Flack, there were 2 people that said no to this particular vote. They're on complete opposite ends of the spectrum. In fact, the spectrum wraps all the way around, and they're almost touching because one's all the way, you took a left and you end up in the back of the cul-de-sac. The other guy's on the right, ends up in the back of the cul-de-sac. We're in the same place. It's 360-degree panoramic things, and remember, I agree with you, and I disagree with the bad people. But I'm telling you, one of those 2 guys is in charge of the committee now. You sure it's just getting right out of committee again?
Of course.
You sure that that doesn't account for any Maryland senators that might want to do some shenanigans? Doesn't account for the next Steve Daines, who's like, actually, my constituent, stitched the first jersey, and now we got to do this. My point is, there's no guarantee. The first major stride here was, and this is the thing I can't get over, was a Republican congressman from Kentucky being like, you know who I like? Is that mayor from D.C. We're buddies. We're simpatico. Let's do this. 355 to 70 was that vote in Congress. We're like, we're on Easy Street. We're shucking and jiving. The breeze could shift a 1/4 millimeter to the left, and now the next thing you know, everybody hates each other again, and it's not possible. I have no idea. The point is, there's no guarantee if we start over again. This is as far as Sisyphus has pushed that boulder up this hill, and he's going to check his watch, and it might just roll down again.
Yeah, I just need certainty, or I'm keeping it moving.
I get it.
2030 is already so far away. And for a lot of you guys that don't go to games or don't go to the current stadium, you might care a lot less that they're there in perpetuity. But for someone who does go to all of those games and, pays for season tickets that my wife uses at that stadium, it's not okay to just keep going back to this awful place that you're paying a lot of money to be at. Like, the next several years matters. It's not like 1 or 2 seasons. We're talking about the 25 season, the 26 season, the 27 season, the 28 season, the 29 season.
That's so many when you say it like that.
5 more seasons after this one ends, if they got a deal in place today. And you want to add 1 or 2 more to that potentially? I'm sorry. No. Brandon in Kensington, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Well, I'm kind of a ride or die type of guy, but during the break, I've been thinking about it. It's not fair to keep it going and going and going and going. I live in Rockville, and I drive into the Northeast DC area, about 7 or 8 times a month. And I just hate looking at that hunk of tin. I just want the neighborhood to get something out of it. You know what I mean?
You mean RFK?
It's going to be.
By there, you mean?
I mean RFK. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. And it's, the neighborhood needs a new area. It sucks for them just to have this old, nasty stadium just sitting there.
It is an eyesore.
If that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
As much as we love it, by the way, and think about when it bounced in the NFC Championship games and the big moments and John Riggins running wild. I mean, you drive by that thing now, it's just a gross eyesore.
It takes up a ton of space. It's, this beautiful waterfront area that's like got overgrown grass and a dilapidated stadium with chains around it. Like something needs to happen, to the caller's point. 100%. So whatever we do, maybe just make it a dog park, and that's not good enough for me, but whatever. Like something needs to happen.
Did you see Marshawn Lattimore was not practicing today?
I saw.
So they didn't say he would practice today, but they said they were hopefully practice by the end of the week. So it's trending toward, to me, he's on the field on Friday, maybe a game time decision, and maybe he goes and is on some pitch count on Sunday, hopefully. But today he was hoodied up, just kind of chilling on the field with Joe walking around, and he still wasn't practicing. This is now officially lingering, I would say. Like, the trade was a few weeks ago, and they made the trade, and a lot of us thought maybe it was just our own expectations. Honestly, this is where them being so private and candid and not really disseminating much information like they once did, but being a little less forthright, as good as that can be, this is where it backfires some. Because when they see or hear or read that everyone's going, hey, maybe this is a Devontae Adams injury and he's going to be fine that moment and immediately get to Washington and play right away. There's no reason they couldn't have just corrected that narrative and been like, actually, guys, we know this is going to be a couple of weeks where he's not going to play. Because they came out and essentially suggested that nothing surprising. I think it was Dan Quinn in his interview this week said, yeah, we knew this was going to be a little while. We're not surprised by how much time he's missing. But they didn't say that. They didn't make it known to anybody that he was definitely going to miss 2, maybe 3 games, which is where we are now. Do you think he's going to play Sunday?
I don't. So here's a couple reasons why. One, we're still, even after all the time, we're still not practicing. Today would be a great day to go practice, but we're limited to being limited on the side. That's the Curtis Samuel Memorial side field. I've kind of done that dance before. And number 2, their track record. And this is not me being critical. This is kind of what they've done. They are overwhelmingly pro player in almost every possible way. And one of them is, hey, if this is nagging, if this is bothersome, we'd rather have you be 100% for a smaller sample than 80% risking injury for longer. I think they're going to be extra cautious.
And I have no problem with that. I guess my frustration is based on my own flawed expectations, which it would have been nice if they controlled that narrative a little bit more. But they do not care to do that. I mean, this group, to their credit
they're
at times,
yeah.
And I actually think to their fault occasionally, like there is a benefit to making sure that what is being said sometimes makes sense and is correct.
Well, the biggest one, I just want to editorialize there for a second, is helping to set expectations.
Well, that's the whole point.
When people expect one thing, whatever it is, there may be initial grousing and, hey, like you tell someone, hey, we're rebuilding. So people might roll their eyes and get annoyed that the Wizards are 2-11, but everybody's on board now because they're rebuilding.
And
if
there's
you go,
a way to message. There's a way to brand.
We're trying to be good and you're 2-11. Everyone's pissed, right? I mean, that to me is the case.
Staffs that do that, who have relationships with people, and you get the word out. You go, hey, we are trading for Marshawn Lattimore, but we are aware he's probably not going to be able to help us right away. We're hoping we'll have him for the stretch run on into the next 2 years. Then from the moment he gets traded, that's what's written about. That's what's said. That's the dialogue. And that was never the discourse. The discourse was maybe it's Devontae Adams and he's immediately going to be able to play as soon as this weekend. And that just wasn't correct. And obviously this hamstring injury was a little bit more intense. I'm not ruling out hope yet because Quinn said earlier in the week that he thought there was a chance he would play this week if he can get back on the practice field by Friday. It's only Wednesday. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Remember, at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, we've got your Beltway Blitz. We're giving away Caps tickets at that time. And in the 5 o'clock hour today, we'll talk about a high school football saga that has become one of the main talking points around water coolers all over the area. You're listening to The Fan. Giving away a pair right at 4 o'clock on Grant and Danny. It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Quick reminder, Friday, the Casual Pint, Falls Church. We're back in Virginia. The Field Trip Friday series continues, and we are getting ready for the Cowboys. They're coming to town on Sunday. Cannot wait to broadcast live from Falls Church this Friday, 2 days out on G&D.
Pumped. We'll be hanging out all the live long day. Where you on pound cake?
That's a fair question. I think I am a fan of pound cake who will not like it as much as you and like people who love pound cake.
So here's what happened. This is totally unnecessary, and it was the nicest thing ever. So I think you've got a wife like this. I know I certainly do, and my buddy Adam has a lovely lady like this, where for dudes it's casual. Like I go, hey Grant, come by for an hour, and we'll do whatever. You can say, Danny, come on over on Saturday, we'll do whatever. My wife will not let me go anywhere without like a bottle of wine.
Yeah,
I don't think Grant wants a bottle of wine, but I have to bring a bottle of wine, otherwise we're shunned, right? So my buddy Adam,
and this is for a dude hang.
Yeah, so buddy, well, here's what it's for. My buddy Adam came over to play pickleball. We're both looking for some exercise. He's never played before. I'm like, come on, literally, it helps me, it helps you. Who cares? Let's introduce you to the game. Pick a paddle. Let's hit around. He shows up bearing a pound cake.
Oh boy,
that his wife made.
That's very nice of him.
Now, beyond the pale nice, but I'm going to tell you something. The pound cake with a little bit of blueberry trimming, and that's all it was. My God,
good,
incredible. And then I'm going, why aren't we just eating pound cake? Now, are there more sophisticated, more decadent, better options? Yes.
The irony, though, of he's coming over to exercise with you.
That's right.
And he brings pound cake is pretty good.
So now, what I couldn't get to he's so nice. Like him and his family are just the nicest people in the world. And I ran into his wife the next day at school drop off. I'm like just so profusely thanking her about this. Like I couldn't believe it. What I don't know is if she found out that he was going and then made it, which makes me feel guilty because I probably owe him like 7 pickleball sessions now. If she found that he was going, or if she just had it. If you just have the pound cake,
well,
I feel fine.
She didn't just have the pound cake. Nobody just has pound cake.
Well, some people do.
Nobody does that. She just made pound cake and had it sitting on the counter.
She made a pound cake just for me and my family because her husband's come over to play pickleball.
Yeah, I think so. Is it the first time he's come over?
Yes.
Is it a newish friend?
No, we know each other for a couple of years. Our kids played hoops
so
together.
It's not like first impression.
Yeah,
trying to
like you don't have to impress me.
Yeah.
Our boys are on the remember the green team, the green machine a couple of years ago. They're back together in the basketball league.
Oh wow, with a new head coach.
Brand new head coach. It ain't me. I got fired.
By
the way,
did you get fired or did you step down?
Fired. I've been the coaching carousel is crazy. I've been rehired by a Rouillet boy. Rehired this wintertime. Indoor soccer.
Really?
Yeah. I can't coach basketball because the practices are during the week.
Right.
That's Coach Lisa. She's got that. Former professional player, better coach than me.
You
no
hoop
problem.
with her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, you leave her open at your own peril. It's buckets.
Okay.
So she's got our 6, 7, 8-year-old kids. No problem. I got nominated and proud to say I accepted the position to coach some of these young boys in indoor soccer.
Now, is this Bill or Byron?
Byron.
So Byron is still team I'll play on for dad, right? Like for the most part.
In fact, the word is reports indicate that he requested it.
Requested
it.
Bill is not on that plan.
Out. Couldn't be more out. No interest. And I don't mean some, I mean none. Which
is it an age thing?
No, it's a him thing. I mean, a lot of kids are wired that way, where they just don't like it.
But I mean, how do we know Byron in 3 years is not going to
totally
say,
could grow into
you know what, Pops? It's been a good run. It's time to bring in a new head coach.
He could totally grow into that.
You get the Rivera treatment.
Well, because he in a lot of ways emulates his older brother, which kids do a lot,
right.
So that maybe that's a behavior he picks up. Entirely possible.
I'm just glad that you're coaching something.
I know.
Because you like to coach.
I do. I like doing it. I like being helpful. I like being useful. Because I'm not useful in so many ways. So this is the way I have expertise.
Well,
I can convert. We'll have fun.
Keep Adam around because pound cake's great, and friends who bring over pound cake are very nice.
Flour, butter, eggs, and sugar.
Mm-hmm.
That's pound cake.
Come on. The more I think about it, the more I like it, actually. The best pound cake ever I have every year. I've told you a bunch of times about my boy Jermon who played for the Saints, who does charity golf tournament.
Sure, yeah.
Jermon Bushrod. His grandma makes the greatest pound cake in the world. And every year, once a year, I get pound cake that his grandma made. And I look forward to it. That's probably the only pound cake I eat all year.
Now, the pound cake, if you really want to get fat with me, let's just have a fat guy discussion. Just let's put things aside. You get your pound cake. It's the base for something else. Now your ice cream sundae has a pound cake at the bottom. Now your, I don't know, whatever topping you want.
See,
now
this is actually genius. So think about it this way.
Mm-hmm.
If you have nothing in the bowl,
yep,
and you just put ice cream in the bowl till the bowl is full,
nothing wrong with that.
How many calories do you think of ice cream would be in the bowl?
Oh, I don't know calories real well. I'll name a number. 1,500. Is that right?
1,500.
Does that sound good to you? I don't know.
Now put pound cake at the bottom of the bowl.
There's a surface area for the ice cream.
How much ice cream goes in the bowl? A lot less.
1,000?
How many calories of ice cream?
1,000.
You're saving 500 calories by putting the pound cake in the bowl. Look
Just
at
like
how
that.
much healthier you just got.
Just like that.
You see what I'm saying?
Of course I see what you're saying.
You just got so much healthier because you put the pound cake right there in the bottom.
It's at the bottom.
So there's less ice cream.
Yeah.
You eat less ice cream. If so facto.
Healthier.
Less calories.
Yeah.
Healthier.
You make it your base camp for your dessert. Like you can do that with a big chocolate chip cookie, like that skillet cookie that you guys got at in Bethesda, North Bethesda, Rockville.
Yeah, that was our last that was our first Maryland show a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
It is time for my double play. Did a little surfing last night on the various apps, and I realized it's almost time for me to do my annual move where I put together my Christmas movie to-do list. So every year I do this thing where I plan. I've never successfully done it. It never actually works. I will tweet it out in the next few days as I'm now working on it. But I plan from December 1st through December 24th to watch a Christmas movie every single day. There's a couple that I'll mix in at the beginning and end of the month that I really, really love. But I go through and I say, okay, Christmas with the Cranks on December 1, a Christmas Story December 2. We're going to go with Christmas Vacation December 3. And I line it up, Danny, so I have an itinerary. Then Monday Night Football happens. Then Sunday Night Football happens. Then Thursday Night Football happens. You're noticing a theme here. And next thing you know, we're 9 days into December, and I've watched 2 Christmas movies. But my goal is to be old enough one day and still be alive, where I can just sit in a recliner and have no care in the world. And every single day at about 5:30 p.m., I pop on a Christmas movie for the first 24 days of December. I don't think we're there yet. Too much stuff going on with kids.
Yeah, kids are little. Yeah.
You and I don't even get home until after 7 o'clock. I'll be home at 7:30. Then you got to eat dinner. Next thing you know, it's 9 o'clock and football's on, right? But that's the dream for me. You want to know what my dream is? When I close my eyes, when I think about the future, a world where I can just watch a Christmas movie every night all December. I have no cares in the world. But I put together a list. Every year it's different. It's based on kind of my feeling.
Yeah, I was going to say, what goes into the decision?
It's just the movies, and like I look up all the Christmas movies and I'm like, oh, which ones are my favorite? I see what's streaming where. I'm like, okay, this is $2.99 on Prime. By the way, has anyone noticed that Amazon Prime, I think now, there's commercials with your subscription package. Have you seen that?
Yeah, they're stuck in there.
What is that about?
Everybody's doing it.
That can't be done.
Oh, yeah, it's done.
Why is that being done?
It's done. Now, I've been accused of being cheap, and they're correct. When I lowered our Disney Plus tier to allow for commercials, and everybody gets all mad, but I'm like, I'm the only one who watches it 99% of the time. So you guys can pound sand.
Yeah, this was from, I got this here. Let's see. I don't know who this guy is. He's a reporter. Amazon Prime now inserting ads into full price rental movies. Please. he tells them to bleep off. But now that's when you rent a movie at full price, they give you ads. So like, here's $18 for the movie, and then you still have to watch ads. That's an outrage. That should not happen. But last night, I was watching a movie that was part of my subscription, and I'm 3 minutes of ads every 15 minutes like I'm watching on TV.
Yeah, it ain't right.
It's the whole point of having this app, so I don't have to do that. But anyway, how does it work? I just put together a list of about 25 Christmas movies that I like the most, and then I kind of either randomize them a little bit. It's like a batting order.
But I imagine there's like 10 to 12 that are never going anywhere.
Staples,
for you, right?
Absolute
Staples Center.
Christmas Vacation, Christmas with the Cranks, the Santa Claus 2, Spencer Breslin stealing my role. You may remember.
I do, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those are in heavy rotation like a washing machine, for sure. But then we mix it up a little bit.
Sure.
Something my mom liked back in the day when I was a kid, maybe. Have a little nostalgia play with Prancer, something like that. Haven't seen it in a few years. We're almost there. I'm Christmas season Paulson. You know that about
I
me.
do. You do love it.
It's the best, man. I wish we had December all year long. 1 month, all year, 365 days.
Oh, it's just too much.
And Christmas was day 360.
Too much.
That's how I would redo the calendar.
Oh, no, sir.
Just a countdown or count up the whole time. Let's give away those Caps tickets next, and then our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Oh, you're the best there. I wouldn't have done it. I didn't have it up. But now I do. Caps Islanders, caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You're winning tickets because Darius reminded me to give them to you. And if he didn't, you wouldn't have won them. Think about that. Thank Darius.
Think about how close this all was. You not getting the tickets.
Life.
We were right there.
Happens in mysterious ways.
Yeah, I forgot too.
Everything happens for a reason. 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning a pair of tickets. Capitals, Friday, November 29th. New York Islanders. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/contests. When you think about the Islanders, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
It's good trolling by you. I of course hate Pat LaFontaine to this day. I forget what it's called, the Easter Massacre, Easter Sadness, whatever it was. I was there. All the overtimes. Game 7, Caps blew a 3-1 lead against the Islanders. The kind of the end of that dynasty. And they beat the Caps in 7 games, and it was the most painful loss of my life. It's when I stopped believing the good things can happen in sports.
That was the Easter Epic?
That's
I
the
believe.
one. Yeah.
I was not trolling. I didn't even think about that, but I should have because you talk about it.
I talk about it way too much.
Mine is Kuzi's game winner in the first round of the playoffs against the Islanders, where he did the video game move where he like drags the puck up top of the crease. Remember that?
I do now, yeah.
He was young Kuzi, and he like goes right across the front. It was just a sexy goal. He had a crazy goal in Russia the other day where he basically lacrosse scored from like 6 feet in front of the cage and just skated it in and threw it past the goalie. Nuts. Good for him.
Yeah, skill was never the issue.
This is true.
And he still did the celebration. He still did the Kuzi Eagle.
Give him the bird,
Yeah.
Kuz. All right, let's cover the Caps and the other teams in town right now. The NFL, the Commanders, on our Beltway Blitz. We start with Sammy Silberman, who covers the Caps and has some info on what lies ahead without Ovechkin. So first, what is your take on Ovi? How long do you think he'll be out?
Yeah, it's a tough injury. It's one that you don't want to see, especially, when he starts the season as hot as he has, been. So right now, all we know is it's not season ending. We have that week-to-week timeline, nothing really new, maybe expecting more tomorrow. But right now, I imagine it might be, a month, maybe 2. I'm not too sure. That's just my opinion. Don't take it as gospel, but it's a tough injury to see, especially just, on an awkward collision, just an unfortunate play. So looks like a lower leg injury that, might hold him out for the next little bit.
Yeah, he's going to be out for at least some time. We know that for a fact, right? So he's on IR. It's, week to week, whatever that means. How do they replace him?
You don't. I mean, it's, you don't, there's no replacing him, it's a collective effort now to try and fill that void, right? So it comes down to, Dylan Strome staying hot and doing what he's doing, Connor McMichael keeping up that red hot start, Tom Wilson stepping up, and, kind of all 4 lines have to be humming just as they have been. He accounted for a big part of the offense, but the thing about this year's team is that they're so much deeper, right? So, an injury like this isn't going to be as big of a dagger for them as maybe it would have been last year, because you have the scoring depth and you have, everybody producing. So it's a collective effort. He brings a lot, not just on the ice, but off the ice too. He's a huge piece of that locker room. So it really is going to take every single one of them, especially that leadership group in there.
That's a great point. They are better equipped to move on without him, but that's not saying a lot because they're still in a bad spot. Just from a personnel standpoint, he's a top liner. They've called up Ivan Rushnashenko. Do you think they put Miro on the top line and just ask him to skate Novi's spot and not tinker with lines 2 and 4, which has been fantastic? Or do you think they affect all the other lines by jumbling things up?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say. I think you look at that second line of McMichael, Dubois, Wilson, and, you look at the fourth, Duhaime, Dowd, Radish, and those are such good lines that have been rolling that you really don't want to, mess with either of those units. But at the same time, talking to Carberry this morning, because I asked him about this, I'm like, does Miroshnichenko just fill in for Ovi? And he said, no, we're being careful about that. His role is to fill a roster spot, right? It's not to replace Alex Ovechkin. So, from the sound of Carberry today, things are going to change. Combinations are going to change. If I had to guess, I think you throw Mangiapane on that top line, and then you put Miroshnichenko on that third line. Or, see if Lapierre gets a chance to come in at wing on that third line. But it's tough. But I think, we see Strome and Protas stay together because they're a good pair. But when you have an injury like that, things are going to have to change. There's going to be chemistry that's rolling that you need to interrupt because that's a big, big void to fill, right? So we'll see change. I think it'll start with, seeing how Mangiapane does on that top unit, but that's just my guess, and we'll go from there.
Sammy, thank you as always.
All right, thanks, guys.
Talk soon. Hit that NFL sounder, Dares. Okay, Benjamin Brown joins us, NFL Data Science Manager at The Score. Benjamin, my contention is the Buffalo Bills are the second best team in the NFL right now. Where do you have them in the upper pantheon?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's either 2 or 3. Obviously, really convincing win against Kansas City last week. To me, I would probably still have Kansas City when it's all said and done. As like the front runner in the entire NFL, and I very much think the Detroit Lions probably deserve that second place seeding right now. Expectation basically for those two in the Super Bowl, but I think right now I have Buffalo third, but they're very, very clearly third, I would say.
Speaking of the Lions, what they're doing offensively just blows me away. But what can you say about how good, how efficient they are, how potent they are? Every couple of weeks, they hang 50 points on somebody. We haven't seen anything like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously there's a lot of things really coming together well. Obviously, you can say what you will about Jared Goff, especially against the blitz, especially against pressure. I do think obviously, Ben Johnson staying another season and really developing, a unique type of chemistry with him at the quarterback position, Ben Johnson as offensive coordinator, and really, kind of having continuity, across the entire offensive line, wide receiver unit as well. Like, I think very much like they are a functioning unit entirely that has very few weaknesses. I think when you look around, a lot of people have them as like the best offensive line in football. Jared Goff probably isn't there as like a top 3, top 5 quarterback, but I think with Ben Johnson in the fold can kind of reach that sort of landmark. And then of course, Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think, top 5 from a receiving standpoint, have a lot of other options as well of receivers that could beat you both short, deep, and over the middle. And I think in a lot of ways, it's unique to the current build for NFL, how they've kind of kept things together for so long. And I really think they're reaping those rewards here in the 2024 season.
How are the Jets this bad?
A lot of, I would say, dysfunction across the board. Obviously, firing the GM Joe Douglas, moving on from Robert Saleh, like there was a ton of dysfunction in the building. This is kind of what happens when, a guy like Aaron Rodgers is in some ways running the show and getting more and more power. I think in some ways there's, a ton of blame to be passed around, but overall, I think, the right people weren't in charge, didn't have the correct people at, the offensive defensive coordinator positions. And I think overall that's so crucial to have. Never really got that with Aaron Rodgers kind of in the fold. And I think for that reason are a team that is, very strong defensively, but has really, not a lot going for them, especially at the quarterback position, and have some real things to outline, especially towards the top, if they want to contend for one of these AFC playoff pictures in a couple of years to come.
So a couple of days ago, Danny and I were talking about Rodgers, and he said he's going to leave. And I was like, no way, you're crazy. I don't see any path for that. He makes too much money. There's too much dead money. They're not going to do that. And now they fired Joe Douglas since, which I didn't see coming. And that's the momentum. Everyone seems to think maybe that Rodgers is playing elsewhere. Do you think that's the case? And how would that work financially?
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely dicey, I would say. There's a ton of dead money coming up here in 2025. Maybe there's a situation where, he like the Brock Osweiler sort of situation, the thing that was kind of kicked around with Deshaun Watson, where he's moved. It is kind of more of this like 1 year type situation where there will be a ton of dead money, but obviously a lot of void years towards the end of his contract as well. I think, given new regime and everything else, they are going to do a lot of pretty dramatic things to move in an opposite direction. And I think for that reason, nothing's out of the question. Although it will be difficult, I would be surprised to see Aaron Rodgers starting for the Jets in 2025.
So two-parter on the rookie quarterbacks. Go through them and let me know what you think so far about these rookie QBs that were taken in the top 12. And then secondly, we started the show talking about Bo Nix closing the gap on Jayden Daniels. What are your thoughts on the Rookie of the Year race and just how definitively Daniels should be favored?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, Bo Nix has definitely made some ground up, I think, in a lot of ways. When you look at the situation, I would say the Commanders defensively have been a lot better than what I would have projected heading into the season. But in saying that, the Broncos have one of the best units in football. I think they're second from an EPA standpoint right now. And I think, for all the things that we probably said as far as how good Cliff Kingsbury has been this season, Sean Payton's still a guy that has done this year in and year out, has some sort of, pedigree or buildup that seems to be, distinguishable among even like the best of coaches. And I think for that reason, I think Jayden Daniels has done more to actually deserve Offensive Rookie Year this season. I do think, obviously with neither of them really potentially going to win their division, it's going to come down to some of those auxiliary stats. But I think overall, for what Jayden Daniels has provided, I very much think that he is still going to be that Offensive Rookie of the Year. But, Bo Nix has definitely closed the gap. But I do think, overall, both those franchises have to be really intrigued with what they have. I think in a lot of ways, Drake maybe hasn't had as much, Gotti type plays or anything, but I think has shown enough, especially against behind one of the worst offensive lines in football, that there are, potentially really three intriguing young prospects in this quarterback class. And the jury's kind of still out on, Caleb Williams, J.J. McCarthy because of injury, and some of these other guys further on down the totem pole.
Benjamin, thank you as always, buddy.
Thanks. Have a great show.
Yeah, man. Talk soon. Hit that local 53 sounder. Our guy, you've already heard him if you listen on 910 The Fan in Richmond. Michael Phillips joins us to break down the local 53. Miguel, the spread is enormous between Washington and Dallas. It's 10.5. Give me an argument as to why Dallas makes it close or even wins.
Well, you'd be citing things the Commanders have done recently, not things the Cowboys have done recently, right? This offense has struggled the last couple of games. There's very much an open question, sorry, Dan Quinn, about how much Jayden Daniels is able to do or not do, right? I think if they lose this game, it's really hard for me to imagine a path where on Monday you open your show, Danny, by saying, wow, who knew Cooper Rush was that good? I guess he just, sometimes they make plays too. I think it's far more likely if they lose this game, and I don't think they will, but if they lose this game, we're on Monday saying, man, they really messed some stuff up, and this offense isn't as good as we thought it was initially.
Yeah, to the point on the offense that you just made, that's where I'm at. This has to be a bounce-back, get-right game. Mike Zimmer's defense is not playing well, super banged up right now. I don't even really need to dive too much deeper into the last two games. You played two elite defenses. Football happened. But if you don't go out and look good offensively against the Cowboys, there are bigger problems at play here.
Yeah, just let's not sprain our necks from nodding along while we're both correct here. But you're absolutely right. This is, I'm excited for a refreshed dialogue, hopefully, about this team and what they can be, because I think you've got a big enough sample size. If they win Sunday, we're saying on Monday, this is a wild card team that's gotten right, that, we see who they can be and who they've measured short against. And I think everybody's rational about it, which is hard to be after a loss. I get that. It's a big Cliff Kingsbury game too, right? I mean, fair or unfair, the reputation follows him around that he fades late in seasons. I mean, this is a classic get-right game, and you've got 10 days of rest, and they played on Monday Night Football, and the roof fell down and the organization's a disaster, and they don't have their starters. This is classic get-right game territory.
Michael, so as Daniels hasn't played as well of late, there's multiple reasons for that probably, right? I'm sure good defense has something to do with it. Short rest has something to do with it. My point is, a factor is this nagging, bothersome rib thing. And Dan Quinn let everyone know that he's not hurt. I did this semantics thing in 2012 between hurt and cleared and injured and whatever. I'm not doing that again. My point is, it's probably a factor that's led to maybe some bad mechanics or some bad habits or favoring some things. That's all. I don't think it means he shouldn't be playing or anything like that. I'm just simply saying that even though he's telling me he's getting wrapped to stay warm, that's interesting. They're not wrapping his arm. They're not wrapping his head. They're wrapping a midsection where he got injured. But anyway, I digress. To me, it's bothering him. And I think that's pretty simple. What do you think?
Yeah, you and I are singing the same song here as well. It's very clear. He was so inaccurate on Thursday night, right? And I get that the defense was doing things, but it was just so uncharacteristic for him. They didn't throw the Hail Mary at the end of the half, right? There's just all these little data points. They weren't hitting the gas at the end of the game either. All these little data points that tell you, like, if everything's right, they do those things, and those things don't come up and aren't issues. So that's what I'm looking at. Just they're not behaving like they normally do. And who knows what it'll look like with 10 days rest. Hopefully it'll look a lot better and we can put this behind us. But he's doing the rap. He's doing the things. Very clearly still bothering him, at least from my view, not on the bench, but up in the stands.
That's my guy, Michael Phillips, here on the Beltway Blitz. Michael, thank you, buddy. Great chatting as always, and we will catch up soon.
Take care, guys.
See you, buddy.
I'm in Philadelphia. I should have asked Michael about this. I got a text from him the other night. So we once together went out to dinner in Philadelphia to this Italian spot. This was many, many years ago when we were on the beat. And the local Washington operation was playing the Eagles the next day. And so there was this crazy Italian restaurant that was like in a house in a neighborhood. Literally.
Yeah.
Like you're driving in a neighborhood, you park in a driveway, and then you go in and it's super, I don't want to say fancy, but it was like date-like. It was just me and Phillips and, white
intimate
tablecloth.
setting. Yeah. With the candles.
So you're in like a living room with a fireplace. Like I'm not exaggerating.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, where are we? Like we just found a place that someone said was good online. We didn't know anything about it. So now we're in a house.
It's like a hole in the wall Italian joint.
And this guy walks up to us and he's super Italian and everything. And he's like asking what we want. And so I kind of did my bit where I'm like, what do you love? What don't you love? Give me some thoughts. And so when he came back, I told him I wanted lasagna. He would not let me order the lasagna.
I love that.
He would not.
I love that so much.
He's like, I think you want the bolognese. And I was like, respectfully, I appreciate that. And at first it was like a nice little, cute little fun thing. He just wouldn't let me order the lasagna.
That's so great.
And we got to a point like a minute into this exchange.
We're in an impasse now.
I'm like, when is the joke in, So he's like, okay, anything for you. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And then he brought me bolognese. So I never got my lasagna. I wasn't allowed to order lasagna. I don't know if he was like, tonight, I don't think you should do the lasagna. And I'm like, whatever. It wasn't like that. It was like you'll love the lasagna. You'll love it, but you'll like the bolognese more. And I was like, okay, but I don't really do bolognese. I like lasagna. So anyway, Phillips texted me the other night and he goes, I'm in Philly. He goes, should we go to dinner? Maybe you can get your lasagna this time. And then I get a text from like 3 or 4 guys that are obviously sitting with him in the press box, Kime and a bunch of the guys that cover the team. They're like, hey, did you ever get your lasagna?
Now.
Never once have I gotten my lasagna that I ordered.
What do you get first?
Yeah.
That lasagna or your pizzas?
Oh, I actually have a pizza update. I'll give that pizza update next segment. I got a great update on
Do you really have an update?
I think you're going to be shocked by this. Also, what do the Commanders need to do better on offense? What do they have to do better offensively to fix this 2-game issue that they're having? Next on Grant and Danny. You can hit us up on social media at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, if you'd like to do that. So I did tease this. We got to do this. We got to pay this off really quickly,
Yeah.
and then we can get back to the show. I know this is going to shock people, but I actually do legitimately have an update on the pizzas. Darius. In the case of the missing pizzas, Darius is allergic. I did not get my pizzas, unfortunately.
Oh, I really thought this time
that was the update.
Was different.
Thus far.
no
pies.
pies. Remember where they aren't.
We were waiting. We were hopeful. There's a time. I do think they're coming. I have not given up hope.
I don't, though.
Holiday season looms. Be the perfect time to get a couple of.
Haven't you moved since then?
No.
This
That
house.
was
Okay.
early on at the new house.
Can you imagine if they do show up, like next week?
Yes,
like
I expect them
you're expecting. It's been years, and the guy just ripped cash out of your mailbox. Can you imagine if, like, he's like, "Sorry for the delay, but I didn't really care." Like, here you go.
Just hands me pizzas. Well, what's funny is, so the kids that came up to my front door
Mhm.
and took the money and were supposed to give me the pizzas, I believe they're now graduating college.
Yeah.
I mean, they've
declared their majors. They've got internships.
Yeah, mid-high school at that point. So, I mean, they'll be homeowners next to me soon before they are going to give me my pizza.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
Thank you, Coach. If Washington's going to get their offense back on track, what do they have to fix? What needs to be better this week against the Cowboys?
They need something easy. Deep plays, big shots. They need the thing Jonathan Gannon was talking about, that receiver at the airport, the shoo. You need to get people off you a little bit. You need to prove that you can't just press up, play man on big third downs and things like that. You need to burn somebody, whether it's deep, whether it's something over the middle for 20 yards that gets turned into 40, whether it's Eckler short out of the backfield like he did against Philadelphia, quite frankly, taking a little hitch pass and going 34 yards, dragging a defender with him. But they need a couple of big gains just to get people off you a little bit. Because what they major in, Cliff Kingsbury's offenses, we've seen it. It's misdirection. It's everything from zone reads to RPOs to horizontal stuff to quick things. That's what they major. That's who they are. That's their DNA. It's kind of this modified new horizontal raid West Coast offense, whatever you want to call it. It's about short, quick passes and runs. Something just to get people off of that. You got to show that you can do it or are willing to do it, etc. They haven't really the last couple of weeks. It looks like they maybe don't think they could block it up. Maybe they don't trust their guys to get open deep. I don't know. But to me, I think that's something that's been missing here of late. I get it. You respect your opponent, and that's maybe what they would defend well. But now that you've got a Dallas coming up and a couple teams that aren't maybe quite as strong, a couple back-breaking shots might be the recipe.
So here's what I've got in order for the offense. They've got to get Jayden Daniels running the football again. Jayden Daniels against Pittsburgh ran for 5 yards. Jayden Daniels against the Eagles ran for 18 yards. If he is not a threat to run the football, it makes your running game slightly less effective. I think it makes it easier to defend the passing game of Washington, because if I'm not sucking defenders into the box, if I'm not playing as many stacked fronts and some of those bare fronts where you got guys on the edge that have to D him up to keep the ball on read option, he's not pulling it as much as he was early in the year. Everything gets a little bit watered down. Now, we go back to the health debate that we've been having for a few days. Is he 100%? Does he feel well enough to run the football like he did early in the year? I think he needs to scramble a couple of times in this game. He has not scrambled nearly as much. He's leading the NFL still in attempts. But, I mean, look at the first month of the season. Like, it's so funny. We're talking about, is he the same or what looks different? You and I yesterday were kind of over semantics debating if he's different or not. His rushing attempts in the first 5 games that they played, Danny, 16, 10, 12, 8, and 11. I'm going to say that again. 16, 10, 12, 8, and 11. Double digits 4 out of 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 5 games, 3, 8, 8, 3, and 7. So 2 things are happening, in my opinion. One is he's not running as much. Maybe that's the rib. Maybe that's getting hit a few times now and being mental. The other thing is teams are keeping him in the pocket.
Yeah.
And this is, people hear this and they take it as like disrespect. And how dare you say he's not a pocket passer? Jayden Daniels can pass. He can throw the ball. We all know he can win from the pocket. But just like when you play Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray or Josh Allen or Russell Wilson or Daniel Jones, for that matter, any quarterback who has the ability to make plays with their feet and has dual threat tendencies, when you know where they're going to be, you're better off. That means keeping him in the pocket.
What's the most backbreaking thing that he, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar Jackson, name your thing, can do?
Time to create and get out of the pocket.
It's that. So,
and he hasn't done it the last 2 games.
Yeah, so you're going to drink some poison, right? There's going to be some tough times. He'll pick you apart. But I will take my chance on that rather than the backbreaking play, because that's what happens if you go after him and miss. Like if you're aggressive, if you blitz with 5, or you do, again, I always point to the Cleveland game, because that to me was just the oh my God, jaw dropping. There's no counter for this. They got it right. They dialed it up perfect. They had a blitzer, so you're sacrificing someone in coverage to then force everybody to be in man on a 4th and 2. He shook that dude like he was, like a bull swatting a gnat to the side, and just jogged for 40 yards. Like it was the most easy thing in the world. And that's the danger, right? Is if you pressure and don't get him, it's backbreaking.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm not doing that anymore. I will not take that chance. My best chance, counting cards at the casino, so guarantee you win, even when it's the odds are in your favor. But I'll take my chances on that versus the other way.
I would say if we were just looking at the Eagles game involving Terry McLaurin, when he's catching the football and amassing yards, they're a lot better on offense.
Yeah.
Now that's chicken or the egg, and I kind of hate that answer for myself, because it's one of those things where it's like saying when you're running the ball well, you win more often. It's like, yeah, well, because you're winning, you run the ball, right? If you run more plays and things are going well on offensively, there's more targets, there's more catches to be had for a guy like Terry. But specific just to the Philly game, uninvolved. They were disinterested in getting the ball, it seemed like. Like, I can't do no catches in the third quarter, because I could eat. If I want to, you're catching a slip screen. You're catching a slant. And they do it all the time. They open games with 2-3 targets on a drive, and he's involved, gets them in the flow. They didn't do it against Philadelphia. And so, the rookie corner, Quinn Mitchell, did an awesome job against him. Maybe, except that Terry McLaurin makes more contested catches statistically this year than anybody in the National Football League. So he doesn't have to be open to get the football. Throw him the ball anyway. Tight windows, everything around the line of scrimmage, slants and crossers and drags. I don't care if someone's on his back. Get him in the flow. They didn't do that. And I have no patience for that this late in the season.
Yeah,
if we're being honest.
And I have no patience for it when the offense isn't humming. If you score 40 points and he didn't have a catch, fine, I'll deal with it.
Well, obviously.
But so I wasn't trying to rip you there. I'm just simply saying, like,
no, I think that's a good point.
If it's working, then just keep doing it. If it's not, it was my biggest gripe with Scott Turner. It was my gripe at times with Eric Bieniemy. If your offense ain't great, and it wasn't great for any of the last basically 5 seasons, or even longer, really, since Jay, I just can't stomach not having my best player constantly involved. If he's exhausted from all the targets and I still can't move the ball, okay, I don't have it. They're better than me. I just can't go down the way. It's how I'm wired.
I think this is a Joe Mixon game. A B-Rob game after what I saw Joe Mixon do to the Cowboys this past week. Brian Robinson's going to have a day, because I think him and Joe Mixon have some similarities in how they run between the tackles. Did you see what Mixon did?
He was
Dallas?
Comfortable, wasn't he?
Now, his numbers ended up actually being like more pedestrian than I thought. I would have guessed he ran for like 130.
Because you had that one play called back that looked huge.
Yeah.
So you're like, you saw that, but they're like, no, you didn't.
That's a good point. He ended up 20 for 110, which, don't get me wrong, is awesome. That's 5.5 yards per carry. He ripped off a 44-yard touchdown.
Yeah, but if you were watching, it was more than that. Like you could just tell.
Feasted, right? Yeah. But he's got some B-Rob. He's got 10 touchdowns, averages about 76 yards per game or so, and he went out and got 110. I think there's going to be lanes to be had. There are yards to be picked up on the ground. I also think one of the things we haven't talked a lot about, think about the experience in that building and the knowledge of all those players that Washington has. All the guys that have come over, from Dan Quinn to Joe Witt to the other guys on the staff that we don't talk about, to players like Dorrance Armstrong and Tyler Biotish, leaders on both sides of the ball. I mean, they are, in a lot of ways, like Cowboys East, right? The old Commanders, we called them the Cowmanders at one point this offseason. all that knowledge helps you, as if you needed more help when they're on a short week, you're on a long week, they're terrible, you're good, and you're a 10.5-point favorite. But I think that's something that should be addressed too.
I think that's smart. I mean, the ultimate thing here is if this offense looks like it did kind of before, again, we're talking about like the bottom fell out. It didn't. They just went to more pedestrian than we'd seen, this high flying, unbelievable, greatest show on turf type offense. If they're doing that this weekend against a beat up and frankly, almost underwater Dallas team, it's going to feel really, really good. If there's any kind of struggle, though, you might feel some of that pucker in the fan base.
The Danny Rouillet impression wheel is in front of me.
Oh.
It is a Wednesday. We will spin the wheel and talk to a couple of celebrities on the Danny Rouillet impression wheel next on G&D. Remember, we're blitzing the East at 5, and in the 5 o'clock hour, where's high school football headed, and what do we want it to be? We've got a conversation to have next hour on the Fan. We will blitz the East coming up at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock, about 13 minutes from right now on Grant and Danny. Dallas Cowboys coming to town this weekend. Giants making a quarterback change. The Philadelphia Eagles now in the driver's seat in the division after beating Washington. There's a lot going on in the NFC East. By the way, the Eagles are at the Rams. Sean McVay needs to do his boys in D.C. a favor and find a way to upset Philadelphia this weekend.
Let's get that done, Shawnee Mac.
What's the line in that game? Can I guess? Because I have no idea. I've not seen it. I'm going to say... See, I think that game is going to be closer than people do. But I'm guessing the line won't reflect that. I'm thinking 4.5 points. Eagles minus 4.5.
Eagles 2.5 point road favorites.
2.5?
2.5.
That's nothing.
2.5.
Really?
Yeah.
So maybe I'm on to something.
I think you are.
I think the Rams might knock off Philly this weekend.
It'd be nice.
That would be huge for the local.
NFC loss, bring them back to the pack a little bit. Go ahead, Shawnee Mac. Go ahead.
I've got the impression wheel. Speaking of Sean McVay, let's tell everyone who's on the impression wheel. This is the Danny Huhe impression wheel.
So I just did some selections on there. Like there's a bunch not on there. Some
I'll
are.
read them to you right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Shannon Sharp.
Oh, Death. Hold on, Skip. Let me tell you, Skip. I'm going to be on the impression wheel now.
Dieter.
Well, of course I'm on the wheel. I'm on many wheels. Depends on what day it is.
Stone Cold.
I'm going to tell you something about the wheel. It's on my list. That's Stone Cold's list. You better spin that damn thing.
Obama.
First of all, we got to be clear. The wheel of impressions is for amusement purposes only.
Josh Harris.
Wait, I just wanted to buy the impression wheel of beer.
John Walton.
Yeah, show up, Kenny, the impression wheel. If there was a health Ovechkin wheel, I'd spin the hell out of that. I'm pretty depressed.
I think Walton's your one seed.
It's a good impression.
It's pretty good.
I wish John was like nationally famous so that I could do it all the time.
Games nationally.
But I wish everyone knew.
Gotcha.
Do you know what I mean? Like
you want him to be Doc Emmerich.
Yeah.
Gotcha. John Gruden.
Let me tell you something, man. It's a great impression wheel, all right? First of all, tell you something about that wheel. Probably runs a 4.2.
The only one here that makes me uncomfortable. Lou Holtz.
Come on. It's a long history. It's a long time ago. Let me tell you something about that impression. When you take this way, going spinning around like this, and it's going to show up and play football.
Wild card. Give me a mystery one that's not on here.
Oh, yes. You're the guy that does the Stewie. Everybody does it. You're so original.
And did we say Sean McVay yet?
We didn't. Oh, we obviously want to be outstanding in everything that we do. We want to turn that wheel. And when you're done, turn it, set it up right. All right. That's something that we take great pride in.
Stephen A. Smith.
Let's be real here. You're just going through all the impressions now because you're killing time. Let's be realistic about
Patrick Mahomes.
Obviously, I just want to thank Darius, Coach T, and obviously Coach Reed and Trav. I don't know why I said Coach T. I don't know who that is.
Who is Coach T?
That's not a person. I was just talking about Trav and Coach Tom and Coach Reed and Ryan Clary also. Just I'm sad he moved out of the Gary Sheffield apartments.
Saquon Barkley.
I don't have Saquon Barkley.
Oh, wait. Charles Barkley.
That would make no sense to do. I don't know what Saquon Barkley sound like. What does he say?
How many years have I worked with you?
Hold on. We had our 10th.
Why would I have looked at Barkley on this?
It's our 10th anniversary.
Saquon Barkley.
It's our 10th anniversary, but we've been this 11 years, but we've been doing it 11, but this is our 10th anniversary. Back to you,
I'm
Ernie.
a stupid person.
That's what I was going to say.
Barkley.
You dumb.
Saquon Barkley?
I don't know, Shaq.
Donald Trump?
Okay, so we're going to talk about it. So-called Grant Paulson, okay? Have we ever seen a birth certificate? We haven't seen one. We don't know.
All right, so I'm going to spin the wheel.
Okay, what are we talking about?
I believe the topic at hand, 2 minutes will be on the clock.
All right.
I believe I want your detailed breakdown on Commanders fans being extremely confident about a win over the Cowboys. Like, I personally...
Oh, yeah, you're overconfident.
Right now, I think they're going to cover 10. I don't know how I feel about 10.5, but I might buy down to 9.5 and I might have them cover that number.
Okay.
I want your reaction to that as Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Well, first of all, we're talking about a Washington group that's dominant and a Dallas Cowboy group that flat out sucks. What? They come in here walking wounded, barely able to string a sentence together. Cooper Rush, more like Cooper sucks. What? Let me tell you something about Jerry Jones. He can't even open and close his damn roof right. He's coming to town chewing on his glasses. Dak Prescott's butt fell off. You're going to walk in here with Rico Dowdell and a fat Ezekiel Elliott, and you're going to try to cover? Jayden Daniels has an entire canister of a branded beverage for you. It's called a can of whoop ass. When you walk into Northwest Field, east of the stadium, it's going to read a lot to not much. And that's the bottom line. Because Stone Cold said so.
Oh, the glass. Look at that.
That's the way the game is played.
That's how we play.
All right, I'll give you one more. I'll be a little quicker here.
All right, there we go. I'll be quicker about that.
I want a rebuttal. So this is like State of the Union style.
Oh, but like this is for the Dallas perspective?
Yeah, so
Okay.
this is the rebuttal from the Dallas perspective on why that won't be the result. From Jerry Jones.
That's quite fitting, of course, that it landed on me. But I'm not dignifying your question with anything. Right? You want to go find some oil rigs and dig down and find some glory down in that hole. We can discuss that. But I'm inclined to go to a different radio program. I don't like you, especially Ryan. That son of a bitch. I'm not down with him. And I think
what do you have against Clary?
This is the character. That's not me. You understand? That's
I'm
a
not
character.
saying, Jerry, what do you have against Clary?
I don't like him. I don't like his tone. I don't like how comfortable he is with the guests.
Jerry Jones doesn't like Ryan Clary. What are the chances?
Well, you have me on. You better let me finish talking
I
now.
apologize.
Otherwise, I'll find someone else to ask the questions. But Ryan, when he gets a guest on there, he's doing his own show. He wants to speak to him about what's going on. How about put him on hold so the professionals can speak with him? That's Jerry. That's not me, buddy. That's just Jerry. I love you, pal.
Jerry.
But don't let that buffoon talk again either. Dan, whatever his name is. We're going to win. Dallas Cowboys are going to win by 30 this week.
That's the impression wheel, ladies and gentlemen. The Danny Rouillet impression wheel. Let's blitz the East. We'll talk about Jerry's Cowboys and our Commanders next on The Fan. As Washington continues to build a foundation for success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. That's our buddies, the law firm Kandori and Murat. They're going to help update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. They did it for my parents, done it for my in-laws. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's blitz the division right now. Spin y'all around the NFC East. And to discuss the Cowboys, we will begin with Kevin Hagelin, who works on Middays 105.3 The Fan. Kevin, it looks really, really bad from the outside. Washington has not been here very often. 10-point favorites against anyone, and they're 10.5-point favorites at home against Dallas this week. They're 3-7. They don't have Dak Prescott. Is this as bad as it seems?
What do you mean? Mike Parsons just said on his podcast, this is a damn good football team. So I guess I'll go with that. And parts of the roof are falling off, and we've trailed by 20-plus points in 6 straight home games. Other than that, you know, we're playing football.
Heads are falling off?
Yeah, I kind of do feel like this is the Bird and Dumb and Dumber, and we're trying to tape its head back on no avail.
You're Billy in 4C, man.
Harry, I took care of it. How did it get this bad? Like early on, they were losing games, but you lose by 6 points to San Fran, touchdown game to Atlanta, beat Pittsburgh. Like, I know the Lions game was pretty horrendous, but they're beating up everybody like that. How did we get here, Kevin?
I think, and I don't want to give them an out because they don't deserve it, and they would have a bad record either way. But I think the nature of some of the blowout games has been a matter of attrition in terms of how many injuries they had. I mean, you saw the way that game finished up. The Cowboys had, at best, 2/5 of their starting offensive line out there. Obviously, their quarterback is not out there. Wide receiver number 2 is not out there. We didn't actually bother to pick up a starting running back. So I think that's like part of the deal is injuries. That's led to the more lopsided nature, not the losses. The losses would be there, but the more lopsided nature.
Why wouldn't they play Trey Lance at this point instead of running Cooper Rush out there?
What a great question. But then again, like, personally, I think the Cowboys have already blown it on that, and they waited too long. Because if you think about it, you could play Trey Lance right now. Great, to figure out if he's going to be the backup next year. Like, he's not in contract. His contract's up at the end of the year. So whatever reason they traded a 4th-round pick for him, they didn't see it, and they went ahead and signed Dak Prescott to his extension anyway. So your best hope is that he sets the league on fire for 7 weeks, signs a contract somewhere else, and you get a comp pick. So why they're not doing that, I don't know. We've asked Jerry Jones that, and he's like, Cooper gives us the best chance to win. All right, great. Well, you got to break off 7 straight wins to make the playoffs, and there's no way that's going to happen.
So I assume people are losing jobs at the end of this thing, right?
Oh, my gosh. Like, yeah, I'm sure our GM will get fired, right? Is that what you're getting at? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. So obviously the scapegoats are going to be Mike McCarthy and Brian Schottenheimer because, you know, Brian Schottenheimer is the sort of offensive coordinator, even though Mike McCarthy calls all the plays. I am curious about if the defensive coordinator sticks around after this year because obviously Mike Zimmer has had a really rough time. But I would be willing to bet you see a clean slate on the coaching staff because you got to sell something, right? And you're going to bring back a lot of the same team because you still have salary cap problems. So what are you going to sell? I got a brand new coach and a brand new attitude and blah, 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 blah.
Is that a good job?
I mean, look, if you like attention, it's a great job. If you look at what it pays, it's shockingly low, and every single thing you do is critiqued. Like, I guarantee you, Mike McCarthy has gotten way more attention than even when he was, like, winning a Super Bowl with Green Bay, because every single thing you do here is broken down. If you think you're good enough to excel, then go for it. But sometimes the machine here in Arlington crushes people.
I think Dak Prescott's good. And I know that's like not popular because if you're not like throwing a 100% completion percentage for 7,000 yards and 80 touchdowns, everybody rips everything apart the Dallas Cowboy quarterback does. But I don't know that he's good enough to lift a team out of malaise. Kind of give me a stock report on him. I know he's out obviously with injury long term, but how are people feeling about him after this year?
People are pretty frustrated, but I think now for the first time in at least 3 or 4 years, the frustration seems to have shifted back to the front office because, like you just said, if your quarterback's not freaking perfect all the time and it's not Patrick Mahomes, well, he's a bum. But they re-signed him before the season started, even though every indication we got throughout the offseason was this a prove-it year for everybody. Okay, great. So what did we do instead? Sign Dak the day that the regular season starts and pay him $5 million more per season than any quarterback in the league. And what I keep trying to tell people is that contract hasn't even kicked in yet. It starts next year, and his salary cap hit next year is $89 million. Now, what will the Cowboys do? They'll flip some switches, push the money down the line. But guess what? That's how they got into this problem in the first place.
How much of a chance do you give them in Washington this weekend?
Not a lot. If Jayden Daniels could play like that again, and every single player on the team could also play their worst game, then maybe. Just this team gives you no hope from an offensive perspective. Like, obviously they got Micah back. We're hoping Marshawn Nealon will be back this week. There's the potential that Brandon Cooks will be back, but with the offense, you just haven't seen anything in the last couple of weeks that leads you to believe that even if the defense is lights out, they can pull this out. I think 10 points is a very fair spread, if not perhaps a little bit low.
Kevin, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Yes, sir. Later, guys.
Appreciate you, man. Hit that Giant sounder, Dares. Our pal Chris Bizignano, Giants Insider, at Giant Insider on Elon's app, joins us here. So Daniel Jones isn't just the second string guy. He's third string Sam here at this point. What's going on?
He's actually going to be the fourth string.
Fourth string Freddie. Love it.
Yeah, they signed Tim Boyle to the practice squad, and it looks like he's going to be the emergency quarterback Sunday against Tampa Bay. So as we all know, Daniel's days they are finished here in New York, and I don't think he's going to be around much longer. I can't see him hanging around the last 7 weeks. I can see him asking for his release soon, and that's that. As they say here in New York, that's that.
Well, what's amazing about that, not to say that they shouldn't move on based on this season, but to go from 100 to 0, like every press conference, he gives us the best chance, the best chance, the best chance. And I think we all know that, yeah, now they're out of it. They're done. They're cooked. They're 2-8. And they're flipping the script out of the bye. But I've seen the veteran players in the locker room who are upset. I've seen guys come out going, what they're doing to him is wrong. And they know it's a business. But, I mean, to make him the fourth quarterback and now Tim Boyle's ahead of him when he's the best guy on the roster, I get why they're doing it. You don't want to risk an injury and screwing you over into the future. But how do you save face with players, or do they not care?
No, they care. Look, speaking of some veterans today, matter of fact, I just put something on X, that they're not crazy about the move, but Dable did speak to the veteran leaders, the captains, like Dex Lawrence. I just put on X something that Dex told me. And not that they're crazy about it, but Dable explained to the leaders in the locker room why he did it and all that, and they understand it's a business move, and now they have the attitude of, okay, we're not crazy about it, but hey, we have a job to do. We have to go out and win football games. Because as you guys know, look, there was no way being 2-8 and the $23 million injury clause in Daniel's contract that he was going to play again. And yes, our players not crazy about that. Yes, but at the same time, you had some saying, yeah, we also understand the business part of this league. So.
Yeah, that's one of those. If you don't like that one, change the CBA, because that's a rule that makes sense for teams to a lever they can pull. But I want to go to this big picture here, Chris, with the Giants. I know they're 2-8. We all can see the record. So they got 3 losses on the year that I want to point to that are by more than one score. Opener to Minnesota, week 1, weird stuff happens. 10-point loss to Cincinnati, and Philadelphia beat the brakes off them. Every other loss they've had has been within 1 score. So it's not as if they're getting bludgeoned week in and week out. They're strangely competitive and strangely okay, but good enough to keep games close enough but not win them is kind of the sense I got. Just again, general observation. Give me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's just a matter of they've been shooting themselves in the foot so many times, making crucial mistakes or crucial turnovers. And even that Bengal game, they scored a last 2-minute touchdown to make it 17-7. Even that game was 10-7 to the stretch. It's just a matter of, look, they just don't execute at the right time. They make crucial mistakes at the wrong time. Last week, the Carolina game in Germany, 2 red zone interceptions. It's either that or the defense plays well, but then all of a sudden the defense gives up 2 big chunk plays or a crucial mistake there. They don't get turnovers, guys. They're -6 in turnovers. Okay. It's just a matter of they just cannot put it together for 60 minutes. And you're right. They've been competitive. They've been right there in these games, but they just haven't been able to get over the hump. They haven't been able to execute in the right time during these games, and that's why they're 2-8. And the quarterback play was just average, sometimes good, a lot of times bad, and that's why you're 2-8.
Why didn't they turn to Drew Lock? What's the point of paying him to not go to him?
Because Drew Lock is not going to be on this roster next year. Tommy DeVito, they want to look at some more to see if he has a future with this team. That's why. Look, they signed Drew as a veteran insurance policy last all season, just in case Daniel was not ready at the beginning of the year. Or obviously when the season mattered, if Daniel got hurt, they had a veteran to step in there. That's gone now, right? It's 2-8. The season's done. So Dave will want to see, DeVito did some good things last year. He's 3-3 as a starter. Dave likes him. He's been practicing really well from what I understand in the limited reps he gets during the week. And they want to look at him and say, okay, let's see if this guy is a part of our future for 2025. That's all it is.
Chris, thank you as always, buddy. We'll talk soon.
Hey, talk soon, guys. Be good, all right?
See you, my friend. Good to speak with
Bye-bye.
you as always. Hit that Eagle sounder, please. Tom Kelly joins us evenings on 94 WIP in Philadelphia at Tommy Kelly 44 on Elon's app. Tommy, we just saw that group. They're good. They're good everywhere. The defense is playing really well. They seem to have kind of gotten over this whole Nick Sirianni yelling at the fans thing, and they felt pretty well coached to me. Where do you have them right now, talking about the Eagles, in the NFL hierarchy?
Yeah, I'm in top 5. I'm probably number 4 right now behind Detroit, the Bills, and still Kansas City just because of what they've done. And, guys, I mean, the thing that's really been the turnaround that you talked about is the defense. And you saw it last Thursday night. I mean, really, aside from that second drive of the game for the Commanders, they weren't able to do a whole lot. You got Zach Vaughn, who they signed, probably having the best season of any Eagles linebacker in like 20 years. Quinn Mitchell, first-round pick, has been incredible as a lockdown corner. So that's really been the biggest thing over the last couple of weeks is this defense is so much better than we expected it to be.
Hurts has also gotten away from turning the ball over, which was a problem early in the year. He's protected a lot better. I didn't think he was particularly good, frankly, in the Thursday night game, and certainly not early on. But it does seem like he's protecting the ball better, and maybe that's been a game changer too.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Hurts' season has been really weird because he had a lot of turnovers in the first 4 games you mentioned. He's really cleaned that up, and that's been a big factor for this team. But still, the passing game just doesn't 100% look right. And you saw, I mean, it doesn't need to be great every week when you have a guy like Saquon who can be a game breaker like he was at the end of that game last week. And that's what most of the talk is around here right now is Jalen's cleaned up the turnovers. That's great at the start. But with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, those receiving options, the pass game should look better, and it's probably going to need to be better at some point to beat a team like Detroit and really go deep into the postseason.
Health-wise, how are they doing? I remember looking at their schedule before the season, Tom, that the bye, I go, man, that's an early bye week. That's a bummer for them. Turned out to be a godsend because I felt like they needed it right then. How are they health-wise and prognostication maybe going forward?
Yeah, I mean, health-wise right now, they look pretty good. They got Jordan Mailata back for that Washington game. That was really big for them. Bryce Huff was announced today. He's been dealing with a wrist injury. He's going to have a little procedure. They'll get him back toward the end of the regular season. But Bryce Huff has kind of fallen out of that defensive end rotation anyway. I mean, Nolan Smith has kind of emerged, and Josh Sweat and Brandon Graham still playing at high levels. So health-wise, aside from Bryce Huff, who, as I said, had lost playing time anyway, they're in a pretty good spot right now. And as Eagles fans, we're hoping that continues.
Rams, Sunday Night Football coming up. I feel like this is actually going to be a tight game. What's your expectation?
Yeah, this is a big one, and this is a really interesting 2-game stretch for the Eagles because they go out to L.A. this week. They don't get on a plane for the rest of the season after this game. And following this week, they go to Baltimore. That's going to be a really good measuring stick game for the Eagles. So I think the way we're looking at it is you get one of these two, And then your schedule the rest of the way is pretty favorable. I mean, you got the Panthers, Cowboys, Giants, all still at home here. Obviously play down Washington and Pittsburgh at home. So I would expect them to beat the Rams. Then Baltimore's going to be tough. But I think the way we're looking at it, you get out of these next two with one win, you're in pretty good shape.
How is Jalen Hurts playing so much better maybe than last year and even the first part of this year?
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to the turnovers. I mean, he's not turning it over. They're not asking him to do as much. I mean, obviously, Saquon in the running game has been a huge factor there, and the defense is just so much better. And I think that's taken a lot off Jalen Hurts' shoulders because last year the defense stunk. The running game wasn't what it has been this year. So I just think the lack of pressure that's on him to do everything has kind of made it a lot easier. And when you can rely on Saquon, I mean, that's the talk here is that Saquon should be a legit MVP candidate. I mean, he's been incredible, and he's been a game changer for this offense.
7 games left for the Eagles. They've got the Rams, Ravens, Panthers, Steelers, Commanders, Cowboys, and Giants. How many wins do you think they've got remaining on that schedule? 8-2 now.
Well, yeah, I mean, the 3 at home, Panthers, Giants, Cowboys, they should absolutely be wins. I'd say they win at least 5 of those games. I think they'll be able to win 5 of them. But the big deal is, I mean, they probably need 6 to get that 1 seed. And that's what we're kind of looking at this point. Obviously, the win over Washington last week was huge for the division. But if they're going to catch the Lions, they probably need to win 6 out of these last 7. And that's why if they could somehow win these next 2 and go into that final 5 games where you have those 3 easy ones, that would put them in a great spot. But I think they probably win 5. 6 is a stretch, but they probably need to win 6 if they're going to get home field.
Tom, appreciate you, buddy. Good insight, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There's Tom Kelly on the Eagles. That was interesting. So they're not even really, he's not saying they got to win this to win the division. He's talking about home field advantage.
Yeah, that's the eye line now. After you do what you did last Thursday, you got a couple game lead, and you're in a really good spot, getting healthier, arrows trending up.
I think high school football is relatable content. Everyone either went to high school or is in high school or is going to be in high school and knows someone who's involved with high school athletics. Where are we headed with high school sports? There's a saga going on in Virginia that is completely fascinating that we'll talk about next right here on The Fan. All right, welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight. We'll be live and local into the evening with Virginia Tech athletics here on the Fan tonight. Got some college hoops coming your way. Speaking of levels below the pros, we spent a lot of time talking about the NFL, the NBA, other of the major sports in the D.C. area. I want to dabble down to the high school ranks here for a minute, because this is something that I just find absolutely fascinating. The more I'm reading about it, the more discourse I'm hearing. And I think this is one of those water cooler conversations that is relatable, that everybody is having wherever they are at this juncture. Everyone can relate to high school sports because you came through high school or you got a kid in high school. And I think even if you're in no way linked to what's going on in Virginia right now, I think everyone will have an opinion and can add to the conversation here. So the best way to get into this, I guess, would be to just tell the story of what's going on over at Hayfield High School.
And there's a lot.
There's a lot here. So Danny, ask questions as you want to. I've done as much researching and I've read all the stories I could. I've watched YouTube interviews with members of the coaching staff and parents, and I've did as much prep as I possibly could to get into this conversation. This is the most written about and talked about high school football story probably in Virginia since the merger of the T.C. Williams Titans back in the early 1970s, which led to Remember the Titans, the movie. It involves multiple investigations for rules being broken. It involves a postseason ban and lawsuits and a court injunction. And so we got to go through it all here. Nobody's really talking about it on the record. That's what's amazing. This is all just coming from reporters who are digging on this and getting sources to give them some intel. But Fairfax County Public Schools and the VHSL and certainly coaches, nobody's talking on the record about this. But here's kind of the general gist, okay? Hayfield, which is in Fairfax, over in the Kingstown area, I don't know how to be more specific than that, but Hayfield High School, hired a head coach this past spring into the summer from Freedom High School in Woodbridge. He is a fantastic football coach, has had a ton of success. I've seen Hayfield play multiple times this year. Not only are they one of the most talented public schools I've ever seen, but they're one of the best coach teams I've seen. All right. So this head coach named Daryl Overton comes to Hayfield High School from Freedom High School in Woodbridge, where they've won back-to-back state championships.
Quick pause, quick note. Previously, this program, to be kind, was not only was it not good, it was more about.
Freedom you're talking about.
No, this is Hayfield. They were bad for a long time. The previous 3 years, a head coach who was summarily dismissed by the new principal and athletic director by doing things normally. You just try to make the best of it. Whoever your kids are, you build a program, you do okay. They'd drastically outperformed their previous results.
Yeah.
Before he was hired, they were 1-6, could barely field the team. Then they go 5-5, 7-4, 6-5. Huge improvements, big steps forward.
So they won 2 games in the 2 years before that coach, his name's Aziz, got there. Okay. Over the last 3 years, he's won his district 3 straight years, but they haven't won in the playoffs.
Right.
He gets fired or they move on from him. There's a new principal and a new athletic director that come in there and dismiss him. I guess all of this is alleged based on reports, right? But he's no longer there. And then they go find a new head coach and they go to Freedom High School where this guy was coaching. Freedom High School, who scored 60 points in 10 different games last year, who scored 70 points in 5 games, who led a team 91-0 at the half and won a game 112-6 last year with one of the best prep teams in recent Virginia State history. They won their state title game a couple years ago by 55 points, right? Back-to-back titles. So they go get this coach, and he comes over to Hayfield High School to be the head coach. That is not that uncommon, by the way. That happens. Like you leave schools, you go coach at another place, right? What's interesting about this story is that pretty much his entire staff, or a big chunk of it, also comes to Hayfield, and the way that the reporting's been done, as many as 24 new players came to Hayfield as well. Now, the numbers are varying based on what you read and where, and I think it's hard to iron all of this out and pin it all down. But 14, it seems like to me, based on at least some of the reporting, the Defector had a great story on this from Dave McKenna within the last couple of days. I think he used that number. 14 of the 24 players were from Freedom who played with this head coach before, and another 10 came from all over the area. DeMatha, schools in D.C., Maryland, where they knew the coach, who's like spends a lot of time and works his butt off at the youth level, starting at 8 years old with a lot of these kids, And so they know him and they like him and they want to play for him, which is not a bad thing, by the way. He's someone that they want to play for. So they follow him essentially to Hayfield is the idea, okay? So Fairfax County Public Schools catches wind that there's 24 new players coming in and that 14 kids are transferring with a staff and a coach from another school from Prince William to Fairfax, and they do an investigation before the season started because you're not allowed to recruit players.
Very explicit.
You're just not allowed to do that.
Mhm.
And you're not allowed really even to transfer just on the basis of athletics, which I find to be, if I'm being honest, silly. Because you can transfer just for the basis of being a theater kid who wants to go to a theater school. There's no rule against that. But if I want to play football for a certain coach somewhere, I'm not allowed to transfer to do that just for athletics. But the big rule in question here is, were the kids recruited or did they just up and decide they wanted to play for this coach? But there's very specific rules in Virginia in high school athletics, which is to say, Danny, that you've got to live in that district. You've got to have a residence there to play there. So obviously, the other schools are pretty upset about this, and they're going, wait a second. Why are they allowed to do this? So Fairfax County Public Schools goes through and does this investigation. This is before the season starts.
Mm-hmm.
I think a handful of the kids got ruled ineligible. I don't know if they came back or not. But by and large, of these 24 kids, many of them go on to play with the new coach and the new staff at Hayfield, right? They come back, though, FCPS, and there's no written report. This is like what happens in the NFL. Like, nobody sees any report.
Right.
There's nothing written. There's no, here's what we found. They just say, everything's fine. There was, like, according to, again, the Defector, this story written in the Defector by Dave McKenna, they basically, at a hearing one night, just say, they're fine. We looked into it. No problem. And people are asking questions, and they cut the thing short, and they're like...
They literally said, we're not giving you free information requests. We're not allowing reporters at events. They literally, there's one event where there's a hearing about this taking place where they removed reporters. Said you had to be back 200 yards from the front, which is not correct. It's not a thing, but that's what was going on here.
So Hayfield, because they've got an amazing team with amazing athletes, and by the way, the kids did nothing wrong. I mean, they're playing high school football, in my opinion. In terms of, like, they're not the bad guys in this story. Many of them are unbelievable. I've seen them play 2 times.
Sure, yeah.
They have kids going D1. They got a kid going to Tech, who's one of the best high school running backs I've ever seen. They got a kid going to Clemson who plays wide receiver. Like, they are loaded, right? They go 9-0 this year in the games that count on their schedule. I say that because they played one game against a private school, and they got beat by Riverdale Baptist.
Who does what they're doing better and beat them 55-30.
Correct, but they're allowed to do it. See, Hayfield is running, in my opinion, and we'll get into this, but basically they're operating like a private school in public school, and that's why they're getting so much heat from all these other schools. Because in private school, you can at Riverdale Baptist, you can bring in 30 kids. You can recruit. You can do that. You're allowed to do that. And Hayfield would tell you they didn't recruit, and maybe they didn't. I'm not suggesting they did. I'm just suggesting that a lot of kids moved into that area or are now going to that school that weren't a year ago. And you don't see in mass anything like that happening in Virginia high school athletics. But they go 9-0. Every one of their games in their district, which is not a particularly good football district, by the way, ends with like an entire second half of a moving clock slaughter rule. They outscore their opponents 563-13.
Quick pause there. Several incidents, several games, you basically have these scores basically like that at the end of the first quarter, second quarter. And this guy's running up the score, just throwing Hail Marys and bombs and everything else to keep going. You have teams quite literally not running plays, just taking delay of games with a running clock for the mercy rule to not let them get the football back.
Right.
So for second halves of games, the entire game, these players on this team that's so dominant are literally just standing there with hands on their hips because coaches cannot believe this is what's happening.
Now, the school that they came from, the players and the coach, could barely field a team this year. 7 of their 10 scheduled games didn't get played because they didn't have enough players left at that school. They'd been outscored 392-10 this season at that school where they had won 29 straight games before this season with the coach and many of their best players leaving. But as the year went on, this story becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, and now the VHSL decides we got to get involved. To me, they dropped the ball already, just like Fairfax County did because the season has started.
Mm-hmm.
You said that the team was on the up and up. You said they could play, essentially. Now, VHSL leader, I think the guy's name is Billy Hahn, takes notice, and basically they start doing their investigation. And this is where I kind of got fascinated by this about a week ago. So the VHSL ruled the final week of the regular season that Hayfield was banned from the playoffs for what they called, I think it's called proselytizing. That's the word that was used.
It's fancy word for recruiting, basically.
Essentially. And the Hahn memo that was sent out, according to the defector, said that mass migration had disadvantaged Freedom athletes by crippling the Woodbridge School's football program. VHSL also asserted that because of the talent imbalance brought about by transfers, all teams, quote, who will compete against Hayfield this school year have been disadvantaged, end quote. And as penance for the proselytizing that they found, that created a competitive disadvantage in their mind, the VHSL said that Hayfield could play in the regular season, but they couldn't take part in the playoffs 2 straight years. But this is what's so crazy. So they come out and they say this on basically the day of the final game of their regular season. They go beat someone 62-0. I think they played Lee. And Lee, by the way, or no, Lewis, which is the same as Lee. They changed this name. That was the 63-0 game that you're talking about, where the report was that they were just kneeling the whole second half because they didn't want to give them the ball back and keep giving up touchdowns.
Yep.
So that day they find out, basically 2 weeks before the playoffs, at the end of their season, they can't play in the playoffs. I think that's wrong, by the way. Like, that should have been done months before that to those kids at Hayfield, or even, you know, the staff or the athletic director and the principal, whoever hatched this big plan. Having said that, though, the parents at Hayfield, according to the reporting, then file a lawsuit. Father says that that his son is suffering reputational harm because of the suspension. A mom comes out and says if Hayfield's kept from the playoffs, it would cause immediate, substantial, and irreparable harm on the student athletes. And so they're able to, even though no one takes this very seriously initially, get this emergency hearing on November 15th, which is the same day that the playoffs start. This is what's the craziest thing about this story to me. So on November 15th, a week after we found out Hayfield was not going to play in the playoffs in the news, right? And I really didn't know a ton about everything yet and started reading into it at that time. On November 15th, there was a hearing at 2 p.m. The playoffs, 1 through 8 seeds, Hayfield was not one of them. They were the number 1 seed that didn't get to be a part of the playoffs. At 2 p.m., they're in this hearing at Fairfax County Circuit Court to see if they could get back into the playoffs. Around 4 o'clock, teams are finding out Hayfield's back in. There's no game tonight. So you've got at Lake Braddock High School, $4,000 being spent on chicken and pizza for their concession stand for a game that doesn't happen. You've got a team at Robinson High School, I think it was, and they were only 3-7. But for 2 weeks, they were a playoff team as an 8 seed that now will not be a playoff team anymore. And the rest of the seeds, Danny, because you're preparing for the seed you're about to play, and the seeds all change when Hayfield becomes the 1 seed. They prepared for 2 weeks and practiced for a playoff game that now changes, and you've got to play a different team because the Hail Mary worked, and the judge ruled that Hayfield, based on, I guess, the technicality of the investigation or the VHSL not doing something correctly, they said Hayfield is absolutely allowed to play for now. We'll revisit this basically in a hearing on December 5th, right before the region final. So then they bag all the games that day. They move them all to Thursday, which is tomorrow. And the teams that win will have to play 3 times in 9 days. They play Thursday, Tuesday, Friday, I think it is, or Saturday. But
just because the playoffs for everybody else have already started.
They got to catch up. So now if you win, you play on Tuesday. If you win again, you play that week. 3 times in 9 days, which is insane. We talk about how Thursday night football is not a great idea in the NFL level. Think about high school
kids, man.
All because now they're putting the team back in the playoffs that was out. And it's a crazy situation. It's amazing. And really, to me, it's a conversation about, like, where are we headed in high school football? Because there's 2 sides of this. The Hayfield side, if I could start with that, is they're saying, we didn't recruit anybody. We have a coach that's very popular that kids want to play for. The parents would tell you, I've seen some of the videos they've done and stuff where they go, my kid loves this guy. And some of them moved and bought land, or went and bought a townhouse or whatever and did it the right way and said, we're going to live here and we're going to play for this guy. But at the same time, at the high school level, at a public school, you're not allowed to have these like mass transfer situations because you're not a private school. That's why public and private don't play. And so it feels like what's at stake here to me is the future of high school football in Virginia, where I saw one of the parents saying, you can do this. Have you watched the college game? It's the open portal. It's free agency. And it's like,
exactly.
No, that's literally not the point of what we want in high school football.
And that's what happened. And that's the next step, unless somebody does something.
He said, whether it was 1 transfer or 30, kids and parents could transfer and play for who they want to play for. That's it. You can't stop that. If you follow college sports with the transfer portal, kids transfer all the time.
Yeah, quite literally different rules. I mean, in a YouTube interview, they literally said we're transferring for sports, which is strictly forbidden.
That video's gone now.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a rule that says that.
I thought this was another parent, though, at Hayfield. Everybody is concerned about their kids. They want to have the best for them, like the chance to get a scholarship. Overton does that for these kids. Kids transfer for all sorts of different reasons: athletics, for band, for drama, for academics. What's wrong with that? Yes, it's weird to have all the kids come to Hayfield, but what's wrong with having a good public school that's good at football? So that's their argument. The flip side is you're beating everyone 80-0. You're in a district where the football's not particularly good. You're running a DeMatha at Hayfield where, there have certainly been transfers and shadiness and people who move from time to time. That happens, but never in mass like this. And so it's one of those things where if you're the VHS and a VHSL or Fairfax County Public Schools, I think this is a seminal moment where we've got to decide, what do we want? Do we want transfer portal, open season, college football rules in high school, or is that not what high school football should be about? And we say, hey, if you want to do this, go to a private school. Go to Bishop Ireton and then run your program there. Part of the reporting was that the AD and the principal hatched this plan. So the principal came from Richmond, where they have schools like this doing stuff like this. And the AD, I guess reportedly, allegedly, whatever, came from like a DC school that recruits and does all this, and they're allowed to. It's more of a private, magnet type situation. Well, that's not the way it happens in the public school. And so there's kind of this plan that they address to the parents, according to one of the reports, where it's like, we want to be on TV. We want deal. We want to get a jersey deal and shoe deal. And we want to be on ESPN and we want to be a national power. Why can't we do that right here in Hayfield? And their slogan's Hayfield by 40. And so I think there's a lot of people that go, good luck, like go do that. But my whole point is it's a public school and there's rules that if we're just going to allow that, this is going to happen every year at schools all over the area, and it changes at high school athletics forever, in my opinion, in a very bad way.
Yeah,
but I want to know what people think. So I'll tag you back in a second. I just wanted to lay all that out, and let's
a lot. I know.
Let's get some thoughts on this. 800-636-1067. What do you make of this story? I guess number one, and from just a sheer big picture high school football, high school athletics standpoint, do you feel like this is a moment, a kind of a fork in the road moment where they got to figure out, are they going to allow this or not? Because this could be a game changer moving forward. Grant and Danny on the Fan. on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for listening to the program. It means a lot. One of the best football teams in the DMV is Hayfield High School, and there is this, I don't even want to call it developing. It's been a big story all year, but it just keeps getting wilder, really dating back to the 15th of November, 5 days ago, this past Friday, when the high school playoffs were supposed to start without Hayfield because of their alleged recruitment of players based on the VHSL's ruling. The Fairfax County Public Schools that had already looked into it and said that they were fine with it, even though there was no written report, then wrote a letter with Hayfield saying, we don't agree with you. They did an injunction at the last minute. And literally at 4 o'clock, the day of all the playoff games in an 8-team field in their region, here in the northern region, the playoffs got canned. The games didn't get played, and everything got pushed back till tomorrow. Hayfield is now back in. We're just talking about kind of high school football in the State of the Union. This was a team that hired a new head coach who's a phenomenal coach by all accounts. Really, really talented team. They're sending kids to D1 at a lot of positions. But they had 20-plus new players come in, including the majority of the starters on the two-time state championship team where he was at in Prince William, Danny. And that team could barely field a roster this year. They had to forfeit 3 of their games because they didn't have enough kids there. Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, Hayfield goes out and outscores their opponents by 600-plus to 6 this season, I think it was. Look up the numbers.
593 to 68.
There you go. Well, that's counting the game against the private.
Yeah,
school.
that counts. Their loss for Real Baptist.
Count. They're 9-0, and they've given up, I think, 6 points to teams in their own district play and region play.
Yeah, so there's so much wrong here. There's so much wrong with this on so many different levels. Response was wrong. The initial acts are wrong. The defiance is wrong. The thumbing your nose at people is wrong. The running up the score on people is wrong. Everything about it is terrible. It's despicable in my humble view. What is a conference? What is an athletic conference? It's an association of like-minded schools in a usually a pretty reasonable geographic area. Forget about what college has already done because that ship has sailed. 2 bits out of the tube on that. But it's like-minded schools that are similar, competing on as level a playing field as you can have, right? That means we all agree to a set of rules and we go about it. Now, there are going to be some years where your team is better than my team and my team is better than your team and you're stronger in one sport than I am. But in general, you're supposed to have a pretty level set of competitions across multiple sports with like-minded schools. So I think of my conference in high school, for example. We were the Interstate Athletic Conference. We're a better conference than what Georgetown Day was, where they're calling teachers by their first names, and if you don't feel like going to class, you don't. Murray, Sidwell, that was a little bit more, Quaker, lovey-dovey. They're there just to have fun, hope both teams win, right? Then there's the Catholic League, who fields juggernauts. It's DeMatha, St. John's, Good Counsel, O'Connell, Paul VI. You can run down the list. They treated things differently than our little conference did, right? So there's a reason that my high school was not in one of those other 2 conferences. They're like-minded. When somebody goes so outside of the norm, you're breaking it. That's not the point of all this. For everybody going, he gets guys to D1. Bet you the kid going to Clemson would have found a way to go somewhere without this guy. Bet you the kid that's a great running back that's going to Virginia Tech probably gets noticed by some colleges here and there.
In fairness, that's his nephew. And his dad is his brother who's the defensive coordinator.
Using him by way of example.
Baller, by the way.
He's a great player. Colleges probably took notice. Some letters probably started coming in. You don't play for the guy, it's fine. But my point is, when you break this kind of deal, regardless if it's illegal or not, you've now violated everything we're supposed to be standing for here in terms of fairness and competition. And at the college level, it's become big business. I lament it. It's sad, but it's gone. And at the pro level, it's a different animal with CBAs.
Well, here we go.
And you can stop it right now. We could put a stop to this by saying no.
Because high school NIL is already a thing, by the way, right? So we're already going that direction. But this is my point. If you listen to the argument on that side, it should be open season. Why shouldn't I be able to go wherever I want? And if you want to have that discussion with Fairfax County Public Schools, where you actually have to live in the area to go there, or with the VHSL, I think that's a reasonable conversation. Go have it. But there's rules right now that say you live there or you don't play for that team. Now, a lot of these kids, I'm sure, did it the right way, got the address, whatever they had to do. And again, it's not like there's never been transfers. But to anyone who says, oh, this has happened for a long time, find me one time when dozens of kids all moved at the same time into the same school. And what about all the kids that are already there that didn't go out and didn't play this season at that school? It's what the VHSL said. Woodbridge's Freedom High School, Program's cooked. Done. They couldn't even field a team this year, let alone all the other teams that you're playing and winning 60-0. By the way, 563-13 was their slogan was 540.
Not counting their loss to another school that does what they did better. So I don't know if you get to count it or not, but whatever.
Like, to me, if I'm them, I go, we can do this because people want to play for me. I've coached these kids since they were little. I don't think it's that bad. If like at 8 years old, I was with this guy playing in Pee Wee. He's got his feeder programs and stuff, and I want to go play for him. You just go to a private school and do it. You're allowed to do it. Go to Bishop O'Connell.
Well, it depends on
go to Paul VI.
It depends on the school. Where some places, like as you said, they've thrown that kind of decorum and whatever out the window, and it's an arms race, and that's fine. It's a bummer because it shouldn't be that way, right? It shouldn't, but it's too late for that. So I know I'm shaking my fist at the
You're allowed to do it there. Like, this to me is just like, what are we doing here? Why? And what is the point? What are we trying to accomplish in high school football and at a public school in Virginia? To win a state championship? I'm not saying no one should want to win a state championship. Where Kedrick Colston coaches at Stonebridge High School, where they've putting pelts on the wall and it's big time money and it's basically like a de facto college program. A little different, I would say, than at Lee High School, where they're trying to field a football team and going up against Hayfield. It's just
when
you're
a different
thing.
You're in Lubbock, Texas, or somewhere, and it's a 6A program. There's a reason you don't go schedule some 1A farm town that can't compete with you. But this guy would probably love to do that and put up 100 points just for some kind of reason. So then I hadn't gotten to the Virginia High School, whatever their acronym is. This response and with the superintendent and everything else is even worse. The idea that they go the 11th hour after they've already made the mistake and after enough investigations happen, after enough like, hey, look at this person, I'm making this up. This person's address is a park. Hey, look at this dude lives in DC. Or, hey, look at this. You think 15 people from this high school all live within the same 3-block radius? Doesn't that seem fishy? After enough things are thrown in their face, they kind of went, yeah, we're gonna change the playoff schedule 2 hours before the playoff games are.
Sorry, you already spent all
you
your
already
money
messed up
on your chicken and your pizza. There's no game there tonight.
Yeah, you messed. That's messed up. Then the judge, who by the way was my buddy's attorney when a police officer hit his car with me in it, and he didn't show for that hearing when I went and had to take time off work to be a witness. That's the guy that issued the judge order. Crazy to me, smallest world ever.
That's hilarious.
Shout out to Manny Capsalis.
Here's a tweet I just want to read really quickly, because this is the other side of this that frankly I'm not on, of like, let's do it this way. Let's make high school football college football.
Enjoy it, I guess.
This guy tweeted me and goes, it's a dawn of a new era, let Overton cook. And that's the name of the head coach. It was like a very talented coach. But like, that's what I think what the whole debate is here. We're about to take the calls. It's right at the top of the hour here. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I see someone actually knows the Freedom Program really well. I see there's a former coach on the line. I want to hear from you guys because I'm fascinated by this. I'm obsessed with this right now. I think it's a huge, huge day. It's a huge, huge moment for high school football and high school athletics in Virginia. But to me, that's the conversation. This idea of dawn of a new era. Is that the era we want? The just transfer portal, high school football, the haves and the have-nots? If you're a school where the kid doesn't want to go there, then he just transfers to the good school and beats you by 70? Really? That's admirable? That's what we're doing? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Friday, we're going to be at the Casual Pint in Falls Church for a live show, 2 to 6:30. Come on out for our Field Trip Friday, the Casual Pint in Falls Church. We are brought to you today and every day by our exclusive sponsors, Kandori and Murad. That's the law firm that'll square away your last will and testament or set up a trust for you and your family. Get a consultation with their estate planning attorneys now. KMLawyers.com. Mention us for a discount. KMLawyers.com. We've been talking about Hayfield High School football program. They were banned in the final week of the regular season from the playoffs by the VHSL. Hail Mary injunction, judge rules, basically on a technicality until December 5th, it sounds like, that the VHSL didn't have the right to ban them, even though my question would be, then what is the point of the VHSL if they can't determine who gets in or not into their playoffs? I also think, by the way, Fairfax County Public Schools and the VHSL dropped the ball by waiting so long.
100%. So the mistake
it's not
was
fair to the kids at Hayfield either.
Well, it's not fair to anybody.
Yeah.
Nothing that the governing bodies did. They failed here miserably to me. But it looked initially, and again, I'm not there. I'm not on the ground reporting, but reading everything I possibly could about this, knowing we're going to have this discussion, it looked like they wanted this to go away. Talking about the senior folks at Fairfax County Public Schools and everyone that was making these decisions was just hoping that this kind of went quietly. When people kept digging and more evidence kind of comes out to go, hey, this isn't normal. This isn't what we're supposed to be doing here. Then, the High School Athletic Association gets involved. Then they make the ruling at the 11th hour. The mistake's already been made. This year is lost to me. 2024, this football season, you screwed up. Let's tighten the screws and we'll come back again next year. Now, by acting so late, you're either screwing over the Hayfield kids who are just trying to play football, to your point, and then if you don't screw them over, or if you do screw them over, then you're screwing over a different group of kids that were supposed to be in the playoffs and playing against different opponents and different stadiums and volunteers and people that are working concession stands. People are getting screwed left and right here, and it's because the governing body couldn't get off its stuff.
There's been a lot of talk that the schools would boycott the playoffs or just not participate. It doesn't sound like that's going to happen, although that was something that had been brought up in some of this reporting that at least coaches were talking about with now Hayfield back in. Tweets are coming in fast and furious at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. Eddie says, high school sports should be about the communities they serve. Private schools can recruit all they want, but public schools should be about their communities. Beast of Uptown, D.C. Christopher says, Hayfield should have been in the playoffs to begin with. Virginia should catch up with the 21st century. All sports of different reasons like academics, athletics, D.C. public schools. You can transfer your kids just like Kevin Plank did with St. John's. That's the idea of it should be college football, just transfer portal. If I want my kid to go play for that coach, I should be allowed to, which currently in Fairfax County is not how it works. It's based on where you live. Let's go to Daryl, who's in Woodbridge on G&D. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, how y'all doing, man? I appreciate you letting me speak my mind real fast.
Sure thing.
I actually know Coach. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're on. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay. Yeah, I actually know Coach Overton, and one thing I think that is crazy is you actually mentioned it, Grant. If in high school you wanted to go to a different school because of theater, you could go do that. But for athletic purposes, if you think that this person can help you get to the next level, maybe become a better man, whatever it is, you can't do that, which is crazy. And then secondly, if you think that he had to recruit, he runs a little league organization that starts at 5 or 6 years old. They're putting teams in the national championships every single year. He doesn't have to recruit. His work speaks for itself. I think that these other high schools are kind of I don't know. To me, is if you outwork someone and your resume speaks for itself, and you don't have to say anything. All you have to do is leave. It's not his job to make sure that Freedom High School can field a team. It's not like he left in August.
I agree with
he left
that.
in February.
I agree with that. The only thing I would say, though, I think, when you leave a school, I would think you wouldn't want to leave your program in shambles, right? I mean, as a coach,
you probably don't. But
you're leaving all your students that you've been working with, the young men that you care so much about that you're talking about. You're okay.
People change jobs. It's not his job to maintain Freedom High School anymore.
He did anything wrong leaving, but I'm just saying, the idea. Why does he care about the school? Well,
so I know it might be a minor point here, and I know you've given this opinion.
The phone call.
Yeah, thank you. It's good calls. Oh, I appreciate it. The why is sports different than playing the oboe or something like that? Well, because nobody's getting their head bashed in playing the oboe or acting in the spring music or whatever, or having a different SAT prep program or having a different language focus or any academic reasons you transfer. when you have something like this, you've got kids that can't compete at that level, and you've got Mr. 6'5", 250 running a 4.4, bashing his head in. So it's a competition level thing. Nobody's competing in drama. Nobody's competing in the scholastic whatevers. So there's a difference. If your program at a certain school doesn't offer the international baccalaureate, or they don't offer advanced placement type classes or certain things because the facilities aren't there, that's different. If your sport doesn't offer football and you want to go play football, that's different. But this is a different animal here. That's why athletics are treated differently, and they should be, in my opinion.
The other thing I would say is all of the transfers are not count within the county, okay? So if you're transferring to Hayfield from Prince William, you don't pay taxes in Fairfax County for that public school, right?
If you're still living in Prince William.
Well, yeah, exactly. Now, I guess technically, I mean, they've got to have the paperwork to make it all work, and maybe it's possible that all 24 students did move and are all now living in that area. And if that is the case, then it's more on the up and up. But I think that's part of the issue too, is it's not a transfer within the county, whereas like Loudoun County and a lot of counties, they will allow you to choose what school you go to when you live in Loudoun County. If there's room in that school, you can pick what school. You've got to do it before it starts. You can't just hop around year to year, but you can choose. If I want to go to Briarwoods versus Stonebridge and they have an extra spot for a student, they're not overbooked or whatever, then you can do that. In Fairfax, that's not how it works. But we're talking about, according to, again, the reporting done by Dave McKenna in this story that we've cited a couple times, people who have been living in Arlington or Woodbridge or going to school in Maryland or whatever, I think that would be a part of it is if you're asking like, what's the drawback, or why can't you just go wherever you want to? So that would be one thing. If you went open season, just transfer wherever you want. Well, the taxes county to county are different in terms of paying into the school. Let's go to Lewis, who's in Stafford on G&D. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
First time caller, long time listening.
Oh, appreciate you.
So I was a coach. I'm not going to say the name of the school in Woodbridge, but I was a coach at one of the schools, and we had about 12 kids to leave our school to go play for Coach O at Freedom, and it crippled our program. And the way they were able to do that is because we have specialty schools in Prince William County. Well, with them going to this school, going over to Freedom for their specialty program, that knocked other kids.
Like a magnet program where they could say, you don't offer me, marine biology or whatever?
Correct,
Mm-hmm.
correct. So that knocked kids out who actually want to go to those schools. For the athletes just took up all the spots. So now these kids have to figure out what else they're going to try to do.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying like if they have a magnet program, I'm just making this up, but like ROTC something, right? And I'm actually a kid who wants to be in the military and go to do the ROTC thing, but schools are using that to get the athletes in. You're saying it's
Correct.
actually a drawback to the kids that now can't be in that program who aren't athletes.
Absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely right. And that was one thing. Another thing, once you leave Freedom to go over to Hayfield, and no knock to Coach O, he's an outstanding coach, phenomenal guy. But whenever you leave and you leave another school in shambles because you took all the students from one school because they were on your AAU team to Freedom, and then you leave Freedom after 2 state championships to go to Hayfield, and all these kids up and say, oh, we're going with Coach O. Well, everybody's not moving their family, uprooting their families and going to Fairfax County because a lot of them have other kids that are attending other schools.
Right.
So then comes into play,
Let me ask
somebody's
you this,
using
just
somebody
broad
else's
brush.
address.
Yeah, understood. I mean, that's kind of certainly the allegation. But let me ask you, you're a coach, it sounds like, or we're a coach.
Yes.
The big picture thought here in terms of should we be going this way in high school football or not? Your answer is what?
We should not be going this way in high school sports, simply because it's high school sports.
Yep.
You're having fun as kids. Whenever you start doing this, parents are getting too involved in kids having fun.
Appreciate you.
There's a million layers to that, right? Because the golden goose is the college scholarship, right? Because college has gotten so unbelievably expensive. Do something about that, please. You get my vote. You fix that. Anyway, it's gotten so ridiculously expensive that if you want to be on the college team, you need to stand out on this travel team. You want to be on this travel team, you better play for this guy. And all of a sudden, you got a pipeline of a multi-billion-dollar industry starting for 8, 9-year-old kids. And this guy's active in that pipeline. So you heard one of the other callers, and that's something else I was going to bring up. There's this, well, he runs this great program. He deserves credit for starting it.
He's coached them since they're 7 and 8 years old, and they love the guy, and he's a father figure.
Yeah, so I wonder how the pipeline gets created, right? Wherever he goes next, he'll be the Pied Piper, and they'll transfer to that school if he's got to go to somewhere in Manassas or a different part of the state. It just tells you that, like, that's because that's the holy grail at the very end. Parents are tearing each other apart just to get little Timmy onto that right team.
Let's go to Matthew in Warrenton on Grant and Danny. What's up, Matt?
What's going on, guys?
Amen.
My general thought is that this is terrible for high school sports. Being a former high school athlete myself, my oldest son is a senior in high school this year. I would be absolutely devastated if we got halfway through the season and we saw a team that was just smoking everybody. And he plays soccer. So, for example, the mercy rule is 8-0. If they're just 8-0, 8-0, 8-0, 8-0, game after game, knowing that his senior season is going to be wrecked by some team that went out and loaded up their roster, like, that would drive me insane. Like, how many kids' senior seasons got ruined here because somebody loaded up a roster and they got absolutely demolished, 0 chance to win, 0 chance to play? Like,
I saw them play 2 times, right, in person.
You, buddy.
First time I went to see them play West Springfield, who's decent. And I'd heard all offseason about all these kids and the D1s, and they're all coming in. And I just wanted to go see good football prospects. I was blown away, by the way.
Yeah.
But it was like 35-0 at the end of the first quarter. And that was one of the good teams on their schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And they could have scored 150 on a couple of these teams at the end of the schedule. And I don't want to pick on high school football teams because who knows who's listening and who's on those teams. But at like Lewis, that's a known school, right? For like, hey, we scored a touchdown. That's awesome. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like at Stonebridge or at Madison or one of these powers.
That's why they're different conferences.
Exactly.
That's the whole point here.
This is a football, like we mentioned it. Hayfield won 3 straight districts before this. They've never won a state title in 56 years. And one of those years they were like 5-5 or whatever. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It would be like, recruiting a list of D1 guys to go compete in a, against like the Little Giants or whatever.
Right. There's a difference between the SEC and like the Mountain Valley West Big Sky.
But that's
right?
what I'm saying. Why doesn't and I would hire Overton, by the way, because he's got the pipeline he's got the athletes. He's the kids love him. He can coach, like whatever. Why don't you just go do that at Bishop O'Connell? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, the private school should be calling him.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And frankly, colleges
there you go,
should be calling him. It seems like. James in Springfield, what's up?
Great and Dave, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Good, buddy.
Hey, who's going to pay the tuition for those kids going to Ireton or O'Connell? So that's one thing. So my thought all along, I had 4 kids that went to one of these schools on the list for 4 years. So I saw a lot of high school football, and it was always kind of maddening to me how underappreciated or undervalued they were as football athletes. This is what they do. This is what they love. This is what they're good at. And there's nothing wrong with trying to develop that. My idea would be a magnet school. Why not create magnet schools for football? Have 6 or 7 schools around the area that this is where the kids want to go.
Like, what's the one James Wood went to in Florida?
IMG?
Like an IMG Academy, you're saying?
Well, that's a special thing. Yeah, but if you had 6 or 7 schools like they do, they have a magnet school. TJ is a magnet school for academics. And like you said, you can transfer all over the county.
But
here
again, I think that would be fine. I think that,
appreciate
yes,
you, bud.
I don't have a problem with that. That's not what this is, though.
Right. One day, maybe down the line, if there's enough demand, you could do that. I guess my biggest thing is, and there's a lot to this, and it's all alleged. Who knows what impropriety happened or not, or any kind of what these investigations lead to in terms of guys being eligible or not. I have no idea. But here, the part that I care about the most, that I don't know that everyone else does, is this is, with all due respect to the kids, as you talked about. I'm not here to beat up young kids. That's not a great football conference. That's not where the traditional powers in Northern Virginia come from. There are really good football conferences. That is not one of them. The playing field tilted so mightily that it's a health risk.
That, according to one of the reports, by the way, the last team they played, I think it's Lewis. I could be botching it, that or Justice, but I think it was Lewis. Basically, was debating whether or not to even play the game
multiple times throughout this season. as these teams are trailing by 50, 60, 70 points, they just took delay of games to not have the score run up even more. And everyone's sitting there with their hands on their hips. Who's better now? Who got served because of that?
Let's go to Dave in Woodbridge. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. So I think it was 3 or 4 callers back. He mentioned about the specialty programs in Prince William County. That is the workaround in Prince William County. Like, my son, he's in some of these travel sports, and we hear all the time about certain kids applying to do, whether it's creative writing or whatever, to get in certain schools to either play baseball or whatever else. So that Prince William does have a workaround. One thing I wanted to bring up is the question is, so why did this coach leave Woodbridge? Well, there were investigations going on with quote unquote illegal recruiting for players while he was down here.
Yeah, they did have two, I think they had an issue in the past with players ruled ineligible. And I think had 2 games that were taken off their ledger or something like that in the reporting I saw.
Yeah. So he had kids that weren't supposed to be living where they were supposed to when he was when he was coaching down here. And then you brought up not long ago the crossing of counties. So what do you got? All these kids living in somebody's basement up across the street from Hayfield High School on Telegraph Road. Something's not adding up.
I will say, like, I saw a video that's been taken down because there are other things said in the video that maybe aren't as ideal for Hayfield. But it was, 3 parents. It was a couple of ladies and a dad, and they were sitting in one of the ladies' homes in the Hayfield district that she had purchased. And her and the woman sitting next to her had bought homes as soon as Overton said he was moving there, because they said, we're following him. He's going to get my guy to Division I. And I think he claimed at one point in his interview process, he's had 50 plus players go D1. Like, he can coach and they want to be with him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like all of them. Clearly there were plenty of people that did make the move. There's no doubt about that. We could talk about this, I'll bet, all day long, but it is fascinating. And I think it's a good conversation and relatable content. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. In hockey, the Capitals placed Alex Ovechkin on injured reserve today. They recalled Ivan Miroshnichenko from Hershey. Spencer Carberry joined the Junkies this morning and talked about Ovi's injury.
Yeah, this isn't something where his season is ending. It's week to week, and there'll be an update coming soon.
The Caps are off today. They're back in action tomorrow against the Avalanche at